Okay, there, I believe we see you. Can you hear us? No?
I can hear you if I didn't hear anything till now. Is someone asking me to speak now?
Yes.
Okay, thank
So
you.
good morning and welcome.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, Chair Brown, members of the commission. I'm Clackamas County Commissioner Paul Savas, and I'm here to comment on agenda items I and J. Today, you're being asked to approve the rate schedule scenarios for a new level 2 traffic and revenue analysis for the 205 project. First, it is important to note that this new analysis is necessary because of the indefinite pause the commission instituted upon constructing phase 2 of the I-205 project, which would add the missing third lane. Instead, we are faced with this new proposal to toll a single point on the Abernathy Bridge, and you are faced with the difficult decision of how to balance safety, climate, and equity, your three key goals, against revenue generation. And you're being asked to make that decision without having clear metrics on current and anticipated diversion rates. ODOT claims that tolling and congestion pricing will improve safety. This is woefully untrue and a dangerous and irresponsible claim to make. While safety on the interstate may be improved, those avoiding tolls will divert onto local roads, which have a serious injury and fatal crash rate 6 times higher than the interstate. A point toll is an incentive for drivers to divert, reducing safety in our communities beyond just rush hour diversion. This is exacerbated by the fact that 3 of the 4 proposed toll scenarios include overnight tolls, which will only encourage drivers to divert around the clock. Your materials include a staff recommendation to drop one of the 4 scenarios and consider eliminating overnight tolls in scenario 3, the revenue emphasis option. However, it is unclear whether the daytime toll rates will be modeled higher to compensate for not having an overnight toll. The toll scenarios being presented to you today prioritize revenue generation at the expense of other priorities. Are our communities and residents to forego safety, climate, equity, and economic stability because of ODOT's needs for more revenue as more important? I regularly hear from constituents regarding crashes on roads such as Stafford, Borland, 99E, and many, many more. After reviewing traffic reports and talking with engineering experts and emergency responders, there is a direct correlation between congestions at the bottleneck and increased accidents on surface streets. Our local roads face immediate safety needs and are not designed to handle freeway spillage. Additionally, we lack road capacity and safe, convenient alternatives like transit and active transportation. With respect to tolling and pricing projects, it is critical that the state throughways needs not be funded at the expense of safety and vitality of the rest of the transportation system, including state and locally owned roads. Most of all, let's work together on funding mechanisms that do not induce diversion. If much of my testimony sounds familiar, good. I've shared these same sentiments at prior OTC meetings and with our legislators on the Special Subcommittee on Transportation Planning at their recent community meeting in Gladstone. My testimony to the subcommittee is attached for your reference. Thank you, staff, for circulating my paperwork, my submission. There's some other information here I'm not speaking to today, but I encourage you to read it. I look forward to the day when the misguided trajectory of this project changes and I can stop repeating myself. We continue to stand united with our regional partners in asking for your help to direct ODOT staff to work with us and take the time to get this right so that we can realize our shared vision of a transportation system that is safe, equitable, and balanced. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, our next person to speak is Dean Scher.
Yes. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Greetings. My name is Dean Sir, and I'm the author and chief petitioner for IP4, the Vote Before Tolls initiative on the November 2024 ballot, or we're headed that way. You may learn more about our goals and read the initiative at votebeforetolls.org. On January 14th, Westland Mayor Rory Bialystowski shared some figures with the Joint Committee on Transportation's Special Subcommittee on Transportation Planning at their Gladstone hearing. Using ODOT source numbers, his analysis showed a fully loading tolling overhead of 86%. Let me say that again, 86% collection and operational overhead. The reference for that is in your hard copy of this. The $400 million Abernathy Bridge improvements will actually cost toll-paying taxpayers $2.7 billion. A toll-paying taxpayer will have to cross the bridge 6 times for overhead, and then on the 7th trip, he'll pay some towards the debt. Worse yet, The $6 billion IBR plan, and by the way, IP4 does cover the IBR tolling, that includes $1.2 billion allocated for tolls. We're sure that cost overruns for this decade-plus long project will be added to tolls. So let's assume a 30% cost overrun of $1.8 billion, which increases the $1.2 billion to $3 billion. With similar financing and an 86% overhead, $3 billion conservatively turns into $21 billion of cash coming out of toll payers' pockets. These were 35-year long analysis, and the newspaper response from ODOT was the numbers will change, and the overhead was not allocated across the many new RMPP toll projects. There must be a dramatic change in the numbers or a new, much more feasible tolling scheme to replace the current proposal. That sort of overhead is simply ridiculous. I asked that the OTC look into this and make a public response. RTAC discussed the allocation of toll funds to cities and counties at this week's meeting. The public does not want to fund our cities or counties or ODOT, even though we want good roads. We don't want to fund them at 86% overhead. Our gasoline tax is 0.5% collection overhead. That would go about 24 times further. The taxpayers are fed up with the current tolling proposals and the process that got us here. IP4 exists because we've had enough. We want bidirectional communication and transparency, and with billions of dollars at stake, we want accountability and a seat at the table. I appreciate the discussions, and the decisions you are tasked with are difficult, and we thank you for your efforts. But please remember, together we can do better. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Okay. Thank you. So the question, in case anybody didn't hear, we want our screen, we want to see the people's faces. So they're working on that right now. With that said, Mr. Courtwright.
Thank you. For the record, Joe Courtwright. I am Director of City Observatory. I want to speak to the Interstate Bridge tolling and ODOT finances. It now appears that the Interstate Bridge is going to cost even more than we've been told. $7.5 billion was the estimate. Director Brown or Johnson has indicated it will go even higher. The reason the project is so expensive is because it is not merely a bridge. It's a 5-mile-long, 12-lane wide freeway. And most of the cost is rebuilding 7 interchanges and widening 5 miles of freeway. And purportedly, the reason for needing to do that is because of ODOT's projections of how many vehicles will cross the bridge. But what we know is, and it's critically important to look at the traffic forecasts here, is that the traffic forecasts wildly exaggerate future traffic levels on the I-5 bridges. You have now purchased, at the cost of $700,000, a study by Stantec, a level 2 study, which your staff describes as more rigorous and precise and with an increased level of accuracy, that tells you that the forecasts used to design the bridge exaggerate by 50,000 vehicles a day the number of vehicles that will cross a tolled I-5 crossing. Now, I know your staff has told you that, oh, well, that's just for financial purposes and it's conservative. That's not true. Level 2 studies use the same underlying metro model. They're recalibrated to be more accurate. They use more realistic values of time, and they don't manually manipulate the results, which is something the IBR did with the metro model. So as you move forward on this project, you want to minimize your financial risk. You do not want to end up not having done your financial homework the way, unfortunately, we have done with the 2 reload centers, which are costing $70 million and accomplishing virtually nothing. It's really imperative, particularly if you want to understand the environmental effects of diversion, because tolling will divert 50,000 vehicles a day from the I-5 bridges to the I-205 bridge, which will produce gridlock. So please do your due diligence from a financial, environmental, and traffic standpoint. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next is Dave Farmer. Did he do it? Okay, great.
Hi, am I coming through now?
You are welcome.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Dave Farmer. I live in Willamette. I am 70 years old. I'm retired, but I still work because I like my luxuries, like electricity and food. The toll program should be stopped. The last $101 million ODOT was given permission to spend should be the last money we waste. Our third lane on I-205 being canceled is unfair. 105,000 cars use the Abernethy Bridge every day. No homes can be built in the Stafford area until the third lane is built. But the governor says we have a crisis in the housing shortage. Tolls are very inefficient. It is unclear how much expenses will be, but for sure, more than 80% of our tolls are used for expenses. This is just not acceptable. Diversion will hurt our local towns and clog up I-5 until the tolls even out. There's no mass transit in my area, so we don't have a choice. The entire state needs the freeways, and the entire state should help pay for them. That is only fair. It's like buying the Army or the fire department. Everybody gets the benefit, everybody should pay. $100 paid in tolls makes about $14 to $17 in revenue. I know this is vague, but the only amount ODOT will provide, even though the toll law passed 76 months ago. $99 in revenue, or about 17, is a very big difference. ODOT brags that this system has not been tried before. So that shows to me that it's a chance. The OHSU tram costs $57 million instead of $15.5. The CRC wasted more than $200 million, and all the time. ODOT supervisors were convicted of stealing $6 million. We need to stop the toll program right now, and I ask the state government to do that this February. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And then we have an in-person, John McKay.
John McCabe, Westland Stafford area, one of the key people that is currently being affected by diversion, and it will just even get worse according to the studies from ODOT. So today I've supplied you some information. On the first page, they say if there's a no build that there will be 7 hours of delay. Mr. Ping can always give information, and I have it in here also, but the number of hours of delay is only 4. Certain people from ODOT make things look worse than they really are. And then the saying that with 369 million, there'll be will be the least diversion. Well, there's already diversion. And that is the very last page, right? Not last page. It's the Excel spreadsheet, which shows we have diversion up to 135% in this area since 2008. And one of the reasons is Google Maps. You get on Google Maps, it shows you another source. Another source is through our neighborhood. We can't put up with this. And we learned on Monday, ODOT said, we definitely will share money with you 30 years from now. We can't wait 30 years. And therefore we can't expect tolling, because tolling will make the matter even worse. So I also have a email that I received from Senator Beyer at the time, that said where tolling should be, there should be an alternative route. There is no alternative route for our area. You either go 205 or you get off further down I-5 and come through Canby. None of these communities are prepared for how much diversion will occur. And then I have on the third page, which shows we don't have a congestion problem in our area. This was the reason for tolling, was for congestion. This is not what's happening. What we're being told instead is, if you want any more roads built in Oregon, you will pay a toll. That is not the guidance from the legislature. But you can take out your credit card, because on page 4, it'll show that the debt for ODOT keeps on going down every year. So take out that credit card, pay for the bridge, pay for everything, and just have the bond debt go out into future years. This whole thing of wanting to basically drive it down to zero is something that you would hear from Dave Ramsey, cash only. Well, our community can't afford that. And then the other thing that you keep on hearing from staff is we can't get enough money because those fuel efficient cars just aren't paying their share. And that's false too. With House Bill 2017, this is the second to last page, it shows that fees paid for registration on all fuel efficient cars increased. And it increased substantially due to the fact that they weren't paying gas tax. So this constant thing of we need to have tolls because the tax isn't being paid by these fuel efficient cars is false. And since you are not given the right information, but the only thing that's missing from here that's been deleted by ODOT and it's been expunged from their records is the fact that the people that live in our community will pay 300% more than the rest of the state for the roads because of the tolling. 300% more is extremely significant. And when it was brought up in the meeting, you guys should have received the video that shows it being said, because it's been deleted now by ODOT. They admit a 315% increase for Gladstone, Oregon City, Westland community. I would hope that you would basically take the tolling, not make a decision at this time. And there's people that have already said that if it passes, fine, the legislature has the ability to reverse it. The courts have the ability to reverse it. And in the state of New York, which wants to do congestion pricing, they're still in litigation. So this whole belief that it can start on 2026 is just false. Litigation might take it past 2030. So what is ODOT going to do if litigation occurs? And the litigation can occur because there's too much false information out there. Thank you for going way over my time.
Sorry. Thank you for your comments and thank you for coming in person. And then we have one more person in person, Sharon Nassett.
Good day, Chair Brown. Probably shouldn't touch that. Senator Breyer, members, thank you very much for having hearings. I came today to speak actually when I was going to do my first citizen comment on a different topic. And when I got here, it was on citizen comments. And when I got here, I found out that your format has totally changed. You used to be able to speak on the individual issues. So as you're going to be discussing things today, like legislative G, H for long-term, I for tolling, J for tolling I-205, K interstate bridge, no citizen comment will be taken at that time, period. You will only hear from staff, which is exactly what I came to say. Last time the chair made kind of a joke that he thought COVID was over and things looked normal because he saw me in the audience again. I've been coming here for over 20 some years, since when Gail Atkins and Bruce Warner used to stand in the back and drink coffee in a different area, in a little room. And right now we have all these meetings going on. They no longer allow any communication with anybody representing us. So the chair has no public contact and none of the members, and everything is virtual. I used to be able to contact and talk with members. You are no longer allowed to contact or talk with me. As you know, in October of 2018, when Chair Banny said, gee, I didn't know anything about this third bridge, that it's won all kinds of awards, community awards, recommended from 2 or 3 processes forward, came into this and was removed. I never knew about this. How come? And I said, Kitzhopper, who left in disgrace over CRC, has had a moratorium on third bridge or a fourth bridge or talking about it in JPAC here at the Oregon Freight Committee, the Portland Freight Committee. And so at that time, she said, oh, we'll come back and present, and allowed me to make a appointment with each council members, including you, Chair Brown. And then all of a sudden, when we went to set it up, Region 1 wouldn't answer back, and the governor's office called and said you would be confused between the ending of the CRC and the new CRC2 to hear anything, and totally use the government, which is exactly what a First Amendment right is, to say, no, we will still continue with what Brown has done as governor and what Kitzhopper, who left in disgrace over CRC, has done, not allow any communication on a third or fourth bridge. Even if they replace the current bridge, they would still need that conversation, yet it is not allowed. Nor is it allowed, as you know, I had to cancel the meeting I had set up with you, Chair Brown, and each of the members, because I'd set it up individually, because I was going to go and talk with them. And that was 2018, and it's still going that way. It's been going that way since 2005. That is exactly the book definition of First Amendment. Why can't you hear another alternative or see another alternative? It's like the tolling. It is required by Oregon contact sensitive solution requirements that you equally and thoroughly study alternatives to everything. And that includes tolling. And all they keep doing is other tolling scenarios, not like how much each county pays in a gas tax, what a penny would be there, or the fact that we get $36 million from 1 cent. 100% compliance, 100% paid for by the person that takes the tax in. So if you want 10 cents a gallon, you're getting if it's 336 million, excuse me, I shouldn't do math in public, is 1 penny. And you to a dime, you're getting $360 million a year. In 10 years, you have $3 billion. You have more than paid for the project. Taking I-5 from being a freeway system to an interstate toll system where everybody from Canada to Mexico will be allowed to put tolls on it for anything they want is wrong. Just the fact that bikes and peds have caused, although I thoroughly agree with them, such damage to our roads and things because it's siphoned so much money off, and to think of doing anything else. So I will stop because I am definitely over my 2 minutes and didn't, but it is a First Amendment violation. I would like you to contact, because Kotek is better. And ask her about presenting to you, presenting to the other meetings, and looking at the alternative. If you don't have the courage to look at another alternative, how do you say yours is best? And then lastly, here is a certificate of the Oregon statement of the current I-205 bridge from 205, from the year 205. And it is the last time that an independent company has looked at the bridge, and committees have asked for and asked for and asked for an independent company. And they say it has 60 years of life left. Structurally sufficient, meets our requirement, and is excellent for adding other parts of infrastructure in. So when anybody tells you that bridge needs to be replaced, it is not. And over a year ago, they sent out for seismic, and we still do not know what the difference between 50 million and 650 million does seismic.
Okay. Thank you so much for your comments. And just to speak back to, we're not accessible, we are. And we do have your information, and if any of the commissioners want to contact you, they are free to do so. So
will you then be putting a public email address on your website or something?
we do have an email address that goes to administration and it's sent to us.
Yes, and then we're not allowed before, because I had gotten a letter from you, not allowed to email and have conversation. And in your own things today, you're trying to have more sidebar conversations that limit public when they get to the legislative things and stuff. And, you know, technically how you're going to handle what the public transparently sees, instead of everything needs to be, if you're going to represent us in public, we get to see deliberation. That is part of representation. But all of these committees, the Rose Quarter, you cannot even get a hold of the chair. Even the neighborhood association peoples are not allowed to have any communication with any of the people, and everything's still virtual. Most people don't even think those meetings are going on, including when you go to the calendars right now of the Interstate Bridge and the Rose Quarter. They don't even have meetings for the future set up.
Okay, well, thank you, and
Thank
we'll
you.
look into it. And with that said, we're going to close our public comment at this time, and we're going to move on to the director's report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chair Brown, members of the commission. For the record, Chris Strickler, privileged to be the director of the Oregon Department of Transportation. I want to thank you for affording me a few minutes to go through what I have as several items on the director's report today. And then upon completion of that report, I will ask for a recommendation to endorse the consent agenda as well. But diving first into the director's report, I want to start first with a federal grant award that we received for EV charging stations. So in January, we were awarded a grant to fix broken EV chargers under the Federal Electric Vehicle Charger Reliability and Accessibility Accelerator Program. ODOT's Climate Office requested 10 million in grant funds through this program. And when you match that with the $2.5 million private sector match, that's a $12.5 million investment in upgrading and fixing broken EVs across the state. So we're excited about that award and looking forward to the reliability that will bring to EV drivers across the state. The next item is an award for our librarian, and probably not a position that you hear about often, but I want to congratulate agency librarian Laura Wilt for being awarded the 2023 Professional Achievement Award by the Special Libraries Association in November. This award is given out by the association's Transportation Community Board and recognizes individual members for their outstanding service in the transportation community. Congratulations to Laura. Our next topic is the Work Zone Safety Billboard Design Contest. So as you all know, safety is our #1 priority, and whether that's safety for the traveling public or safety for our teams out there working on the roadway, it's really important that we continue to get the word out that the traveling public and our employees are occupying the same space, and it's a dangerous working area and working conditions. ODOT and the Asphalt Paving Association of Oregon teamed up with the Willamette Education Service District with participation from mobility partners across the state to produce a billboard design contest for high school students. They submitted billboard designs that were aimed to educate drivers, especially those young drivers, about the dangers of work zones and encourage safe driving within those work zones. I'm happy to report that while the contest is held in 2 parts, the first of which concluded in the fall of 23, we had 83 unique submittals from students in the program area for that fall contest. 1 team from Grant High School in Portland was awarded, and 1 student from Silverton High School was awarded the winning competition billboard designs. Our staff visited the winners' schools to congratulate them and award them their prize. And each winning design in the fall contest will display 2 billboards for 4 weeks along the side of our facility. 2 of those billboards will be in the Portland-Clackamas area with the Grant winners, and 2 of the billboards in the Salem to Eugene area for the Silverton winner, as near as possible to the winner's location. The students receive $250 per student, up to a maximum of $1,000 award per team from the Asphalt Pavement Association of Oregon Education Foundation. The upcoming spring contest that will focus on Southern and Eastern Oregon counties will meet its submittal deadline March 15th. So getting high school students involved in getting the word out, excuse me. My next item is in regards to the Tribal Affairs Program. So we are continuing to build not only as a state, but as an agency. In fact, last year we hosted as an agency the first agency-wide tribal summit for our tribal sovereign nations within the state of Oregon. As we continue to strengthen those relationships, we created a program at that statewide and agency level that's relatively new in the past 3 years and is focused on delivering agency-wide policies and best practices that continue to build relationships, support our staff, consultants, and partners in deepening our understanding and even more so our appreciation for the tribal coordination, consultation, and partnership with our sovereign nations in the state of Oregon. The team has established an ODOT tribal leadership group and has developed a tribal training video funded in part by a grant from Federal Highway Administration. The video features many of our ODOT leaders, as well as the executive director of the Legislative Commission of Indian Services, some tribal chairs throughout Oregon, and tribal staff, all describing in their own words what tribal affairs means to them and its importance in our day-to-day work. I will say that I'm very proud of the work that our team does and the ODOT Tribal Affairs team in partnership with our WSP consultant team. We're able to bring an idea forward for this staff training and this introductory video so that we can carry it forward to all ODOT employees, not just those that have existing relationships with our tribal governments across the state. So we're looking forward to the continuing coordination and effort associated with our tribal partners, but then broadening that awareness and understanding of those sovereign nations that were here before all of us. The next topic is the Truckers Against Trafficking Award. So a lot of awards this time, but all very important. We learned this week that ODOT has won the 2024 Truckers Against Trafficking Champion Award in the state agency category from the Truckers Against Trafficking group. Congratulations to our Commerce and Compliance team for really reinforcing the need to raise awareness on human trafficking. Our facilities, unfortunately, are an avenue for the heinous activities that can occur in the human trafficking space, and raising the awareness and increasing the dialogue to stop it in its tracks has been an effort that our Commerce and Compliance team has been really steadfast in promoting. Ken, who is our safety technical coordinator in the division, leads the effort and will be accepting the award on behalf of the CCD team, recognizing his years of work and awareness to prevent this horrific crime of human trafficking in Oregon. The next award is the U.S. DOT Award for mega grants to the Interstate Bridge Replacement Project. On December 15th, we received word that a $600 million U.S. DOT mega grant had been awarded to both WashDOT and ODOT for the IBR program. You will hear more about that today, but I really wanted to acknowledge not just the team, but the partnership across both states that really helped bring this award. It's a momentous achievement for the IBR program, receiving the full $600 million request in that mega grant request, and allows us to continue moving forward one step closer to a full finance plan for the IBR program. I'd like to thank our members of Congress, our leadership in both governors of Oregon and Washington. And while I can't name everybody, there are countless partners at the elected and state, local, and regional level that have helped support these efforts to really bring forward this grant. This is one step closer to that full finance plan. I will also say that we currently have an additional request in right now in the FHWA Bridge Investment Program Large Bridge Grant that we're expecting an announcement later this year. Our request was for $1.5 billion in that category, and we will see just how successful we are as we look to the future, and we're optimistic. And then finally, I want to say a thank you to our crews, and this is to all crews that go beyond, above and beyond to keep Oregonians safe. While it's certainly not unique to ODOT, we have local jurisdiction crews in the county and the city and every jurisdiction across the state really helping to provide a safe transportation system for Oregonians. I'm especially proud of our ODOT team and the work that they have been continuing to do in response to winter storms. We've had an unprecedented, and you've heard me say that before, but we've had an unprecedented couple of weeks where we had snow on top of ice and then more ice to follow. Our crews responded heroically. You've heard me mention this before, but it's worth saying again. Our crews live in these communities. The members of our crews live within Oregon. They're proud of the work that they do. And every day they step out of their front door, they're leaving a family behind to go do the work on behalf of Oregonians and for Oregonians, while their families continue to struggle with the ice and snowstorms on their own. So my appreciation goes out to the crews and their families for the support that they have at home to continue to do that good work. for Oregonians across the state. So Madam Chair and members of the commission, I'll pause there before I move on to request for the consent, but that concludes my remarks.
Sorry, I forgot to turn mine on. Push down. Nope. A little bit on the button. No, there's a button.
There we go.
There you go.
There you go.
Technology
You're on.
goes beyond me again. Just a lot of positive news, Director. I really appreciate all that. And I, having spent a number of years overseeing the electrical industry, I understand the people that are out there. And I think a lot of times the public doesn't understand that while they're home and we ask them to stay home, our crews are out there doing the hard work and very dangerous work. And I think they've done a marvelous job getting the system open. So I really want to acknowledge that. I wanted to comment on the EV grant program. I've had some discussion with staff about this already, but one of my concerns is that I know we're partnering with private agencies, and my relationship to this program goes back to the early 2000s when we started this. I have a great concern that we have some way of monitoring this. This is the second time the federal government has put money out, a whole lot more this time than before. Unfortunately, those first investments, a lot of them set dead now and not attended all by the private parties that installed them. And I think we have to be very, very thoughtful as we go forward in doing that. My own bias is I think this is a business the electrical utilities should be in, but I know they're reluctant partners. So just want to put that on the record. I think we need to think about how we do that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Do any of the commissioners have any other comments with the director's report concerning it?
I would just like to join Director Strickler and Vice Chair Byer and paying my compliments to the team that were out on the roads over the course of the last 10 days. It was a monumental task. Came, I think, somewhat as a surprise, but they did a marvelous job. And again, I think, you know, I'm home and off the roads, and our team is out there, you know, trying to get things cleared off and helping our state recover. And so just a tip of the hat to our team. I really appreciate the efforts that they made.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think we can move to the consent calendar.
Okay. Chair Brown, members of the commission, at this point, I request a motion to approve the consent calendar, items 1 through 8 in block, to include the appointment of a new member to the CIAC or our Continuous Improvement Advisory Committee, Mayor Rod Cross.
Do I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I would move adoption of the consent agenda as presented.
Have a second?
Second.
Okay. All those in favor of accepting this consent calendar, say aye.
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 Opposed? Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. This is the fun time where we get to talk about our committees and the things that we do as commissioners. Each one of us has been assigned either multiple committees or a committee. And so we're going to report out, and I'm going to, in the packet, it kind of listed them out, but I'm going to go kind of out of order here. I'll leave the acts for last for Vice Chair's comments and mine, but let's start with EMAC and what's going on with EMAC. So Commissioner Chapman.
So EMAC has continued to discuss the operationalization of a low-income tolling plan, thinking about how we actually implement the discounts or exemptions specifically for tribal members. So a lot of what we discussed at our last meeting, getting really into the weeds of how that's going to work and the different projections that would be the result of the different scenarios that we're considering.
I think that this is myself up. I think that's this group is really important, and I know that you guys struggle because there's so many scenarios that you have to consider as far as who is being impacted. And I just want to thank your time. And this, I think, is some of these committees are opportunities for people to actually make public comment.
Mhm.
And so let me ask you this, in your committee meetings, they are posted on the website. There's a virtual option, I'm guessing. How much public comment do you take in your committee?
Actually, the last meeting, I don't think there were any just because of holidays and weather, but typically we do get a few. And I think most of the members of the committee are representing their communities. So they're actively involved in underserved community organizations or trade associations. So they're bringing the feedback that they're getting from their communities to the meetings. So we have representatives from workforce and from the Black community and Indigenous communities. So it's really great to get that diverse perspective. And I think that's been really helpful thinking about actually Commissioner Savis's point that we have this triple mandate of raising revenue. Obviously, that's the goal of the toll program, but we also want to reduce vehicle miles traveled, reduce our overall carbon footprint, so not incentivizing more trips or more travel on the highways. And then also obviously thinking about the people that are going to be impacted by the tolls and how that affects their ability to get back and forth to work or to school, hospital, wherever they need to be going. And those are unfortunately people that are disproportionately impacted by these smaller changes to their fixed incomes often. So we really want to be cognizant of the different thresholds that could be considered and how that is really impacting people on the ground.
And then I guess I have one last question, then I'll turn it over to the rest of the commission, see if they have additional, but are you meeting just virtually,
No, we're meeting in person
in person?
or
So
a hybrid option. I guess.
Hybrid options.
Mhm.
And I think that this is some of the frustration that you may see sometimes with people feeling as though they don't have an opportunity to
Mhm.
participate, because not everyone is savvy when it comes to electronics and understanding how to do the Zoom, how to do the links. We even struggle amongst ourselves at times when we're trying to set up a meeting. I know the director and I yesterday had to go to using a phone versus a virtual because, and I told him, well, I even showered and put makeup on and you can't even see my face. But this is our reality today, I think, as people and it's frustrating. So I think that we need to be cognizant of people wanting to make comment and being frustrated that they may not be able to do it and trying to work through it with them. So what I can say to people in the public, if they are frustrated, please contact our administrative staff and we will get back to you. We answer back when we actually get a request. So please go to our website and maybe somewhere we can flash the number at some point so that they know how to get in touch with you or how to email you. So thank you. Other comments from the commissioners on the EMAT? No? Okay, then we're gonna go to the CIAC.
Thank you,
Commissioner.
Madam Chair. So I'm the liaison and the chair of the Continuous Improvement Advisory Committee. That's why we call it CIAC, neither of which is very easy to say. It is a legislatively directed committee, and we have representatives of various partners and business leaders to convene to help us understand and improve how we operate as an agency. I'm pleased to report, and we've heard from the director in the consent agenda, that we have Rod Cross, who is the mayor of Toledo, joining our group. I think he's going to be a good addition. We're in the process of onboarding him. One of the reasons we asked for him to join us is to have somebody from a local government on our committee. We've got business leaders, we've got people in transportation field, but we really didn't have the lens and perspective of somebody from local government. And I think, everything we do touches local government in a really impactful way. And so understanding perspectives from a mayor of a city in our state, I think will be helpful. And we asked LOC and AOC for recommendations. And so he's very involved in those organizations. So I think he can bring some additional perspective from cities and counties in our state. So I'm excited to have him join us. And we are in the process of finalizing our calendar for this coming year. A lot of different topics, including the mandatory ones that we are directed to consider from the legislature. So we have a good, robust schedule ahead of us, and I look forward to continuing to do the work.
And are you meeting in person or virtually?
We've been primarily meeting virtually, but we're looking at doing some hybrid options this year. I think one of our challenges is that we are kind of scattered around. And so it's challenging for people to set aside a day to go to one location. And so we're trying to fit that back into our schedule, but we haven't identified which meetings yet.
Okay, thank you. And then our last is our, oh, yes. Vice Chair. Just push hard. There you go.
All right. I think that that's a really important committee, and I've been thinking a lot about that as we're hearing rumblings that the legislature is critical of ODOT, and maybe we're not being the most efficient as we can. In 2017, when the legislature passed the last funding bill, they required that, and it was out of some concerns by a number of legislators that we weren't doing best practices and looking, and the whole idea was that came out of that is they wanted that kind of a committee to take a look, particularly as projects finish, and report that. I wonder, the work's been going on and I know that, but I wonder if we need to think about a way to get that information, the reports out more broadly, particularly to the legislature who has that concern, because I think a lot of their concerns are being addressed by the committee, and I think that changes are being internalized, but it doesn't seem that anybody knows that. And I will say, having said that, that oftentimes agencies make a lot of reports to the legislature as required, but they never get read. No, that is a problem, but I think we need to do more about that. Try to address that.
Well, we do have a report out, which we completed and submitted to the legislature. Now, hopefully they're going to read it since they're the ones that asked for it. But perhaps we can work with our communications folks to make sure that the information is being disseminated in a way that is effective. Actually, that's one of our topics this year, is to work with our communications team and how are we effectively getting the message out about our funding situation, and working with our, we're doing a deep dive to consider, are there other things we should be doing to communicate our work? How are we doing it? Is it effective? So we kind of get into the weeds in this committee, and I would invite you, if you are at all interested, to join us.
I think you got something assigned to you there, Vice Chair. And last, we also meet regionally with our ACTs, our area commissions on transportation. And I know all of us are tuning into different ACTs. And so I'm going to open this up, but I wonder, Vice Chair, if you want to talk about our meeting with the chairs just recently that we had, I think it was in December.
It was, and I thought that was a very positive meeting. It's the second one that we've done since I've been on the commission. I assume there's before. A lot of focus and discussion on, I guess, two subjects. One was the work plans that they're all doing, which I think is very positive. They're not all done with them yet, I don't believe, but working on that. And the second one is the funding. A growing recognition, I think, on their part that there is an issue there. And certainly we hear from them, as we've heard from Clackamas County repeatedly recently, that the need for more money. And that's an issue. I will comment on that. I'm just a thought, as long as I'm talking about that. The more I've been thinking about it, Brendan talked about the 10-cent gas tax that Portland has, and talking about renewing. My community and a number of other ones have gone and passed street bond levies, and they all have systems development or impact fees that are used by the local governments to do that are not shared. And The problem with that, and I don't think we can solve it, it's a legislative issue, is that the larger communities can do that if their citizens support it. That doesn't work for smaller communities at all. They just can't raise the money to maintain their streets. So that's going to be a growing problem. And I think that's a frustration that we're hearing from our acts, because they're broadly representative of a lot of the small communities and smaller counties, and trying to deal with that, particularly if you get out, I think in Eastern Oregon, they have gazillion miles of roads and not enough money to take care of them all. So that's a growing, that was that on the ag part, I will say that. And I have two other committees when we're done with this one.
Okay. And unfortunately, they weren't listed, so I can't give you the time. I'm just, I'm joking. No, with that said, I think the ACT meeting, one of the things that we've really tried to do is reset what we're doing and have that listening ear in our region to really think about what's going on. And, you know, one of the things that I've been in transportation for a long time, and I never realized, because I wasn't in the roads department, didn't really understand that constitutionally your property taxes in the county cannot be used for roads. And I bet every person that pays property taxes thought that they could. I mean, there's so many different ways that we are funded throughout the state. It would be really nice and simple if it was just a gas tax and that's all we did, and we moved along our merry way and everything got funded. But the reality is, and just transit is the same way, we're funded in so many different ways. It makes it very, very difficult to figure out how to fund everything so that it works together and that our network works together. And so we're just struggling with this. And a lot of times, and I do the same thing, I write something down on the back of a piece of paper and I do the math and I figure out what the revenue is from something that's going to happen. Not understanding that there's pieces that come out of that revenue. And the bottom line, when it gets down there, it's like, uh-oh, we've got bigger problems. This isn't going to work. And I think that that's what all of us struggle with. But I'm going to stop there because we could go on and on. But I wanted to open the mics to the rest of the commission if there was anything in their particular area that they wanted to report on.
Are we on to the subject about the acts? Yeah.
The acts, yes.
Okay. Well, thank you for assigning me the two acts that you did, the Northeast and Region 1. I was with the NEAC earlier this month in LeGrand. Fortunately, I caught a window of good weather, although I had an offer to ride in a snowplow if it was snowing, and I missed that. But it's really good to get out and listen. And I think I was really well received there, and I think they appreciated, that I was there in person. The issues that are there, safety on our rural highways is a big deal over there. We had a very interesting presentation on managing our quarry resources for ODOT for the state, which might be a subject that would be good for the entire commission to get a briefing on at some point in time. It's pretty dynamic and it's full of some challenges, and we know availability and cost is a big deal. Hearing about the unique needs of our large area, low population counties, it's a different set of problems that they face, and it's nice to be there and get exposed to that. Of course, ongoing maintenance and operations, because at that point they've been very lucky that they hadn't had a great deal of winter operations. I continue to have a monthly call with Ken Patterson, our regional director there. And Ken has been terrific about bringing me up to date on what's happening, where he needs help. And so it's nice to be, it's nice to be connected there. I plan to attend those meetings in person. Virtual is optional, but until I really get to know the team, I'm going to be there as often as I can in person. The Region 1 Act, this is you know, a whole different, set of challenges here because, you know, it's, getting my arms around the depth and the breadth of, transportation, uh, committees and those that are interested in it and the constituencies and trying to figure out what's going on in and around the R1 Act that affects the R1 Act. So I've been trying to get to places where I can listen and get myself up to speed with regard to, you know, what's happening, what people are thinking. Not being well known yet in the transportation community, I can show up like I did to the Special Joint Committee on Transportation Planning. I attended all 4 of the sessions, just sat in the back and heard 8 hours of testimony. And it was, I told Vice Chair Byer the other day, it was a great lesson in being an American and being, you know, a civics class to, you know, see our citizens be able to go and speak to our legislators, you know, whatever they had on their mind. So I'm busy there trying to get my arms around it, to be accessible, to be places where, you know, people will have a chance to say hello and meet me. So that's what's going on there.
Well, thank you. I know that you have been busy, and I know from the rest of the commissioners, we're not able to do everything. And so spreading this out amongst the 5 of us is really, really good. I think that it gives a different perspective. So it's not just one person, it's not just the chair or the vice chair doing the heavy lifting, it's all the commission. And we do work as a team. So I appreciate each one of you because I know that you have busy schedules. And here's a question for you, Commissioner Baker. I bet you love transportation now.
Oh, I do. Yeah. I do love transportation.
Once it gets under your skin, you can't get away from it. So anyone else? Yes, Vice Chair.
Just 2 others. Commissioner Chapman and I had our first meeting with the 2 Washington commissioners on the interstate bridge tolling program. Major activity to start was a memorandum of understanding or agreement, however the legal term of that is, that I don't think we've approved that yet, have we? As commission, it's on the agenda today. Yeah, I was trying to keep too many pieces of mind, but it was a good discussion. One of the things that we brought up, Commissioner Chapman brought up, is that our view on tolling is there has to be some adjustment or recognition of dealing with people of lower economic means and dealing with that. And that's something that the Washington Commission has considered but not dealt with, but they were very open to that discussion going forward. So we have another meeting scheduled, Travis, sometime in the near future, but that'll be an ongoing process through the job. Because remember, for that, we have to, both commissions have to agree and set the same goal to deal with that. So that was a good one. Second one, earlier this week, last week, Commissioner Baker and I were the new additions to the 20-year-old, I think, road use fee advisory committee. And we have an agenda set out to try to come up with a recommendation for the commission by September, I believe the date was. Most of the members were not new, but we were, and there were a couple other ones. It's a good cross-section of people involved in that, very complicated. Some of our members are environmentalists, wanted to add on to just the cost of the roads, what the economists call externalities, and the impact on the other things. I'm not sure how all that goes, but that's on the table. It'll be an interesting discussion. It's a good group, very active group. I don't know if my colleagues, either one, had any comment on either of those to add to that.
Well, I did chair that group for a while, and then when I'm glad that you both have taken over for rough stuff, but I miss that group. That is a great group of people that are committed. The one piece that I had said repeatedly, and I'm going to tell you both the same thing, is be bold here. Sometimes, we're pretty timid in our discussions about what we want to do with road users fee. And we kind of sat back and we were like, how do we do this and put this in place? We need to make it a revenue generator. It can't just be stagnant and to the point where we're just addressing electric vehicles. So you have to think outside the box and encourage them to do that. And I think that if you give them the reins a little bit, and you will find that they have some interesting things to say. So thank you for taking that on. And Commissioner Chapman, I didn't know if there was anything you wanted to add to the act discussion or.
I did. Related to the act, I think hearing a lot of the same echo concerns that Commissioner Baker mentioned about safety and also uncertainty about our funding and how that's going to address growing safety concerns. I did also want to thank the Historic Albina Advisory Board. So I've been meeting with them along with several of the ODOT staff, continuing the conversation that we had at our last meeting about the Rose Quarter, and Albina Vision Trust actually hosted Commissioner Baker and I for a tour. We were able to see where the new facilities that we're talking about from the Rose Quarter expansion are going to fit into the broader vision for the historic Albina community, and thinking about how to leverage some of the federal funding that we are anticipating will be integral in being able to fund that project, and how we can best position ODOT and the project for the 2025 legislative session, thinking about the support that we're definitely going to need from legislators to bridge some of those gaps. But really appreciate their time and openness, giving us some of the history about that project and how the community has been impacted by ODOT facilities and how this really can right a lot of those wrongs.
Thank you for those comments. Does anybody have anything they want to comment back to Commissioner Chapman? And I just want to thank each one of you. I think that this shows publicly the commitment that this commission has and the work that we're doing. It doesn't seem like we do anything because we meet once every other month and have our meeting, and people think, well, they're just a rubber stamp group that doesn't do anything. And I just want to show that this is a group that takes this very, very serious, but it's very, very complicated. And as we move forward, we are listening to every piece that comes from the public, and we are trying to juggle it and make it work. And there are going to be people that are happy with the decisions we make. There are people that are going to be unhappy. But in the end, we work for the governor, and we oversee ODOT, and we take this serious. So thank you for the public comment that does come forward. I hope in the future, maybe we can put a little bit more time into the agenda where we can give them a few more minutes than 2, so that they can comment. And I was trying to think back on the commenting that used to happen on agenda items. And as long as I've been on the commission, which is about 6 years, we didn't do each section. We just did a comment early on, and I'm not sure sometimes if it's the best place to have the public comment. Sometimes I wonder if it shouldn't be at the end where people have listened and then can actually comment on what happened during the day.
Yeah, Madam Chair, it's gone back and forth, I think, a few times. I would say that the conventional wisdom, or at least conclusion for the moment, was we received feedback that not being able to comment prior to a decision was a problem. And so that's why it's positioned in the front. But your recollection is correct, at least as far as I can recall as well. We've isolated a single section, and we've asked commenters to say, I'm commenting on agenda topic X, Y, or Z. And then the comments come in that period for your consideration for that agenda day.
And so I do also want to just tell the public to get involved in these committees and listen in to what's being said. I think that it's helpful. They're recorded. I think you can go back and listen to the recordings. Each one of them has their own kind of like tab or on our website, I believe, or there's a way to link into it. And, we do want public involvement. So thank you again for all of your hard work. And at this point, we're going to move on, and we're going to go to item E, which is an operational report. And we have Mr. Brower and Mr. Lynn. Welcome to the hot seat.
Brown, Vice Chair Byer, members of the commission. For the record, I'm Travis Brower, ODOT Assistant Director for Revenue Finance Compliance, and we are back for our regular operational report. I'm actually going to turn the time over to Mac to talk about all of the many issues related to maintenance. And if we have time, I'll take a couple other topics, and otherwise you can just ask any questions about the content of the operational report that we did deliver in your packet this month.
Yeah. Thank you, Assistant Director Brower. For the record, Macklin, Delivering Operations Division Administrator, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the commission. Good morning. I appreciated the picture that we've had up all morning. That's where I'm going to start my remarks when we think about the storm. Certainly spoke a little bit about that. If we can go to the next slide, please. We predicted when we put our slides together a few weeks ago that we'd probably be talking about this, and we are. I'm not going to belabor the point. Certainly the director's remarks and several of your comments. We just got an amazing team of ODOT professionals out there doing the work, along with so many of our partners. My favorite picture that I've seen is in Lane County. ODOT plows in front of an OSP trooper in front of a line of power trucks, right? To me, that tells you the response that we all had in this storm. A few things I just wanted to highlight because I think it's puts it into perspective. This was a statewide event, and it stretched us statewide. We always think about our employee safety, number one, and the safety of the public. So we certainly had to have some conversations around closing some facilities. We did close I-84 through the gorge. That is not a moment we take lightly. But we do that for not only the safety of our crew, but for the safety of the public traveling through that remote area. We also really upped our game, in my opinion, our communications. So we were well in advance of the storm, signaling how bad this could be. And that communication effort really played out well across the state in terms of reducing traffic and reducing some of the challenges that we see when traffic volumes are high. So I just want to give a big shout out to our communications team across the state, not only their advanced preparation to get the message out, but then their real-time updates. As we're dealing with closures, we've got people stuck behind that closure in some instance, and we need to be able to tell them what's going on, even though we don't have an ETA when it might open up. And I continue to see us propel our game or advance it, if you will, in terms of the information we're providing for what's going on the ground. So just a big shout out. A few highlights I would just mention: minus 33 degrees at our Meacham maintenance facility that you saw earlier last year. That's certainly a challenge. 24 inches of snow in 5 hours on I-5 over the Siskiyous. Two of our employees on the crew that have been there for 30 years said they've never seen it like that. And we were able to keep the road open during that time. So just a few highlights. As I transition to the other two topics, if we go to the next slide, in our November meeting, I had the opportunity to highlight for you the conversations we've been having with the governor's office around our maintenance and operations funding challenges. And I was able to share that we were working at the time on an infusion of one-time funding or supplemental funding. Happy to report that we have received that direction from the governor, as well as legislative leadership support for a February ask in front of the legislature next month for a one-time infusion of $19 million of funding for maintenance and operations. So here's the request we're going to be moving forward. You can see how we've broken it down: winter maintenance, road, bridge, and traffic services, and then our fleet. So I just want to highlight that just for a minute. I think it's a good connection point to what we dealt with over the last 2 weeks when we think about winter maintenance and what this funding is allowing us to do. So number one, authorizing additional overtime. As an example, in Region 3, so that's our southwestern area of the state, 2,500 hours of overtime during this storm. That's a 38% increase in our capacity to respond to the storm event. Had we not had this infusion of funding, we would have limited that. So that would have impacted our capability. When we think about the materials that we use, this has allowed us the confidence to use more of our de-icer, salt, and sand on the system and not hold back for next winter. So that's a huge advantage in how we're approaching this winter storms and our planning for next year. As an example, Region 2, so up and down the valley here, we use the most salt that we've ever used since we started using salt since 2017, 2018. especially in that Lynn to Lane County area. Certainly Commissioner Byer, you know that well. That was definitely hit hard. So an example of how much material we were using during this last storm. As we move to what the funding will allow us to do, we're going to be able to put back our fog striping or edge lines on rural highways across the state or our low volume roads. The picture on the right is our Region 5 crews actually out near Cove, putting that fog striping back days after we got the go-ahead with this funding from the governor's office. They had a short window of dry weather. There was a lot of complaints coming from that area, and so we were able to quickly respond. Kudos to our crew. They scrambled to get the equipment back up and ready because it had been cleaned out for winter. And we're going to be looking for those opportunities as we get through winter to get that striping back out there. And then finally, fleet. We've gotten this question a lot. Why is that so important? So we have 400 10-yard dump trucks that are the workhorse of our fleet. Many of them are in significant decline in their age. And so we are spending a lot more time and energy on repairs. And this storm is a great example. We had numerous snowplows hit by the public and damaged and put out of commission. And so that's, in my opinion, an investment, not only, not so much this biennium, but for future biennium that we're able to replace some more of our fleet that's just so important to the work that we do. So we'll be moving that forward through the February legislative session. And I appreciate the support. It does not solve our problem. Of course, this commission knows that. But it's certainly made a big impact in our crew's ability to respond to this storm, but also be prepared for what the next year and a half may bring before the end of the biennium. Next slide, please. What was not on that list was litter, graffiti, and camp cleanup efforts. And so I just wanted to highlight it's the same resources that are funding all those activities on that previous slide that we're using for litter, graffiti, and the unfortunate camps that we're dealing with along the system. It's the same resources in terms of funding, but also people and our capacity to manage contractors doing that work. You can see how much we've been spending in those spaces across the state. This is a statewide challenge. But as I switch to the next slide, please. There's certainly a recognition of what's going on in the Portland metro area. And Governor Kotek convened the Portland Central City Task Force last year, of which we were part of. And coming out of that work is a recommendation to increase some funding for cleanup activities along state highways. So there's a $20 million request also in front of the legislature in February that would consider how we can bring in some additional resources to do some cleanup activities. So first is we have a partnership with the city of Portland to do camp cleanup within ODOT right-of-way. It's really a shared service between us, the city, and Multnomah County, and how we provide those wraparound services as we're cleaning up those areas. This would increase the amount of funding that we can contribute to that cleanup effort. A great partnership, I will say, with the city of Portland in that response. Second is litter removal. So certainly we're seeing a higher amount of debris, especially on our major facilities. If you think about the interstate system around Portland, but as well as some of our major areas. And multi-use paths is an example where we deal with just the need to clean up. So an increase in our ability to get out there more frequently. And we certainly had a decrease in our capacity since last biennium. The legislature in 2021 gave us some additional funding to increase that capacity. That was one-time funding that went away. So that's how we'll increase the amount of effort we're able to put on those higher use facilities. Graffiti, lots of discussion. I'll show you on the right-hand side there, that sign, lots of discussion around the challenges we're facing, not just on our system, but also other areas in the Portland metro area, given the amount of graffiti. And so this will allow us to tackle that cleanup, but also the replacement, in this case, of that sign. There's almost no way to clean that off of that sign. We're talking about replacing it. So a major challenge for us. We are doing some cleanup now, but it's very limited given our resources. We do tackle the safety signs, if you will, not so much the directional signs, but if somebody painted a stop sign, for instance, that's a high priority for us, as well as explicit language. But this additional funding will allow us to increase that effort. And then finally, we think about what can we do to protect our infrastructure, whether it would be like underneath a bridge and an overpass in that picture on the right. What can we do to keep people out of those areas, whether it be a fence or a barrier? Or if you think about like the area in or around an interchange, we're seeing a lot of RVs getting into those areas and a camp being established. So what barriers can we put in place that are in the right context for the community? So how can we approach that? So they don't look ugly, right? How can we approach that? Given that we're in community, trying to protect the infrastructure. So those are the updates I wanted to provide for the commission. Just a quick update on what we're going into with February, but I'll pause there for any questions.
I have a question for you, Mac. How did they get up there to paint that sign?
Chair Brown, members of the commission, befuddles me, to be candid. Some of the places that we're seeing, we've actually done preventative measures like screening around the area so you can't climb and they're still able to get up there. Clearly in this picture, somebody has shimmied out on that sign bridge and painted that. So it's a significant safety concern for the folks doing that, but also for the folks that are driving underneath of it. But it's pretty impressive in a sad way of how aggressive they can be.
Is that the one on I-5 around Wilsonville?
Yeah, I believe Vice Chair Breyer, I believe Commissioner Chapman, yes, knows exactly where that is at. Yeah, it's very visible in the Portland metro area.
Yes. Yeah, I think it's a challenge. I know down in Southern Oregon, they did this just recently. And my question was, I was on a new facility, and I thought, how in the heck did they ever get up there? And nobody reported it. Like nobody calls in and says, there's somebody up there. I mean, they might be doing it in the middle of the night, but I started thinking, well, maybe we should just run razor wire along that edge there and that'll take care of it. It's Commissioner Baker.
I think Chair Brown is sitting on a question that I have, which is in and around prevention. And this is specifically as it relates to graffiti. And I don't think that we win by creating greater challenges. I think, those that are vandals are going to accept the challenge and, try to stick it to us. I think a big piece of this, and I worry that the 4 million that we have for the graffiti cover up and repair is going to quickly, we're just erasing the wall so that we'll attract more graffiti. And in my conversations with our Region 1 director, he was talking about a situation where they had a big graffiti cleanup, and a week later you couldn't tell that the graffiti had been cleaned up. The Portland area has been my home for 65 years, and it just tears at me to see what's happening with regard to the graffiti, and it's moving. Originally it was mostly downtown. Then it went out 84, then it went north on I-5. Now it's coming south on I-5. It is spreading. So repairing it is one thing, preventing it is another. So the question that I have for you, Mac, is what help are we getting from those that can enforce the laws, arrest these people, prosecute them, make sure that there's consequences for destroying our public resources, our public property? Can you comment on the help we're getting, the requests that we've made? Are we out here dangling all by ourselves, or is this a concerted effort with others?
Chair Brown, Vice Chair Breyer, Commissioner Baker, I appreciate the question. I think that speaks to the importance of that Portland Central City Task Force that was assembled, addressing that larger conversation. So it's not just about the cleanup and the reoccurrence of it. I will say I think are finding, a better rhythm with our law enforcement partners. So as an example, when it wasn't as bad, we would go abate it. We would have a conversation with law enforcement if it, was getting to a level that concerned us. But now we can see what's going on. So what we've established is we are collecting pictures and data as we're seeing it on the system. We've shared that data source so law enforcement has access to it. So that as they're prosecuting individuals, they've got our information as part of their case. So that's number one, is that partnership with law enforcement. They have made a few arrests, which is good to see. I know that makes our team feel a little better that that things are being done to address it. Because I think there was a time where maybe it was quiet and we weren't seeing that law enforcement response. So we do have that partnership. It's human behavior part. So I think that's one of the challenges of that's not our role as the agency, but what are we doing with our partners? I will say we are looking at like signs, protective films that we can tear off so that we're not replacing the entire sign. We're removing that protective film, putting that back on. But that, occurs over time. So there's one kind of mitigation effort that we're considering. And then vegetation is another example where we have walls that are covered up with vegetation. How does it remove the opportunity to do graffiti on it? But that's only a solution in some areas. So I would say the partnership is probably the best answer to that question, Commissioner. And I think it's a recognition of that task force that was established that came out with this recommendation of, this is just one piece of their recommendation, one we're focused on. There's a whole suite of other recommendations coming out of that work.
Let me ask it maybe in a little different way. Have we requested help? Have we sent a letter? Have we made a request? Have we appeared before the right bodies to say we need help? That's number one. And the second, we have $4 million that we've tagged here. And I know that our law enforcement has got a lot of priority, and the graffiti might fall low on the priority. Can we deploy some of that to assist the law enforcement agencies to help us with the resources, to catch the perpetrators?
Chair Brown, Commissioner Baker, I think to your first question around the coordination, I think we are definitely having the right conversations of providing the information. I think everybody sees the problem. We are in conversations with the governor's office of that connection between law enforcement, district attorney, and ODOT. So I can guarantee that that's happening. I know that for sure. And I think it's an example of the work of that task force of having these conversations, putting that all out there. So I think we are on the right form. I will say candidly, law enforcement is stretched thin. We know that. So that's the first question. Second question, that I think the use of the 4 million, whether it is 4 million, I think is going to be debated by the legislature as we move this request forward. So this is our suggestion and working with the governor's office coming out of that task force. But frankly, that's going to be a dialogue with the legislature as they consider funding this and how broadly could those funds be used. So that's a conversation we look forward to having over the next month.
Yes, Commissioner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the presentation. It's really impressive what you guys are grappling with and doing an amazing job. My question is more, is there an opportunity for us to have our design team going forward consider how we design our facilities to reduce the possibility of graffiti? And it sounds like you've already done some. I like the idea of the film and, some other design considerations, but just challenging our very creative team as we build new things. Let's see if we can't make it harder for them to be impacted in this way.
Yeah, Chair Brown, Commissioner Smith, it's a great point. And I think that's what the last 4 or 5 years has shown us is we have to advance our thinking and our approach to these things. I can guarantee that that's happening as we think about how destructive these things can be on our system. Signal cabinets is a great example. We've tried multiple attempts to keep those safe and secure, and they're thwarting almost everything we're throwing at it. We're not the only ones dealing with this problem, so we're certainly looking at what our industry partners are bringing to the table for a lot of other urban areas across the state. And that example of even that kind of protective fencing under the overpass there, they'll cut through that. So how are we structuring that? And frankly, our maintenance crews are probably the most creative because they're the ones dealing with the damage and coming up with new and creative ways to try to thwart it. So appreciate the question. I think it's very much on our minds because we don't want to see public dollars being used over and over again for the same lack of return. So it's very much a conversation.
Thank you. And just to follow up, and this is really trying to get away from kind of a event and a response, and it sounds like this isn't working. We need to figure out why folks are doing this. And is there I'm thinking out loud here. Is there a creative way that we could provide opportunities for them to express their art, if you want to look at it that way, that doesn't impair the safety of the driving public? I mean, we're just fixing the same problem over and over. And is there an opportunity to get behind why it's happening and, figure out an alternative? I mean, it's probably an impossible request, but we should try it.
Chair Brown, Commissioner Smith, I think it was just in a conversation yesterday around what some urban areas are doing to create space for murals, to create space for that expressive opportunity.
Yeah.
I will say to that sign that's in the upper right, there was a news article and an interview last fall, and I believe they spoke to the person doing the
Right.
work. And I think his comment was, I love tagging ODOT signs because look how visible they are, so people see my art. So I think it speaks to the challenge that we're dealing with.
Yeah. I mean, we're using the wrong tool, apparently.
Yes.
That's
Vice
an
Chair.
interesting point. One of my observations in my community has been that where you have murals, they don't get graffitied. I don't know what you do with that, but
Electrification. Just saying. Okay, so I'm just full, pardon?
Police drones.
Well, no, I'm not looking at police drones, but I know that a lot of the equipment operators, others have gone to electrification around their equipment just to protect it because nobody's gonna mess with it. If you know you're going to get a voltage shock from it, you'll think of another way of doing this. And I understand that, we want them to be creative, and I think some of the tagging is pretty, there is art in it. But this is not okay. And I don't know, it just seems like we spend a lot of money. And there are some easy solutions that people think they're inhumane.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
maybe we ought to consider having a place for people to an ODOT sign that is intended for tagging.
But if you,
And then have a contest.
there you go.
I
Well-
know I'm sounding crazy, but
Well, the other piece of
what we're
it
doing isn't working.
is we were told, and this is true, they don't tag on top of somebody else's tagging, right? So, maybe they get a chance. I don't know. I don't know
Think
what the
about it.
answer is.
That's all.
Okay.
I think, Chair Brown, I think Travis and I were just discussing, I think we can be done with our operational update. And
You don't want me to come up with any more solutions for you? Okay, I'll stop. All right. Well, we are right on time and we're gonna go to a break. So we will come back at 11, looks like 11:15. Thank you. Well, welcome back from our break. And we are now on item F, the overview of the 2025-2027 budget development process. This is going to be painless, right? No, you didn't give me the right answer. Okay, take it away, Travis.
Record, I'm Travis Brower, ODOT's Assistant Director for Revenue Finance Compliance, joined by two other key members of our budgetary team, and I'll let them introduce themselves right now.
Good morning, Chair Brown, Vice Chair Breyer, members of the commission. For the record, Daniel Porter, ODOT. I'm the economic and debt service major, apparently, so that's exciting.
I won't even comment. Keep going.
I have a feeling I'm not going to live that one down for a while. I'm Russ Kassler. I am ODOT's budget manager. Pleasure to be here.
And so that was your mistake?
Yes.
Okay. We'll sure point it out to you on a regular basis. So welcome to the hot seat. Thank you for coming, and I'll let you take the lead, Travis.
Excellent. So I will start out here and just walk you through a little bit of the background. One of the OTC's responsibilities in statute is to approve ODOT's agency request budget. So we're going to have multiple discussions with you over the next several months to get to approval of that document. Today is just the first of these. So we'll be giving you the background and sharing the process, but not really asking you for any directions or decision. Of course, any feedback is always welcome and encouraged. For three of you, this is the first time through this process on the commission. Vice Chair Breyer, of course, has received budgets in the past, so it will be a little bit new, and we're going to talk to you about that process today. I will be reaching out to all of you because I know that we're going to be throwing a lot of numbers at you through this process. We'll offer you a background briefing on the budget so that you can ask anything, dive deep into any particular topics, and give you a little bit more opportunity to get grounded in this budget work. So we're going to start, next slide, please, with Daniel and me providing you a budget background and some financial updates. And just as a heads up, it ain't pretty, but it is the reality that we are facing. So we want to be very transparent about that. We're then going to turn to Russ, who's going to walk through the agency request budget development process, which is prescribed at the enterprise level by the governor's office and the chief financial officer. And so we follow that. So we'll talk through the budget cycle, the role of the commission in that, how we go about developing ARB, what the budget outlook is, and some of the steps we're going to have to take to address our O&M shortfall. And then the next steps, which include coming back to you in March with our policy option packages to adjust baseline budget, and then in June to have you receive and request approval of that final agency request budget. So next slide, please. Back in November, Commissioner Smith asked for the elevator pitch version of why we have this major O&M shortfall. And so I wanted to spend a little bit of time trying to answer that and explain that budgetary challenge we have with maintenance and agency operations. We often hear you are an agency with a $6 billion biennial budget. So you have $3 billion a year in funding. How is it you do not have enough to do day-to-day maintenance of our roads and operate the agency? So the reason for that, just peeling back the layers of our budget, is while we do have a $3 billion annual budget, we receive significant funding that is constrained by federal and state law. So for example, federal law gives us about $700 million a year in federal highway funds that, with very, very small exceptions, cannot be used for operations of the agency or for day-to-day maintenance of the roads. And the same is true of the FTA funds that come in for public transportation. Similarly, ODOT has a significant amount in our budget of non-highway funds, the STIF for public transportation, Connect Oregon. Those, only a tiny fraction of those are used for O&M, really to run the specific divisions that are running those programs. So they can't be used for day-to-day maintenance and operations. So that really leaves the state highway fund. So we have shared this chart. We originally called it the river chart because it shows the flow of funds together and then out through how it flows out of the agency. Someone called it an octopus chart because there's like 8 legs. And so you can call it either one of those. But It shows how funding is directed by statute and in the budgets the legislature passes. So you see that we have for this biennium about $1.7 billion annually in money flowing in from our three major sources. But then what you see is that money goes out the door for transfers, collections costs at the DMV and Commerce Compliance Division, over $600 million going to local governments. And then we also have debt service on the bonds that have been issued to pay for past projects, as well as capital programs, primarily those directed under HB 2017. What that means in the end, that only a small portion of our budget, about 10% of our overall budget, is even available for ODOT to use for O&M purposes. And this is following state law, not just how we as an agency use. And even when we say available for O&M, there are a lot of things that we have to cover within there that aren't O&M. So for example, some of our match on federal highway funds has to come from that. We previously paid for things like the fund exchange program with local governments out of that, and many other things. So what we've been trying to do over time, which I'll share in just a moment, is keep that available for O&M on O&M and find other ways to pay for things that were previously coming out of there. So next slide, please.
Previous slide. So the city apportionments and the county apportionments, are those mandated by legislation?
Yes.
Okay.
Commissioner Smith, they are taken after we take off the cost of collections, essentially. You've heard the phrase 50-30-20.
Yep.
It's actually a blend. It's more like 55-45 because of old dollars versus new dollars. But that is 100% based on multiple state laws that direct the sharing of revenue at specific levels with cities and counties.
Thank you.
So all of that really is based on state law. Even the debt service. While ODOT issues the debt service working with Treasury, each issuance of debt service is directed in statute by the legislature and authorized in the biennial bond bill.
Yes. Sorry, Vice Chair.
Travis, one of the, I'm looking at the debt service and I was comparing that, you and I've talked before, with the debt, I can't remember the name, but it's the debt service report they're required to have. That number seems about $45-50 million less than in our debt report.
Yeah, Vice Chair Byer, what you will note is that there is some debt that comes off the top for OTIA 1 and 2.
Well,
Just showed it that way.
Even if you add them together, you're
Yeah.
still shy.
And I can go back and trace back what that is. This is the average annual, and I'd have to look back at what the difference is, because you're right. There is our annual debt service in that debt report coming out of the State Highway Fund was something like 220 million. I'll go back and look to see what the cross reference is. Actually, I think I know.
That's a piece that I think people really don't think about, that's those costs that's money that's already spent, quite frankly, you know, for the next 30-40 years is about $250 million a year that we can't touch.
Yes. Vice Chair Byer actually remembered what it was. I was having a conversation with our debt manager about this last night. The OTIA 3 local bridge bonds are included in our highway user tax revenue bonds. That is actually paid for out of the local portion of this. So this is the ODOT portion. So between those two factors, I believe we get to congruence.
And you got OTIA, did you just not include the JTA money?
JTA money is included in the debt service.
In that
here.
line?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so we have been working very diligently over the last 4 years, really, since we surfaced this issue within ODOT, with the commission and with the legislature to address this, and have taken a lot of steps. Had we not taken these steps, we probably would have run out of cash in the 21-23 biennium or in this biennium. So we have pushed out the date at which we are facing the shortfall. So we've done a few things. We federalized O&M costs. I noted that you can't use federal dollars for O&M except with a couple of areas. One is those incident response vehicles we have out on the roads. Another is traffic operations center. So you provided some money from the IIJA that we have used to then federalize those functions. We've also preserved the resources, that line available for O&M, by shifting some of the costs that we were previously paying for that, like our local fund exchange program, which required legislation by the legislature in 2023 that we partnered on with cities and counties. as well as programs like our major bridge maintenance, major interstate maintenance, and major culvert maintenance, were all paid out of those funds. They're now paid out of HB 2017 funds for bridges and pavement and culverts. We have received some additional revenue. The DMV fee bill in 2023 raised driver fees and will bring in $18 million this biennium and about $24 million next biennium. And then we have taken some budget reductions, about 5% already. In this biennium, that's about $130 million that we took. And we already started that process in 21-23 last biennium in order to ensure that we could try to stay afloat. So we have done a lot, and we have really reached the point where there are not many more actions that we can take that have any significant impact on this budget gap. Every now and then we've turned over a stone and find a couple $100,000 and are excited by that. But we have really absorbed the opportunities already to have a significant impact. So with that, I'll turn it to Mr. Porter, and he will show you the forward-looking forecast on what we actually have in terms of our cost curve as we face growing inflation and the reduced revenues that we're seeing into the future.
I was gonna say, you make Daniel do this?
Delegation.
Well, he is the manager.
Yes.
Again,
The
good morning,
major.
Chair Brown and Vice Chair Byer, members of the commission, Dana Porter. Yeah, Travis Mr. Brower is giving me the hard job of putting this all together. So that next slide is my only slide on this, and it's sort of putting together what he's been talking about in a graphical form. And there's two lines here. One, the top line, or the orange line, represents our operating expenditures for maintenance and operations of the agency. So this is maintenance. It is other delivery and operations costs that are not capital related, and it's a chunk of the other agency, like support services division, or planning that spends state highway fund, and like finance and budget, and others that make up kind of our O&M budget. And you can see that the expenditure line through the teens just grew pretty slowly, and it was about 2% a year growth, a little over 2%, and that matches pretty closely to inflation, where inflation during that period of time was very mild, and we didn't have a huge transportation package either on federal or state side most of that time until House Bill 2017. So our overall O&M expenditures didn't grow, at exorbitant amounts, right? Until 1921. And then in 1921 and 21-23, we had these huge ER events, wildfires being the biggest piece of that, of which all of that was paid up front by the State Highway Fund. And then we got general fund coming in to help with that. And we've got this ongoing reimbursement initiative with FEMA, and that is, we've got some up front, and then we're trying to recoup the rest over time. But it's led to this kind of the spike in expenditures, and in 1920 and 23. Going forward in the expenditure line, you can see in 23-25, we come back down. That is exactly to Mr. Brower's comments about the actions the agency's taken to bring it down. And we don't build in like any anticipated, unexpected ER events. We do have more sort of ER budgeted for things in there in this biennium than we have in previous biennium as a base budget, but it's still not, we don't, expect another wildfire event, hopefully. So we have our expenditures this biennium are kind of back in line with what you would expect on a trend basis, but going forward, you see a big increase, and that big increase is really a lot about price inflation. So we have inflation that hit on the project side that's more real time, right? As contractors have to pay for increased material costs and labor costs. And so they have to pass that on the capital side. On the O&M side, it's a budget process. So there's more of a lag associated with it. So it's really next biennium where we're going to see the impact of the inflation that we all have been experiencing in the last couple of years. And so you see that there's a big increase and their expected inflation costs. And then from that point on, then it just kind of grows at what we expect kind of trend inflation to look like going forward, which is 3.5-ish% or so. So without any extra reductions, then we're looking at expenditures to continue to grow. And again, this doesn't have any assumptions about built-in reductions in it for 25, 27 or beyond. The other side of this is the revenue side, and the blue line is the net revenue. And net revenue means it's revenue net of cost to collect the revenue. So this is already taking out the cost to run the DMV and Commerce Compliance Division, the fuels tax, which are the agencies, they're part of the agency that collect those main 3 state highway fund revenues. And you can see that in the teens that the revenues grew, and that was because the economy was in expansion mode. And then we had some extraordinary kind of one-time revenues in 1921 and even in 21-23 that were related to the wildfires, and we drew down some of our investment account balance and just to sort of help get us through. But then you can see the line trends down, right? And the point is, like, the revenues, net revenue available to the agency for operation and maintenance, this is not inflation adjusted, is heading down. And that is in part because costs are continuing to increase, but also because there's been no real investment in operation and maintenance funding in decades, right? I mean, we've had a little piece of it going from House Bill 2017, and we have the DMV fee bill increase. That's helpful, right? But you just don't have any real investment in operation and maintenance funding. So while you continue to see revenue growth on the capital side, we're just not seeing it on the O&M side.
So I see Vice Chair.
Yeah, I'm curious, Dan. I understand the blip that's there. And I mean, if you just look at a straight trend line, it looks like that's just kind of a standard trend going out there, a little more exponential growth you're projecting in the future. But what are your assumptions around that in terms of that? Because I think we have 2 hopefully aberrant periods. I mean, we had the aberrant period with the wildfires and that, and I think construction costs, a very big increase over the last couple of years, but I wouldn't expect that. I would expect it to increase, but not at the rate that it had before. So I'm curious about your assumptions on that side. Similarly, on your revenue side, the decrease, when we're just finishing up, I think January, the last of the 10-cent increases. I'm surprised that it's gone down that much with when we increased the gas tax.
Great. Chair Brown, Vice Chair Barrett. So you got kind of 2 questions there. One on the orange line, the expenditure side,
one on
and
the
one on the blue line. On the expenditure side, the expected inflation in 25-27 is about 10%, and it's extraordinarily high, right? But then beyond that curve sort of flattens out a little bit and gets back to what we would say sort of trend inflation is expected to be, which is around like 6.5% a biennium, somewhere in there. So hopefully it's less, right? But that's sort of what on average what we would expect to see beyond that.
So you expect it to continue to be above the general cost of inflation, construction costs?
That matches up generally with what we have been handed to us. Russ is going to talk about the process, about how inflation is built into our budget, and a lot of that we don't have a lot of control over.
Yeah, we got a lot of national discussion. The Fed wants to get it back to 2%, but I don't know how that relates. If there's that kind of a gap between general inflation and construction costs, is it historically had that kind of a gap?
So I would note this is not construction cost inflation. And actually a lot of this for us is personal service costs.
Okay.
And there has been a lag between, for most Americans, between when inflation hit and then the actual catch up of their wages and salaries. So coming out of the bargaining that happened in 2023, state workers were provided catch up, essentially, cost of living increases that will to a significant extent hit in the 25-27 biennium.
Yeah.
So that is where you see a steeper curve next biennium, and then a flattening out after that.
That makes sense. You're seeing nationally, the push on wage costs has been pretty significant. So you're looking at, just to repeat, so I understand, 2025, 27, you're looking at about a 10% increase. And then out years, you're projecting about 6.
Correct. Put 6.5, some, yeah.
Okay.
Not per year, per biennium, excuse me.
All right. How about the blue?
Right.
How about the blue line?
Okay, so the blue line, I think this is why this chart is new. We haven't showed this before, and this is why I was really excited, I guess, for lack of a better word, to get this in front of you, is because it's truly the revenue that's dedicated for maintenance and operations. So Commissioner Byer, to your question about, well, we just had a 2-cent increase in the gas
Okay.
tax.
Okay.
You don't see that here because that revenue, almost all of it went
Well,
to the
capital.
other side
Okay.
of
That
our
makes
ledger,
sense.
to the capital side. So if you go back to, it goes back to, when was the last time we've seen revenue that's been dedicated to operations and maintenance? And you really have to go a long ways back to find that.
That makes sense.
So it's at the mercy of, we're at the mercy of consumer demand changes, right? And that's not working in Oregon's favor right now. Population growth is minimal at best. And so we're not seeing a big increase in people moving to the state, which would lead to increased demand for transportation, which can be a fuels tax or DMV or one thing we've had going for us was been increased demand for trucking activity during COVID, where people were ordering more, and so we had a weight mile tax revenue was increasing, but that's led to a cost responsibility issue, which is different topic. So, but the point of it is really to show you that we can bend that orange curve potentially a little more. I mean, according to Director Brower, Assistant Director Brower is saying there's not a lot left that we can do, but we can cut some more, right? But on the revenue side, there's nothing that we as the agency can really do on the revenue side, and that's going the wrong direction. And so that's going to lead to a budget challenge in 25, 27. And it's where I'll turn over to Mr. Kassler to kind of talk about what that process looks like and how we're going to deal with that gap.
Well, thank you for being here. You can advance the slides. Some of you may have already been very familiar with Oregon's budget cycle, but this is sort of our budget 101 in case you have not, or a refresher in case it's been a while. But Oregon's budget cycle works in 3 major phases. So it starts with the agency request budget, and we'll talk about that process in great detail here. The agency submits that to the governor's office and DAS. The governor then develops her budget, which becomes the basis of the budget conversation leading into the legislative session. And then the chairs of the Joint Ways and Means Committee, along with the work of the subcommittees, ultimately develop the legislatively adopted budget. I will stress this many times. These are driven by instructions published by DAS CFO. I actually brought them. This is our Bible. This was last biennium. They haven't published the 25-27 budget instructions yet. They will do that around mid-March. And those instructions are developed in conjunction with the governor's office. Those set a lot of things, as you'll see when we talk about different components of base budget and CSL development, which drive the costs that you saw in the previous slide. The big commanding directive here in the budget development process in Oregon is that agency budgets must balance with available revenue. So even though you saw a chart that diverges, what that means in the budget development process is we will bring down the orange line to the blue line in the absence of new revenue. Go ahead and advance the slide. So here are the 3 major budget phases in a little more detail. The agency request budget is generated by the agency. It is approved by the OTC as directed by statute. It's our best opportunity as an agency to request new programs or resources. And there are instructions here on what types of things require policy option packages. We'll talk about that momentarily. The second phase, the governor's budget, is generated by the governor and DAS chief financial officer. I have good news to report there. This is going to be a much more collaborative process in 25-27. with agencies and DAS in the governor's office than it has been in the past. In past biennia, and you'll see here on this was an attachment with your packet. This was presented to us several months ago, and it's the typical process for budget development. You'll notice there is a phase here in the fall called ANREC and Appeals, Analyst Recommended Budget and Appeals. It's an intermediate step between the agency request budget and governor's budget. And it was basically the place where CFO's office rejects all of our pops and tells us, if you really want it, you're going to have to fight for it. And then we were like, well, we really want all of these things. We wouldn't have gone to all of this trouble if we didn't want them. And then they would eventually acquiesce and give us some of those things in the governor's budget. Now it's going to be a more collaborative process. We will understand more of what is going to be included in the governor's budget earlier in the process, which as a budget manager is great because there was all of this work that we would have to do in analyst recommended budget and appeal. And you were never quite certain what was going to move or what wasn't going to move. And this seems much more transparent and much more collaborative. It's a welcome change for us. The third phase is the legislatively adopted budget, as I mentioned, and it's generated by the Joint Ways and Means Committee along with the work of their subcommittees. So ODOT's budget runs through the Transportation and Economic Development Subcommittee of Joint Ways and Means. It includes an agency presentation, which usually happens in March of the odd numbered year. And then there's a work session that'll happen later in the session, usually around May. And that's when our budgets really start to move. Post-session changes occur during the interim or e-board. So there are still ways that we can add to or change our budget after the long session ends. Requests for limitation have to be approved either during the short session or during e-board. The interim committees can just do things like approving grant requests. Go ahead and advance the slide. So what do you all get to do as members of our Transportation Commission? You are directed by statute to review and approve the agency request budget prior to submission to DAS. We've usually done this in 2 stages. So this is sort of a preview. This is our 101. We're not including that here, but the actual formal approval happens first as preliminary approval of policy option packages in March. So we'll be back in a couple of months to walk you through the things that the agency might like to add to our budget for 25-27. And then full formal approval of agency request budget and TOF allocations occurring in June. We welcome additional guidance and direction from the commission outside of those 2 formal meetings, as well as feedback through this presentation today. And we'll talk to some opportunities there. The chair formally certifies the ARB document. You actually certify all 3 of our documents prior to submission, but the ARB submission occurs at the end of August. So that's when we are sort of pencils down that gets submitted to DAS and it's out of our hands officially at the end of August. Go ahead and advance. Okay, so what is ARB really? It itself has some component parts. And I won't get too deep into the weeds. If you have questions about this, I'm happy to answer those. I'm also happy to answer some questions offline if you have one-on-one questions. But it starts with base budget. And that is developed in April. So coming up fairly soon. I like to say that budget managers live in 3 biennia at any given time, which distorts, I think, our perspective a little bit. But we just wrapped up actuals for the 21-23 biennium. We are existing in the budget execution phase of 23-25 budget, and we are now squarely in the development phase of 25-27 biennium, and it makes our head spin. But in base budget, we get to do some things as an agency, minor tweaks, right? Some personal services adjustments, especially like we were talking about sort of net zero changes. There's some other less common base adjustments for debt service and capital construction. And then budget alignment changes. So if we have minor organizational changes, let's say a division does some reorganization of their functional units and they want that to be reflected in the budget structure for their agency, we can do that in base budget. Then we get to current service level. You've probably heard of this CSL budget, current service level budget. That we then take these instructions from DAS and we do some things to our base budget. The first is assuming a vacancy factor, which is developed in conjunction with our CFO analyst. But basically, we know we don't fill 100% of our positions all of the time. And so within our expenditure limitation, what do we want to assume is the appropriate amount of vacancy based off of our history of vacancy savings? So they'll look at our actuals with us and we will develop a vacancy factor. We also have an opportunity to do some phase in and phase outs of programs. ODOT uses this to address changes in the STIP specifically. So we will phase in and phase out limitation in what we call the project delivery and support limitation, or the local government limitation, where a lot of that construction work happens. Those things that are affected by the STIP get addressed in phase ins and phase outs. We also get inflation. And so DAS does a couple of things. One, obviously our inflation for personal services is set by changes in collective bargaining agreements or other statewide compensation plan changes. We also get inflation on services and supplies. There's a base assumed inflation. In 23-25, it was 4.2%. And then there are some options to do higher than standard inflation. Those are agreed upon between the agency and DAS, or if in the case of exceptional inflation, go to a committee that will review our request. We have to produce a narrative and explain why we think we should get more inflation than standard. But that is by just on the base level, all of our S&S, what we call S&S, services and supplies components, get inflated by 4.2%, and it could be a little higher in 25-27 development, just based off of the inflation we've all experienced. For personal services, normally it's not really significant, right? But because of the catch up that Assistant Director Brower talked about with collective bargaining this biennium, state workers received over the course of this biennium what amounts to 13.55% increases in COLAs, which is a lot. It's a lot. And so those will take full effect in 25-27 budget, and it's going to be pretty expensive, and I mean, it's commensurate with the amount of inflation that people have experienced. It's important for their wages to catch up. It's helpful for our agency to have competitive wages, but there is a budget impact, and we will experience that in 25-27.
I have a question for you on the collective bargaining agreement and the catch up. So it starts presently.
Correct.
And goes to when?
In perpetuity, Chair Brown. So it started in the first COLA hit on January 1 paychecks. So December 1, I believe, was the effective date of the COLA. And that was a 6.5% cost of living adjustment. So we had our first month experiencing that from an expenditure standpoint this last month. And it will stretch on in perpetuity unless and until a future collective bargaining adjustment changes and brings all of them down, which I haven't experienced a contraction, but.
So there is no ending date on the agreement?
There is a second COLA that is at the end of the biennium, hence why most of the costs are going to hit into next biennium. And then the collective bargaining agreement will go through the biennium, and they will negotiate a new collective bargaining agreement. It's important to note that generally we are not under the enterprise instructions factoring in expectations of what those collective bargaining agreements will produce. We are just taking a baseline.
Correct. And to your follow-up question there, the collective bargaining agreement does expire, but the COLAs then are assumed in the base salary across the positions.
Sure.
So even though the collective bargaining agreement ends, the COLAs still exist.
Okay. Yes, Vice Chair.
Thank you. What have they given you? I guess that's the question is, they probably haven't. Have they given you the medical, the health insurance and the PERS numbers yet?
Chair Brown, Co-Chair Byer, it's a good question. They have not yet given us those factors.
you have a gut level of what those are likely to be?
We make assumptions, Vice Chair Byer. We do make assumptions because we're doing a preview of current service level budget. We won't know for sure until a process called PICS freeze. This gets very technical, but they take a snapshot in time in mid-April of our personal services budget. And they project our expenditure need in 25, 27 based off of that snapshot.
Yeah, you don't have any control over there.
We don't.
Especially with
Sadly.
the health insurance.
Um,
Oh, I'm sorry. You have to, slap me
Yeah.
or something. Yes, sorry.
Nobody's close enough to pick.
Commissioner Baker. I have protection here.
Thank you. Just a thought on the base budget and the assumptions and getting back to, maybe we can call it the Daniel graph for a moment. 5 years ago, we weren't thinking about COVID. We weren't thinking about the supply chain disruptions. We weren't thinking about the wildfires. We weren't thinking about this massive personal service expense acceleration. They weren't on our radar. And so I think, when I think about the orange line, the blue line seems to be pretty predictable. The orange line, I think, lacks the predictability. And even though we've got an inflation adjustment in there, and I don't know how you can accommodate for this in the budget process, but at least in the thinking process, we need to expect the unexpected. Because, there's 4 huge items in 5 years, one a year, just boom, 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 boom. And I can't tell you what it is, but it's coming. I mean, it's out there, and there's probably 3 or 4 of them that are going to hit us, in this timeline. I hope these huge swings slow down a little bit, but I'd encourage you to think about that, because budgeting today is different than it was just 5 or 6 years ago, because I think of all this variability and, the political climate in Europe and the Middle East and all that's happening relative to the troubles, and there's things that could cascade and head our direction. So I'd be doing just a little bit of hand wringing over the orange line. And you can't put your thumb on it because you can't say this is what's going to happen. But I think you can say that something is out there that will, and there's probably a couple of those. Just a thought.
Chair Brown, Commissioner Baker, it causes hand wringing, I think, from all 3 of us, if I can speak for the other 2.
I don't know, they look a little bit more stressed than you. So I think you need to look at his job duties a little bit. No, but in truth, I mean, I think that this is true. And I know just in our own organization, we were just hit with a 22% increase in healthcare. It's out there, it's looming, and I don't know how we control it, because we can't.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I agree with you. There's something that's going to happen that we don't know about yet, whether it's political, whether it's Cascadia, whatever it is. What I'm hearing is that we don't really get to pick. So we have to follow what DAS tells us to do, even though we're like, hey, some bad things could happen. We really need more money. And we can't ask for it until the bad things happen. Is that a fair statement? Okay.
That's a fair statement. Yes. We operate under those instructions, and inflation is one of those areas where Mr. Porter can work into his long-term forecast, different scenarios and options about what would happen. In the actual budget, we are constrained by the instructions from the CFO.
All right, is it okay to continue the very fun,
Just take the smile off your
technical
face.
details about current service level? All right. So the other components here to mention quickly about CSL budget development, we can do more net zero fund shifts. And what that means is there are parts of our agency that are funded by both federal and other funds, state funds. And sometimes because of positions or service and supply needs, how it had been funded in a previous biennia, the split wasn't right. You know, it was, we were budgeting too much of federal funds and not enough other funds, or vice versa. So we can do a net zero change in our budget this way. We can also do technical adjustments. And so when we have some position changes or issues with like, you know, if there was something that happened within a legislative action that wasn't quite right, we can request technical adjustments here, like for fiscals on previous bills or so forth. Go ahead and advance. Oh,
Yes, it's all right.
The vacancy factor, I guess I'm asking for a trend. It seems like after COVID, we've had more vacancy. Are we thinking that's going to continue? Is that something we can predict, or are we kind of locked in on what DAS tells us we have to calculate?
Chair Brown, Commissioner Smith, we do have some flexibility in this conversation. So we get to make sort of our best case for why it might be something different than just actuals from the past biennia. We can look to biennia before the pandemic and explain, well, we, you know, under normal circumstances experienced 3% vacancy instead of the 6% vacancy that we experienced during the pandemic. And we may meet in the middle a little bit, but we do have a chance to make our best case.
Yes,
It's
Vice Chair.
slipping into my old hat, but one of the things, because you have to get position limitations, and even though one of the questions I assume you get a lot is, what is your actual vacancy factor? Because once you have that money in there, it gives you the flexibility to move it around.
Chair Brown, Vice Chair Byer, we have some ability to move it around as long as it's within the particular limitation, right? So we will take all of this legislatively adopted budget. At the end of the day, we pass our audit with SABRS, which is a part of DAS, and then we implement an operational budget based on our legislative budget, but it is not matched perfectly. Right. So to your point, there might be parts of the agency where they're spending a little more on personal services than they have legislative budget for. And as long as it's within the same fund type, they can use their budget, their other fund expenditure limitation that would be prescribed for SNS. You can still use that on personal services costs.
You want the limitation. Don't want to lose limitation.
Right. All right, unless there are further questions there. Okay, so this is something that ODOT has not had to grapple with much in the past, but there is another component to ARB development called modified CSL. And if current service level expenditures exceed available revenue, agencies must develop revenue shortfall packages to balance. The commission, you all can provide direction as we develop those packages. I do anticipate, and we'll get to this a little later, I do anticipate that we'll be developing those this biennium, especially in those areas that are using the operation and maintenance state highway funds. But the result is a modified current service level budget. This is our budget before adding policy option packages.
Yes, Vice Chair.
Dan, well, I guess it's either of you. You've given us the blue line and that on your chart. Is that, do you forecast the revenue that DAS accepts for the budget? Or do they do it separately from the economics office?
No, actually, they use our revenue forecasts.
Okay.
Since we have a very collaborative forecasting process with the Office of Economic Analysis and DAS, the forecasted values for our fuels tax and DMV, CCD, and others, as well as like Department of Revenue taxes and fees, that we forecast those, and they use those numbers in budget build.
Traditionally, the legislature and DAS has not put a whole lot of pressure on ODOT's budget because it's not the general fund. That's what they primarily look at. But I suspect you may get an added degree of attention given the 25 revenue package that we're talking about.
Yeah, we fully expect both from maybe the package conversation as well as the budget conversation around revenue shortfall packages, but we would get more scrutiny, I guess, than maybe what we've had in the past.
I think you're gonna get some scrutiny over your projections. There's gonna be some serious question of whether they're accurate or not.
All right, you can advance the slide.
Please, just advance this.
All right. So, so after we develop modified current service level budget, we get to add things to our budget or request to add things to our budget. Those are called policy option packages. We had progress. So this is taking you a little bit behind the veil and letting you know what our internal process was for this. Programs submitted their POP proposals to the budget office in December, the end of 2023. We made recommendations to ODOT's executive steering team at the beginning of January. The executive steering team prioritized those POPs to move forward for further development, the ones that they felt had the most merit. And then the budget office will present, I'll be back with Travis at least, maybe Daniel, to present these priority POPs to you all in March for review and approval or modification. So what do we see in 25-27 for our budget outlook? As I mentioned, and as Daniel showed, operational expenditures continue to inflate faster than available revenues for those expenditures. Budget office anticipates a significant revenue shortfall at CSL. We will have a CSL preview for you in March. I don't have a number for you today. It takes a while to develop this, and we have to work with the programs and the economists on the revenue forecasts. I do expect it to be in the magnitude of hundreds of millions of dollars. The shortfall will require development of formal revenue shortfall packages and associated restoration policy option packages. So what we will do to balance at CSL is we will show the cuts we will take to balance if no other funding is provided, and then we'll develop policy option packages, which are general fund requests to restore current service level budget. And then the legislature, it's, you know, part of a grander conversation of what to fund, how much to fund, what funding source it feeds into the transportation funding package conversation. But those will be included as part of our POP proposals for you all in March as well. Next slide. Travis, do you want me to cover next steps, or do you want to?
I can cover this real briefly.
Sure.
So we've already talked, we'll be back in March to present POP recommendations for your approval and review or preview the CSL revenue shortfall. We'll have you determine, you know, which will move forward to the ARB, and then the final versions of the POPs with any adjustments that need to be made based on your feedback and our internal work. Along with the full ARB details based on the revenue forecast, based on the DAS instructions, inflation, all those factors, as well as the allocation of the Transportation Operations Fund, or the TOF, otherwise known as the Lawnmower Fund, will be presented to you in June for your review and approval, so we can get that submitted through the formal process in August. So we will be back for multiple further conversations that will get into the substance and details very quickly.
Questions? So, Vice Chair.
So the POPs in March, will they include I forgot what you called them, but the reduction POPs as well?
We will have placeholders for them. And if we know sort of, again, part of the CSL preview, if we know the magnitude, an approximate number, because CSL won't yet be developed, PIX freeze won't have occurred by mid-March, but we will have our best guess based off of what we understand our personal services costs.
I think it will be helpful.
Yeah.
If the commission starts talking about those as early as we can, so it doesn't come off with some of the criticisms we received around the operations cutbacks the last time. And I think it'll be very informative to the legislature as they consider revenue, so that they know what the impact is. It's going to be a very delicate conversation because some will say it looks like we're blackmailing the public.
There's always going to be those that say that, but the bottom line is, I think we've been saying that, and Travis has been saying the sky is falling for many, many years, though the reality is it's fallen, and now we're at that point. Other commissioners have any comments or concerns? Yes. Commissioner Smith.
And this is probably not a fair question, so if you are not comfortable answering it, tell me. Do you have a guess as to what that percentage shortfall is gonna be of our budget?
Commissioner Smith, I will delegate that to one of my. I'm kidding. I mean, it is not going to be a small number. I mean, we're looking at probably, as Russ noted, a couple $100 million in the next biennium. We took a 5% reduction this biennium, which was, something around 70 million. And so we could be looking at another 10, 15% easily next biennium on top of the reductions we have already taken. Do you have any further prognostication?
Chair Brown, Commissioner Smith, I think it is premature to specify a number because there's a lot of bienniums still to occur and it affects our beginning balance going into 25, 27, which also affects the amount of revenue we'll have available. But yes, I expect it to be at least a few $100 million.
And I asked the question just to daylight it because I agree with you, Lee, that we've been talking about it. And I don't want anybody to say, well, how come we're just hearing about it now? Because hear it now, not later.
Any other
On that
comments from the
cheery note.
commission? I don't think we want to comment anymore. So, thank you. It wasn't too painful, I think. We'll see.
We're in the hot kettle.
Yes, we're in the frying pan and it's getting hot.
No, we're in the.
We're hot.
And it's
already
already warm, so we're used to this.
Yes. Okay,
Hello.
you have nobody to fall back on. You're by yourself.
I'm making the wrong decision somewhere. Good afternoon, Chair Brown and Vice Chair Byer and members of the commission. For the record, Lindsay Baker with the Oregon Department of Transportation. I recognize we are a little behind schedule and I am the only thing that is standing between collectively all of us and lunch, so I'll try to make up a little time. So this conversation today is the first of two conversations with the commission, one today and then again at the March meeting, which I believe will be held in Medford. So this is really setting out our legislative agenda development process for the 2025 legislative session. As some of you might be familiar from your service on the commission so far, or from maybe services in other bodies, branches of government here in the state of Oregon, you're familiar maybe with the process by which we engage with the governor's office and legislative council and then the Department of Administrative Services to really get our agenda developed. And that is very nested and really intertwined with our budget process and our budget development, which you just heard from our budget team around. So next slide, please. Is there a timeline slide on here? Can you go one more? Thank you. So this is just a little bit of an overview of the process and timeline. It's not in the level of detail that you just heard about our budget, but again, we'll be really reviewing our initial legislative concepts today. And I will ask each of you for some direction, some guidance, some feedback on what you're hearing. That way we can take that back, kind of refine over time, and really bring something back to you that is a robust agenda for the 2025 session come March timeframe. Again, we try to nest these in with our POP process, our budget process, and really make sure that they are informed by one another. And that if we have a legislative concept that has a budgetary impact, for example, or a budgetary conversation that requires a statutory change, that those are really informed and developed together. So can we just go back one slide really quickly? So one of the pieces I think you heard a little bit from the budget team is really the way that we engage and develop our agenda is really set from the governor's office and the Department of Administrative Services. So as an executive branch agency, we are really wanting to make sure that the degree to which we can, our work is really informed by the governor's priorities and advances the governor's priorities. While Governor Kotek certainly has not set her agenda yet, I think we can reasonably assume that it will be mostly consistent with where she's been in the past, which is housing and homelessness, behavioral health and education and early childhood development. I think related, but sort of
secondary, but definitely related. The governor is really interested in government efficiency and really focusing on delivery of core critical government services. We hear and we discuss a lot here around keeping our DMVs open, making sure that our roads are safe, ensuring that our roads are maintained and operated, because that is really the services that we really need to deliver to Oregonians, and that is under a tremendous amount of stress and pressure. So really with that lens of making sure that we're fulfilling the governor's priorities to the extent that we can, that is, I think, a guiding North Star for us as we do all of its agenda development. So I will go through all of our kind of legislative concepts that we're proposing. However, I would like to just offer for consideration an awareness that as we talk a lot about a 2025 funding package, we hear a lot of, I think, commitment and a lot of dedication and seriousness from the legislature around putting together a 25 transportation funding package, making sure that we're focusing on our maintenance and operations. A sort of specific proposal will not come through via a process like this. So I just wanted to know that as you see, an absence of funding package revenue proposal as an example, that is very intentional and very much by design. And I think as we move through the spring, summer, and into the 25 session starting next year, we'll work really closely with the governor's office, our colleagues at DAS, and certainly our partners and colleagues in the legislature to figure out what that kind of broader transportation funding package proposal might look like. So with that said, I'm going to kind of tick through, I think we've got 8 concepts total, and I'll discuss them a little bit, and then again, offer or ask for any feedback or direction that you all might want to provide. So can we go ahead 2 slides? Thank you. So one of the things we talked about a lot, certainly here at the commission, is focusing on safety. And really whether that is safety of the roadway and the traveling public, safety of our own crews, or all of the above, really wanting to make sure that we are doing every single thing that we can to ensure and improve the safety of the system across the state. We had a discussion briefly this morning about a recent sort of near miss, and luckily that there was no major serious injuries with a crew out of Washington State as they were performing some routine maintenance, and I think it was pothole. And it really just brings to mind and crystallizes and brings to the front of mind how important these investments are. So are there things that are going to be completely outside of our control? Absolutely. Are there things that are well within our control that we can really help to improve the safety of the system? Also, absolutely. So what this proposal does, and I might also offer that all of these are relatively preliminary in nature at present. So we will look through, pour through the ORSs, figure out what the red lines are going to be, work with the legislative council to really make it that they're that our concepts are reflective of our proposals. But at this stage, it is very much kind of high level concept. What are we actually trying to accomplish and what are we trying to solve for? So this measure, this proposal would expand the move over law to include stationary vehicles and slow moving highway construction and maintenance vehicles. Right now, those 2 categories are not included at all. And so drivers don't slow down. And if they fail to do that or fail to move over, there is no real enforcement penalty that can be imposed. Commissioner Baker, you asked a question earlier about sort of what is our enforcement and what's our partnership look like more broadly. And I think that is very different depending on the road, depending on the jurisdiction that you're talking about, right? Resources are in a different place. But I think this is an additional tool in the toolbox that can make sure that we are protecting our maintenance crews to the degree that we can.
Yeah, I'll talk. Has a question.
Lindsay, is that what you're thinking about? Is it similar to the existing statute on public safety vehicles where theoretically,
yes,
actually, no, it isn't theoretically, you're required to slow down or move over if there is one
Chair
there.
Brown, Vice Chair Byer, that's exactly right. And so I think we would be recommending to add construction vehicles and then maintenance ODOT rigs, right, that you see out on the road within that category of, if you see the lights, if you see the vehicle, you are required by law to move over and give space.
Yeah, that's the troubles with enforcement. But
it is.
Yeah.
It is. So the second part of this idea and this concept is actually looking at automated enforcement statutes. So one of the things, and again, we've talked about this a little bit here, is that enforcement, whether it's resources or level of prioritization or whatever the issue might be, we know that when we have a robust enforcement, that people act better and people follow the law. When we don't have that, we can imagine what that might look like. So we've been doing a lot of exploring and really working with some partners, both at law enforcement and then at jurisdiction, city and counties, to figure out what might make sense, both in terms of having statute reflect more modern technology, frankly, and in expanding enforcement authority. I think we are really sensitive to wanting to make sure that enforcement belongs or stays where it belongs. Right now, ODOT is not an enforcement agency, with the exception of our Commerce and Compliance Division, which is really around size and weight sort of restrictions and enforcement. So I'm not sure that that's ultimately where this will go. However, I think expanding this to make sure that it is reflective of our modern environment and not the situation that we saw in maybe I think late 90s, maybe the last time these were updated. So I think that's really the conversation we're wanting to have. I will also note that in addition to working with our local government partners and our law enforcement partners, working really closely with our construction contracting partners as well, particularly in that highway construction work zone safety piece, to make sure that we have a broad level of support and that the solutions that we are offering really work for everyone. It's another question, Vice Chair. Okay. So Chair Brown, would you like me to pause after each of these or just kind of go through?
Just go and,
Okay.
and in.
Absolutely.
Keep going.
Next slide. So another safety concept is really looking at providing some more clarity on what we can do within our own state highway rights of way. So whether it is putting in a new way station, whether it is expanding a rest area or putting in a new rest area, or putting in a multi-use path to provide sort of a buffer for more vulnerable road users. We have found over time in trying to do different types of projects that the statutes are a little bit ambiguous in terms of what sort of permitting we have to go through, in terms of what approvals we need. So we want to be really mindful that we are not, that we are making sure that we're consistent with land use laws and making sure that we have all the appropriate kind of environmental regulation and approval. And we want to also make sure that we are able to utilize our own right-of-way and property to the extent that we can, and where it makes sense. And again, all of this would be contingent upon the planning process on funding, and resourcing is going to be a huge piece of it, but allowing statute to actually, modifying statute to actually allow that is an important next step.
That's going to be a fun discussion.
Next slide.
Yeah.
So this proposal actually came out of our driver and motor vehicle services section, and really looks to expand the driver education program that we have today. So we as DMV, as ODOT, do not offer directly teen driver education. However, we do reimburse and provide a sort of essentially a subsidy so that we can ensure that teen drivers are eligible and are able and to have an accessible teen driver course. So this proposes to actually increase the reimbursement rate. We are proposing a modest fee increase, but that is still, again, very preliminary and very to be determined what that amount actually is and where that would be imposed. But the idea is, again, just to increase the number of teen drivers that are actually taking a driver's ed course, which will lead to lower crash rates, fewer traffic citations and convictions, and ultimately, hopefully lead to safer roads in the state.
Yes, Vice Chair.
Does this relate to the driver's ed's doing the exam for a license?
Chair Brown, Vice Chair Bauer, no, it does not. I believe what you're talking about is just performing the drive test or the knowledge test to actually get your driver's license.
Yeah, my understanding is a lot of them are, DMV has allowed a lot of them to do that.
Yes.
I think
So-
that's a good idea. I think that was a good, cool improvement. It'd be nice to, if you're doing that, to make sure that it's wrapped together.
So what's happening is that they're actually just going to the DMV with their certificate and able to do it without having to go through the drive test.
Indeed. So DMV certify sort of third party driver's ed providers. So they're able to take the course of the third party. They get some students are eligible for this sort of subsidy or reimbursement rate. So can take it at a lower cost. They do perform the course and then bring that certificate to the DMV and actually get their driver license. Yeah.
That's a good idea.
Yes, it's part of the same program. Thank you for that question. Next slide. So there are also a couple of bills and, concepts in this batch that really are just kind of technical changes, omnibus kind of housekeeping provisions. And particularly for our DMV and our Commerce and Compliance divisions, which are heavily regulated at the federal level. And so we are oftentimes sort of just implementing and administering federal laws and federal rules. We find that we often need to come to the legislature and ask for additional clarity or changes to really make sure that we are consistent with where the federal law and rules are. So this is what that measure includes. The couple pieces I will call out of particular note here are this third bullet, more robust enforcement for household good movers, is really a reflection. I think it's just a consumer protection mechanism. So we've got a lot of people who are moving companies that are not actually regulated and under the statutory definition of moving companies. And so because there is no sort of enforcement to protect the individuals that are maybe paying this moving company and then not actually getting their goods delivered at the end of the day, we want to make sure that we've got some level of enforcement over that class and that industry. The second piece I would note here is the fourth bullet point, which is enabling safety compliance for commercial vehicles, 10,000 pounds and up. So right now, under 10,000 pounds, what we kind of consider as a light duty vehicle, and that is mostly regulated by DMV. Over 26,000 pounds is where we would have regulation with the Commerce and Compliance division. And again, that would be tax regulation as well as size and weight and a length restriction as well. In this kind of middle class, we have a lot of individuals who are using maybe private vehicles, but using them commercially. So this proposes to have some level of regulation over those businesses and those vehicles, not for the under a weight mile tax system. So I want to be really clear about that, but under a safety compliance and regulation system. So again, this is a little bit of a sort of a safety measure to make sure that we've got some visibility into the vehicles that are commercial vehicles that are using the roadway and ensuring some level of safety across the system. Next slide. So DMV omnibus technical changes, this will not surprise any of you that we've got about 35 different provisions embedded into this bill. We've got a lot of pieces here, just again, syncing up to federal law, really modernizing different kind of vehicle and business regulation provisions, of course, compliance with federal CDL requirements. So again, we can interest, but there's really no major policy changes here. It is just providing some level of housekeeping and technical corrections to existing statute.
Okay. Vice Chair has a question?
Of course.
Just to be clear, what were they, 6 bills? You're not wrapping them all into one omnibus bill for introduction, right?
Chair Brown, Vice Chair Byer, that's correct. So each one of these slides should correspond with the document that you've got. So I think we've got 8 concepts separately right now.
Yeah.
Yep. And just as a reminder, we will go through the process of submitting these to the governor's office and DAS for approval, going through the drafting process over the summer. And then at the end of the day, the governor's office, I think it's that mid-December timeframe, will decide what actually is advanced and filed as a bill ultimately in the 25 legislative session. Next slide. This is a placeholder measure that really looks at the weight mile tax simplification. So as you all are very familiar, weight mile tax is the way that we collect revenue from heavy commercial carriers. We have, I believe, over a dozen different weight mile class, like actual weight classes. I believe they're in 2,000 pound increments, and we have many, many different configurations. And so the calculation of how many miles you're driving, what your configuration is, and what your weight is can become incredibly complex and burdensome, particularly for the individual truckers or trucking companies and on the agency end in making sure that the calculations are performed correctly. So there is not a specific proposal here at present. However, we are working really closely with the Oregon Trucking Association in particular to figure out if there are ways that we can maybe collapse classes, we can reduce the number of configurations, we can figure out if there are ways to increase the efficiency and sort of reduce the administrative burden, again, on both the agency side and also on the industry side. This has been I would say, a broader topic of conversation for a number of years now. And we are, I think, feeling hopeful and cautiously optimistic that we will get to a solution that works for everyone. But that is also why this is a placeholder measure and there's nothing specific in here. I will offer that one of the important pieces that we are making sure is a top priority is making sure that it is revenue neutral at the end of the day. Next slide. Another placeholder measure. This is a placeholder bill for the Interstate Bridge Replacement Program. So recall in the 2023 legislative session, we were working to identify funding that the legislature ultimately did approve for Oregon's contribution to the I-5 bridge program. That enabled us to match Washington, enable us to draw down real federal funds, and we are incredibly grateful for that. However, because of the sort of mechanism that funding came to be, we did not get the opportunity to actually revise some of the statutes that would enable the program administration, particularly that kind of bi-state relationship between us and the state of Washington. So under current Oregon law, there are a lot of pieces in Oregon revised statute that are sort of old or sort of obsolete from the 2011-2013 timeframe. So the goal here is really to just update the statute to better reflect that real joint nature and make sure that we are modernizing our statutes to actually implement and deliver on this program. Next slide, last slide. So this last concept is also a placeholder. So we've got 3 placeholders total, and I think 5 sort of full substantive proposals. So this is a concept that would potentially clarify statute to allow us I think more express statutory authority to fund zero emission vehicle or EV infrastructure projects and programs. As we have been doing a lot of work and the team's been doing excellent work in really delivering and building out that very robust statewide EV charging network, we have noticed that there are some places in the law that maybe could be a little bit clear that we're actually allowed to spend all of the money that you all have authorized, our federal funds as well, to continue to move this work forward. So again, a placeholder measure because we're still working through what that might look like. But this would really be consistent, I think, with our broader goals to electrify the fleet here in the state of Oregon. Next slide. Okay, so next steps are any direction guidance that you all have. I recognize that this was a quick overview and that it was at a relatively high level. So I'm certainly able to share more detail on all of the proposals that we've discussed today. I'll take that back, work with the team and work with our divisions across the agency to really continue to refine those concepts and then be back before you in March to request approval. As a reminder, that approval that I will request in March will be to advance it to the governor's office and advance it to DAS, where we will then get the opportunity to work with them, work with our stakeholders on a deeper level, and work with the Office of Legislative Counsel to actually put these into concepts. And then that December timeframe is when bills would be finally approved by the governor's office or not to move to be filed in the 25 session. So with that, happy to take any questions.
Questions from any of the commissioners? It's a lot to unpack there.
Excellent. I will see
I
you again in
think
March.
They're thinking about lunch.
Yeah, as am I.
They'll probably have questions later on for you. Oh, see, Commissioner Baker.
Just takes me a little while. Were there any concepts that you really wrestled with in terms of should we include them that were eliminated that maybe we could give you some input on between now and March?
Chair Brown, Commissioner Baker, thanks for that question. Yeah, I would have to go back and refresh my memory. We've had this list relatively stabilized since I want to say December timeframe, maybe early December. So I'd have to go back and see. I think we regularly take things off the list and put things back on the list. We also often, as a reminder, we collect them as kind of individual ideas and then we kind of bundle them together so that we don't have 40 bills and 40 concepts in front of you, but instead just have 9. So I'd have to go back and look. But I'm happy to do that. Yeah, absolutely.
Vice Chair Byer has a question.
Thank you, Chair. Lindsay, sounds bad, but the light heavy vehicle safety program, is there a problem, a recognized problem there that we are trying to address that we just became aware of, or is it just gee, we haven't done this, we should do this kind of an approach?
I'm sorry, Vice Chair, can you repeat that question? I'm not sure I understand.
The proposal for adding a safety enforcement aspect for 10,000 up to
Thank you.
26,000.
Yep.
Is there a problem that we've discovered, or is it just sort of like, maybe we ought to do this?
Chair Brown, Vice Chair Byer, my understanding is that I wouldn't say there's a systemic problem, there's a major problem. I think it's proactive more than anything else. I will say there have been instances when we had a vehicle that was a passenger vehicle operating as a commercial vehicle, and we weren't able to provide any regulation. And again, that's both a sort of a consumer protection mechanism as well as a roadway safety mechanism. So I know that there have been instances where that has been the case. I would characterize it as more than one-offs, but not at a systemic or statewide level at present. However, I'll go back and confirm that.
Just a little sensitive to I'm not opposed to the idea, but it's just sort of like if we're in a reduction mode, taking something new on, if there isn't a demonstrated need for it, just sort of sensitive to that.
Madam Chair. Yeah, just a follow-up question. Can you give us an example of like what a problem would be that we would want, like the one you mentioned?
Certainly, Chair Brown, Commissioner Smith. So if I've got a vehicle, I don't know, an F-350 maybe, something that
No,
weighs
bigger than that.
12,000 pounds. I am registered and I am operating as an individual person. And then I put myself out and I say, hey neighbor, hey, whoever you are, I would love to tow this thing up to the port for you. And I am not operating under the sort of safety restrictions, whether it's length restrictions or weight restrictions or capacity or whatever that might
Or
be.
CDL.
Yep, or CDL. So that it's that type of situation or circumstance. And so I think that's what this is attempting to solve for.
It's kind of
So-
like the vehicle we own, it says on the side, not for hire, for a reason. Because it has a regular plate on it, not a commercial plate. So it's trying to prevent that kind of situation.
Excellent. Thank you very much for the time, and
Thank
I will see
you.
you all in March.
Did great. Thank you so much. At this point, we're a little early. You saved us a few moments, so thank you. We're going to break for lunch and we will be back at 1:40. So, thank you. Ready? Okay. Good afternoon, and thank you for waiting for us. I apologize for the delay. So we are back after our lunch break, and we are on item H, which is long-term planning. So at this point, let's see, who do I have coming up? I'm sorry, I'm looking at this, I'm going, review our Oregon Transportation Commission meeting schedule. Sorry, I don't know who's here. Thank you. Oh, it's right there in front of me.
That's right.
I apologize, I'm not with it yet. Give me 5 seconds. Okay.
So Madam Chair, members of the commission, this topic is really designed to be a look ahead for you as well as for anybody obviously in attendance to say, what is the commission taking up? How are you planning for that commission agenda over the next 3 to 6 months? And then what types of things do you want to take on that may or may not be the routine things that the agency needs to bring before you? The goal of this discussion is really to hear from you and to help you inform that planning calendar. What you'll have before you is obviously the leadership of the agency, and Lindsay will walk us through some of the kind of the precursor opening. But all of us are here to answer any questions that you may have as we start to think about populating content. So I'll pass it off to Ms. Baker to be kind of the lead. But again, every one of the assistant directors is here to help guide.
Perfect. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Brown, Vice Chair Brown, members of the commission. For the record, Lindsay Baker with Oregon Department of Transportation. So as the director mentioned, this is really intended to be a dialogue. I think we've had a lot of conversation going back many years, but I think recently around ensuring that the commission, I think at a global level, has a way to track decisions coming before you and be able to make sort of fully informed decisions, be able to get information from us to offer any recommendation, and be able to kind of sequence those very intentionally, both to sort of, again, support the work of the commission, and I think so that our public partners, our stakeholders can also track along the work. I think this was really coming out of a reflection of, frankly, the volume of work and the volume of decisions that come before this body on any given point in time. So this was really, I'll emphasize that this tool is just that. It's a tool. It is a really draft early document that is intended to give us sort of a 6-month look ahead and to build a pathway for what will be coming to you all in the future. So we have just a few slides. I'm just going to kind of walk very quickly through kind of, again, the points so we can go to the next slide. Really the goal of this planning calendar and this tool and this conversation, which again is just to build that shared understanding of sort of big, what I call kind of big muscle movements of the organization, of the commission, major issues sufficient for you all to have informed direction, guidance, and approval to us. Again, to provide some space for informed dialogue and discussion among the 5 of you, and then to, again, give advance notice for actions that we are going to be requesting or things that are going to be under consideration from you all. Next slide. So I just pulled out 3 like specific, I guess, examples here of the types of content that will be populated on this calendar. So you can see that kind of top little green circle has 3 of 3. So we'll be having sort of 3 decision points, and we'll be sequenced, again, very intentionally, so that you can start to see how your kind of work plan and that pathway comes before you. And so you can see how the sort of conversation, the direction, right, a decision becomes then the foundational for the subsequent decision ahead. And you can kind of, again, see that kind of glide path and pathway through. Again, another example just here, we'll be really clear about what the action item is, whether it's to discuss and inform, whether we have a document for your reviewing consideration, whether we are asking for direction and guidance, like I did with the legislative concepts earlier today, or seeking express approval from this body for something. And then again, just another example, really that kind of providing direction. So again, you can start to see how these sort of topics kind of build on one another. I will emphasize that this is always going to be somewhat of a living document, right? The nature of our business and the work that is before us and the work that is before the state is such that we really can't kind of lock down on something in January that's going to be what we do in December. However, I think we can very much be in a position and a posture of looking further ahead into the future, again, so that you all can make informed decisions and so that folks can really kind of track that work over time, and we can have a level of public visibility into the work that is before the agency and the decisions that are before the commission. So next slide. So really the questions put to you all today are how can this, again, as a tool be modified, whether that is in sort of the look and structure of it, the types of information and kind of content and the level that's being included. Are there different topics or categories that can be added? Are there things that we should remove? I recognize that sort of you all don't know what you don't know, but I do think that there would be some value in having a conversation about are there sort of major topics or programs or issues that you want to dive deeper into that's not reflected on here right now, and that we can kind of plan for in the future. Again, just to make sure that we are providing the information, background, all of that type of work and preparation for you all to make your decisions about really the future of the state of transportation in this state that we've got ahead. So with that, I might take a break, see if my co-presenters have anything else to add or correct or confirm on that. Otherwise, really the conversation is open to you, Madam Chair, and the commissioners to have dialogue.
Okay. Do you have anything to add?
Confirm everything Lindsay said.
Oh. Did such a great job, Lindsay. Okay, so I'm going to just open the floor to the commissioners and get some feedback, and Vice Chair.
I think this is a good start, and I assume that this is an organic document, and we should expect that it would change probably with each meeting, with things being added or adjustments being made. So this is sort of a start hitting the commission cold, but as we're looking at things, we could put things on or suggest that would on an ongoing basis. If if I was sending it home and say, gee, I think we ought to talk about this in the future, is the best way to send whom of you an email.
Yeah, Chair Brown, Vice Chair Byer, I'd offer we have a very accomplished and esteemed commission staff who can help kind of sort those things out. So I'd offer for you all to send ideas that you have to our commission staff. I think there's also,
So that's the point.
a lot of value. And again, making sure that if you have an idea, you want to talk about this thing, we understand what you're trying to, like why you want to talk about it. If you have specific questions, and we can kind of sequence that appropriately on the commission agenda.
Yeah.
And again, for you all to have that conversation and dialogue among one another.
So Commissioner Baker.
Yep, a couple of thoughts.
Certainly.
I too agree. This is a nice start to be able to have a view. Just as an example, on the last two items on the first page here, Rose Quarter and then I-205 Abernathy. Let's start with the I-205 Abernathy for a moment, where we talk about construction authorization increase, decision Dell exploring pushing to May. I think when we're with these big projects that we have looming, that it would be a good idea to establish what causes a material change. I mean, we don't need to be involved in every little thing that's going on, but I think we ought to know if there's something in the cooker, so that we don't get surprised. And we got surprised with this, I think on the last authorization. And I asked the question, and we know that there's more to come, but I think if we could agree on what is a material change that we should be made aware of in advance of waiting, I would feel more comfortable with that.
So to clarify that, when you're talking about material change in these projects, if they're within the budget and it's a material change, so everyone knows that there's always change orders that are built into any construction budget, but are you talking that in a material change that would cause us to have to look at change of funding, where we're going to get the additional funding from which project, et cetera? Is that what you're asking for? Or
That's
for
it.
all changes?
No, that's it.
Okay.
I mean, I don't think we want to get in the middle of, managing the
No.
contracts or budget. That's not our job.
Good.
But if there is a significant authorization increase, I look at this and say construction authorization increase. That's probably, those three words probably produce an action that we need to be involved in. And if it's something that, reaches whatever that materiality threshold, happens to be, and, probably, Chris, you and Travis could, think about what that ought to be, but
Yeah.
does that make sense?
Absolutely. So Madam Chair, Commissioner Baker, and again, for the record, because I didn't do this earlier, Chris Strickler, Director. I would say a couple of things. So right now where the authorities lie is, I've got approval authority up to $5 million for changes. And I think if I remember correctly, MAC carries the authority to the 1 million threshold. Excuse me, 2 million threshold. And so we have built-in mechanisms for that. I think the agreement that we had, and I say agreement because it was part of the conditions of kind of landing on an appropriate level of delegation for changes on existing contracts, was not so much to let those price thresholds be the trigger, but let the significance of the change maybe be the trigger. And so I think what you'll see coming into the future is not only those that are more significant above the 5 million as far as dollar threshold, but things that have a schedule impact or a major public impact, or even a change that I may have approved, but that is significant enough to bring back to the commission for awareness. I think that's what I'm hearing in the question, and we can certainly accommodate that.
Yeah, I wouldn't, yeah, let's not hold them. Let's not surprise the commission. Let's get them out there and so that we're aware. The Rose Quarter is kind of an interesting one because there's a lot to this, and we're going to be plowing some fresh ground relative to potentially to how we enter into a relationship with a third party to control an asset. And that all by itself has got some interesting legal questions that, as an example, I think we need to vet prior to the time that we sit and make a decision. And this one I'm sensitive to because I got a real sense when Commissioner Chapman and I met over there that there's promises that have been made, and there's a direction that, you know, seems to be moving in what could be a real positive way. But I don't know, for instance, whether or not we've got the authority to actually be able to do what we may be asked to do. And it's why I asked the question, you know, do we have the Oregon DOJ involved helping us ferret this thing out? Because I know that there's going to be, you know, questions. So, you know, this is one where it would be, and I'm just using this one as an example, it would be too bad to create the expectation that at our March meeting, we're going to be able to enter into an agreement without having done the basic due diligence in advance, the legal due diligence in advance to know what we're capable of doing. Because we may be considering things that we just don't have the authority to be able to do. Does that make sense?
Chair Brown, Commissioner Baker, it does. And thank you very much for that feedback and your thoughts around that, the specific, using those as examples. If I could, I think you mentioned this a couple times, which I failed to mention as really one of the overarching goals of this, again, this tool, which is absolutely to adhere to a no surprises approach, right? And so I think wanting to ensure that, again, you all have not only visibility, but advance notice of what's going to be coming before you. And so that we are, as an example, able to bring up a conversation perhaps about the Rose Quarter and a partnership that we might have that is novel and something that we've never entered into before. We are asking ourselves the right question. You are asking us the right question. We're able to sort of demonstrate that due diligence over time before we are then asking for your express endorsement or approval for said action. So this is absolutely intended to capture and to, for lack of a better term, to put some structure and order around how we actually embrace and make these decisions, and you all make those decisions. So thank you very much for that feedback. And that is absolutely ringing in our head as we're putting this together again as a first draft, right? But as we're kind of populating this out for the rest of the calendar year. So thank you.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Commissioner Smith?
Thank you. I like the idea of the look ahead. It helps me kind of anticipate when we're going to be asked to make decisions. I think in the past, we've had a few situations where I felt at least, wait a minute, you're asking me for a decision and I don't even know, this is the first time I've really understood it. And so I really appreciate the kind of laying the groundwork in one meeting, getting feedback, you know, then having a decision. And I think this really helps us to map out what the anticipated decision points are going to be. So it's really, I think, a great tool. I appreciate it very much. Just in terms of topics, the one thing that I think we ought to include on this for the year is the, to the extent that we can, the 2025 legislative package, because that is a big item on our radar, and I don't see it here unless I missed it.
Nope.
And I also understand that we're kind of at the pace of it's going to be in some way decided by the legislature and how they operate, and we know that how that goes. But I think that there's also some groundwork that's going to happen this year, that to the extent that it's possible to have us be involved or understand what's going on. So I'd like to see that added to this in the appropriate place.
Chair Brown and Commissioner Smith, thank you very much for that feedback. I agree completely that will be a huge topic. I think the struggle is it is not a discrete topic, right? And so again, it is so many of the smaller decisions that you'll be making and the conversations that will be had around this table will be inputs into a broader funding package conversation. And so I think just being mindful around how are those kind of related to one another and how are your discussions and decisions kind of interconnected is really important. And absolutely we'll add that to the calendar and whenever that's the most appropriate time, certainly. Yeah, thank you.
Just looking for, I think, for a kind of ongoing briefing and communication.
Absolutely.
Okay, Commissioner Chapman, did you have anything you want to add?
I do appreciate the heads up.
And I have to agree that this helps me tremendously because it's hard to handle everything that we are doing. I think that as we talked about this morning, there's a lot of responsibility here and there's a lot of moving parts. And sometimes we get lost in just the stuff like the mega project or one other piece, and yet there's all of these different things that we have to look at. Yes, contact staff. If you have an agenda piece, you're always welcome to contact the director as the chair too, or even with the vice chair. I know that all of us have conversations individually with the director. We also talk between ourselves. Sometimes we'll call each other and say, heads up, this is where I know I have those conversations with each one of you and do a check-in on a monthly, I try on a monthly basis, just to make sure that if there is something that is looming that you want to see on the agenda, we get it there. Thank you for doing this. We also know that this list, things are going to fall off it too. We're going to have to do some moving because we don't have the bandwidth of trying to do everything in one day. And something that we may have to consider in the future is we may have to meet longer than in one day. We may have to have a 2-day meeting sometime just to cover all of the different issues that we need to deal with. But thank you for doing this and putting it together. And I guess the other question is, do you have questions for us? Okay, Commissioner Smith?
The other thing that I would appreciate, and I don't know that you need to necessarily add to this list, but I know we have the tri-state coming up and it's theoretically in California. I'm not sure how that agenda gets built. If it's California driven, what inputs we may have into it. It'd be nice if along the way we had some, here's where we're thinking, are there other things that this commission would like to raise with the other states? I think having a dialogue to the extent that we can would be helpful too.
And I think we need to revisit the minutes from our last tri-state. So staff, I'm going to give you that direction to look back and see if there was anything that we talked about in those meetings that we said we wanted to follow up on this agenda coming, and just remind everybody it is a 3-state agenda build. But usually the hosting state is the one that kind of drives a lot of that.
Right.
So, but thank you for bringing that up because I forgot it. I didn't really forget about the tri-state. I was just blocking it out of my mind at this point because we have so many
It's
other
so
things.
far away. It's going to be here tomorrow.
Well, and it is. And one of the things I think just recently, was we talked about the Ray and you know, that project that was taking place in Atlanta, and there was conversation about, well, what if we all went and looked at this? Well, who has time to do that? We don't. We have a huge transportation package. We have to stand up. And that was one of the things that we talked about in that meeting. And when my message back was, can we postpone this for a little bit? Because our hair is on fire at this point and we have other things that we need to pivot to. Although this is a great concept on building your highways. So again, you know, just communicating is going to be key. And just so the public knows, I don't think there's anybody here on the commission that has a problem communicating with the staff what it is we want. If anything, we over communicate, I think sometimes. So.
You know, Madam Chair, I might just add, if I may, that there's going to be items, as each of you have suggested, and I think Ms. Baker covered that at the beginning, that aren't on here, that are more emergent, and we need to get them on an agenda, and we'll make sure that we're communicating that. I'd also offer, if there's something more exploratory that you want to bring forward that you'd like us to add to an agenda, and you want to have a conversation with one of us to help form that, because it makes more sense to have that conversation with us so we get the right information. We can also handle the coordination with the OTC staff as well. So however it's comfortable for you, we just want to make sure that we get the topics right. And then we're also communicating those things that are more emergent and maybe aren't on the planning calendar. I think the question I might ask is, I mean, there's certainly a few ways to look at this from a planning calendar perspective. We can allocate time on a future agenda to go through it a little bit if you'd like, or we can move it to consent, or we can just continue to update it more in the draft form. But I'd leave that to the team and your desire.
Thank you. We don't have to spend a lot of time, but I think just review it at every agenda.
Okay.
So we have in the past had on the consent agenda or a consent calendar, excuse me, what the next places we're having our meeting, but not necessarily to this detail. Do you want it more in an actual conversation that takes place? Which is fine. We can add it to when we talk about our different committees and then have to follow up also with what's coming up in the future.
Certainly, Chair Brown, members of the commission, I think we can certainly be flexible. What I would offer is the goal is to have a little bit of a 6-month look ahead. Past that, it gets a little bit too tenuous, frankly. And then every probably 2 or 3 months, we'll have a pretty clear sense. And I would say that's probably at 85 to 90% the agenda sort of built. And so whether that is part of the agenda development or part of the consent, I don't have a recommendation at present. We can certainly give some thought to that and then bring that forward in the future. I think my desire and goal is really that we're just getting the right content on and less about the sort of mechanics of how this is a living document. So I know that's a bit of a punt, but that we can certainly give some thought to that.
Vice Chair.
I think you need to have it as just a regular item on the agenda. If you put it on the consent agenda, it won't get any attention. When I'm spending a lot of time on it, it's just kind of like, here's where we're at, just sort of a look ahead verbally, and people can decide if they have a question about something coming up or want to add something, then it gets the attention. Could even be at the end of the agenda.
I have one more thing.
Yes, Mr. Smith.
Real quick. At some point, I think I'm going to want an update on where we are with the Office of Equity and Civil Rights, because I don't see that anywhere here, and that's pretty important.
Chair Brown, Commissioner Smith, absolutely. I thought it was on here.
It's possible.
Yeah, but it's probably further into the future. And I think that was a little bit of a reflection of changing in leadership right now. However, absolutely point taken. I think the other piece I would just offer is at one point we did have some levels. So you'll note on here, there's a section that's a sort of standing agenda item. So we have the budget and operational update, kind of committee report out. At one point, we did have sort of an equity and civil rights update also embedded there. But again, it's really the preference of the commission and kind of the work that is before the agency in terms of what to bring forward for updates. So my long-winded way to say, absolutely, Commissioner Smith will put that on the agenda.
And where are we on our search?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Smith, and actually all members of the commission, we are still in the process of collecting names and resumes. So it's been posted and reposted for an additional 2 weeks, and we'll be going through the applicants in 2 more weeks from last Friday.
Anything else for the good of the order? I think we beat this one. All right,
Thank you very much.
thank you. Are you guys gonna just see what's next? I gotta go back to my agenda. Oh, it's Travis.
I do not get to leave for quite some time, so I'm just
I
gonna
guess
hang out
not.
here.
And Brendan.
Mr. Finn is going to be the MC for this portion of the agenda.
And then we'll switch roles there. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the commission. For the record, I'm Brendan Finn, Director of ODOT's Urban Mobility Office. Thank you for having me here today to talk about toll revenue allocation is the name of this item. I think if we were to schedule this out, we'd probably be bringing it to you a little bit later to create that right environment for you to be able to digest the material. But we're really coming to you today to really reflect the fact that we are listening, in particular to our partners around the Portland metropolitan region, those concerned with the toll program, because this is a matter of topic, and policy that the region desperately wants to talk about. So we're excited to have that discussion with you today to kind of set some of that groundwork. And more importantly, hear a couple of voices important from our region that have been at the Regional Toll Advisory Committee table. I'll go over a little bit. You've heard a little mention of that group in some of our previous meetings, but I'm going to go over a little bit of what they've covered in some of those meetings, a little bit about the membership, and where they're headed. But before I do, I'd like to turn it over to Assistant Director Brower to do a little bit of background on toll revenue allocation, the process, some of the things that have already been decided. Then I'll jump into the committee's work, and then I want to turn it over to a couple of the members to give you a little bit of a report back from the committee. So, Mr. Brower.
Thank you, Mr. Finn. I'm Travis Brower, ODOT Assistant Director for Revenue Finance Compliance, and I'm going to cover 2 topics today. First, the topic of this really should be called net toll revenue allocation. So we're going to talk about what it means to have a net toll revenue. And then I'm going to give you a lot of the legal and policy background that will frame up how you're allowed to spend toll revenue, because that's going to be important background. So next slide, please. You know, we heard a lot this morning in public comment about concerns about how toll revenue would be spent and the amount that would be going for administration. This is something we are working on and getting estimates on what the cost will be. So when we talk about toll revenue, we talk about first gross toll revenue, which is every single dollar you bring in toll revenue and associated fees. Back a slide, please. Then we talk about net toll revenue, which is really that gross tolls and fees minus the operations and maintenance costs for tolls. That equals out to the net toll revenue. So I included a chart here that gets pretty wonky and there's a lot of stuff on there, but I wanted to be very open and show you what we have in the I-205 level 1, so the very lowest level of traffic and revenue analysis for scenario 3. We're going to talk about the scenarios in a little while, showing you over the course of 35 years how that toll revenue would be expected to be used. So we take the totality of that revenue, we subtract out costs like credit cards and transponders and the ODOT back office, the consultant operations of the back office, the roadway systems that are on the gantries, and all those costs, as well as the operations and maintenance of the actual toll facility, the cost it takes to maintain the road, as bondholders require us to keep the facility in a state of good repair. That brings you to what the net toll revenue is. Under that scenario 3 that was shared with the OTC, that's about a third of the money would go toward the actual O&M cost for tolling, the administrative costs, leaving about 2/3 of that for toll revenue. Now, I will always note that folks in the tolling industry have always cautioned us not to express this as a percentage of revenue. And that is largely because when you have a percentage, it depends on what your toll rate is. One of the reasons why for I-205, the toll, the percentage going to administration is a little bit higher under this analysis, is that the toll rates are really comparatively fairly low. Over the course, or the average toll rate in the first couple of years will be under $2. For comparison, Washington State's average toll is over $3. So we have a lower toll rate that then leads, even with similar operations costs, to a higher amount going out for administrative costs as a percentage. Now, we hope and expect that this percentage will actually decline over time as we bring more facilities on. We have the RMPP in place. And as we have more customers, more accounts to spread some of those fixed costs across, we believe that the economies of scale will drive down that percentage, as we've seen. So in Washington, they're at about a 20% administrative cost based on something like 60 some cents per transaction on a toll of about $3. So that is the question of how much of this will be used for administrative costs. And that gets you to the net toll revenue. Net toll revenue then is used for a variety of purposes. So the first part of that, for particularly the I-205 and IBR projects, will be debt service on bonds and loans. And we're going to talk more about that again in the next item. With that, what you find is that as with any other form of bonding or taking out any loan, you cannot borrow with debt service that equals your net revenue. So if I were to walk into a mortgage broker and give them my income and say, I want a mortgage that takes my entire income, they'd say, yeah, that's a funny story, Mr. Brower, but come back with a more realistic approach. Same way, when we go to the bond market, they will say, we need to see you have in place coverage ratios so that you have a certain amount of income over and above for every dollar you're going to pay in debt service. So for the toll bonds, we're expecting that'll be about $1.70 in revenue for every dollar in debt service. For the TIFIA loans, again, we'll talk about this in the next item, about $1.30 in revenue. So we will be bonding only against a portion of that net toll revenue. The remainder of that net revenue will go into things like reserve accounts. We'll need a revenue stabilization fund of some sort so that if we have a shock to the system that reduces traffic, I don't know, a global pandemic, for example, we would have some place to go so that we don't have to raise rates on customers in a way that could cause issues. We'll also need a reserve account for repair and rehabilitation of the road. And then the remainder of that, and even when those reserve accounts are full, any additional funds from those coverage amounts can go into additional investments in the corridor. So we've heard some people assume that when we look at the net toll revenue, that any of that additional revenue is just lost, but it is really additional revenue that can go into investments in the corridor. The commission will have a lot of decisions to make about how to calibrate tolls in a way that determines how much net toll revenue there is going to be, and then how that is going to be used. We don't anticipate that there will be significant amounts for I-205 and IBR, given that most of that will go to debt service on bonds and loans. There may be more on the regional mobility pricing project, but again, that will be determined by how much the commission determines that we should leverage that revenue stream by taking out bonds and loans for various projects, whether it's Rose Quarter or the Boone Bridge or other projects that could be funded out of those revenue streams. So that's your crash course on net toll revenue and its uses. So let me then move along and talk a little bit about some of the—
Chair Brown,
I'm
I
sorry.
have a question. You open to a
Please.
question
Yes.
at this stage? So on this slide, we show that roughly 30% of our gross toll fees on the Abernathy Bridge 205 project is administration costs. And that totals, and this is what I learned about sitting in at the Joint Legislative Committee, that represents for scenario 3, where we're talking a little over a $400 million project, $1.3 billion in administrative fees. And according to Mayor Viola Stosky, those are our numbers, and he referenced the numbers, and that our gross revenue on the project in scenario 3 is 3.2 billion. Do these numbers strike a chord? Are these numbers you're familiar with?
Commissioner Baker, this sounds familiar. I will have to admit, I have taken a vow not to do too much math in meetings like this.
Yeah,
So I would have to look to the numbers and calculate those and confirm that.
Yeah, fair enough. And I don't want to put you on the spot with the math. I'm just, this is an issue, obviously, sitting and listening to our elected officials in Wilsonville and then over in Gladstone, where unanimously they were calling into question the viability of these projects. That the notion that we would spend, that we would collect 3.2 billion on a roughly $400 million project seemed to be maybe not falling within the realm of stewardship. And then to have the other piece of it, $1.3 billion that would go to the administration of the tolling program. These just seem like enormous numbers to me. And I think we lose some of it in the pie chart when we talk about 30% administration fee. And I think on these, to gain the trust of everybody, we ought to talk about the value of the numbers. What do these numbers represent, so that it's really clear and it's transparent and it's right out there. So there isn't any question that, we may be not being as transparent as we could be. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and Commissioner Baker, I think where the questions come up, and I think that we are going to need to explain to the public a lot more about, is that of that net toll revenue, there is more than just the debt service. There are other investments that would be made in the corridor. So for example, the conversation about diversion and mitigation of that diversion, this is a funding source from that net toll revenue, net of the debt service, that could be used over the long term, in particular, as issues arise around diversion and the need for mitigation is shown, that could be used to address those issues on the corridor. It is also a source that we'd be using to preserve this corridor and ensure that the infrastructure there stays in a state of good repair. So I think you're right. We do need to have a more open, transparent conversation with the public to show all of this. I will note this is based on a level 1 traffic and revenue analysis. That is the very starting point for all this. All of these numbers, if we know one thing, is they are wrong. They are based on early estimates. And so we will be continuing to update those. And I think that they're, particularly when we have the level 2 traffic and revenue analysis for the commission that we're going to talk about a little bit later, we'll be able to give you a much finer grained sense of what some of these costs are.
So Vice Chair has a question or comment?
Yeah, I'm done. Yeah, thank you.
Just to follow up on that last comment, we've identified, or the project has identified, a number of mitigation projects that have to be done as part of the larger project. Are they funded through the bonding, the debt service? So
yeah,
it's not just the bridge we're talking about. It's all the identified mitigation projects that would be covered by the toll as well.
Yeah. Vice Chair Byer, thank you for that clarification question. The project has set aside within the total budget for the I-205 project that you find in that urban mobility strategy finance plan that you approved last June. There is an amount set aside for mitigation upfront. And so that is actually considered a project cost, where we would look to the net toll revenue would be also then in the long term, as any additional adaptive management of the system was needed to address mitigation and diversion.
I think that's a point that's been lost for a lot of people.
Your mic is off.
You're on now. I'm done. I was gonna say, I think that's a point that's been lost in the discussion. It's not just the bridge, it's the mitigation that's already been identified that would have to be done as part of the project that's covered.
Chris. So, yes, Chris. You're on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Madam Chair, members of the commission, I think I feel more comfortable if I just add just a couple of things, because it's an intriguing thought also about how do you capture the overall lifetime cost, because I think that's the question you're getting to, Commissioner Baker. And then also to reinforce Travis's comment, we do have some in the project budget set aside. Now, whether or not that's adequate at this point, still has time to be determined. And we've got input coming from some members that we'll hear from in just a little bit, as well as additional analysis. But we are trying to be prudent in that, and the team, I think, is working towards that. There's a couple of things, though, that I'm struck with, and that is, as you think about a $400 million investment on a bridge, for example, if the legislature were today to say, we're going to raise the gas tax and we're going to dedicate the funds that come from that gas tax to that bridge, you still have a question about whether or not you're going to bond against that to bring that money forward, or whether you're going to wait until that cash buildup gets to a point to where you have the $400 million in hand and chase inflation on your path to get there, because that cost of that $400 million is going to increase over time. And so in some ways it's a difficult math problem for me, and not just in the actual absolute math of the problem, but in how we represent it, because we do want to make sure that we're representing it in a way that everybody can understand and that it makes sense. And I think what's difficult for me is we don't have $400 million cash right now. And if we did, then that's the only time at which the bridge would be in the $400 million range, right? And so anything that we bond against is going to have similar inflationary aspects. It's going to have similar cost of repayment. It's going to have those things. Now, one is likely cheaper than the other. I make no qualms about that. I think that's absolutely right. And that's where the value proposition or the conversation comes in. Because as we sit today, for example, we've got a significant amount of our program that's bonded out into the future, and we'll pay significantly more for those improvements because the legislature asked us to build them now instead of waiting for the future. So I don't say that as a point of challenge. It's actually more in the trying to figure out the dynamic of how do we communicate that problem, because it's not a cash versus toll question today. It's actually how would you then construct it if you don't have the funding today? How would you bring that money forward? What mechanism would you use? Because all of those are going to cost money.
So the one question I have is that slice there of operational costs and administrative costs. At any point, so you're showing 2026 through 2060. When does that shrink? Does it ever shrink? Or does it expand? And is the analysis going to do any of that as you have economy of scale, as more projects come on, et cetera?
Yeah, Chair Brown, as we do these traffic and revenue analyses, we have to make some reasonable assumptions, and generally we're trying to be fairly conservative about them. We try to have some things built in so that we're not overestimating net toll revenue, because the worst thing you can do is overestimate net toll revenue and then find yourself in a revenue insufficiency situation. So at this point, this is based on an assumption of tolling the interstate bridge and the I-205. So just two toll facilities to spread those costs around. If and when we are able to get federal approval for the regional mobility pricing project and bring that online, then that will bring the another toll facility, a very broad toll facility that should drive down the individual transaction costs, because we'll be spreading our fixed costs across more transactions. So really, I think it is when we bring more toll facilities online, particularly the RMPP. This is across a 35-year period, but it's based on the assumption across that entire period that the RMPP is not on. Again, that's one of those conservative assumptions.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions as we move on? Okay.
All right, next slide, please. This is where I get to play amateur lawyer. Having not gone to law school, I should give that caveat up front. But I'm going to talk you through the federal and state requirements that are in place for tolling revenue. So because we're talking about tolling on the interstate, federal law obviously comes into play, and the feds do limit significantly the use of toll revenue. So they allow us to use toll revenue for debt service on projects for which the tolls are authorized, as well as the maintenance, reconstruction, and rehabilitation of the toll road. As I noted earlier, some of that would be considered part of the gross to net calculation, but some of that would be after net toll revenue. And then there is a provision that says if the road is being adequately maintained, you can spend the money on other federally eligible purposes. And that's actually under federal laws we've talked about earlier today. You can use federally eligible means capital projects and investments, not day-to-day maintenance or just spending anywhere on the system. Next slide, please. There are then, of course, state requirements. One of them is that the Oregon Constitution does limit the use of toll revenue for highway purposes. Toll is a tax or excise on the ownership, operation, or use of a motor vehicle, and therefore must be used for highway purposes. The construction, reconstruction, rehabilitation, maintenance of roads and roadside rest areas is basically what the Constitution says, which has been, of course, interpreted to include bicycle and pedestrian and some transit facilities in the right of way, but does not include, buying buses or transit operations costs. Second of all, there is the toll statute at the state level. ORS 383 does have a section on directing toll revenue. Among the several uses there that are listed, really, it focuses on investments in the tollway project, which does include maintenance and operations, and investment on adjacent roads to address the impacts of the toll project. So in that sense, it does allow for us to use toll revenue for the mitigation of the impact of a toll project. Next slide, please. Then, because the commission is the policy body for the state transportation system, last January, to kick off this toll process, you approved amendments to the Oregon Highway Plan that govern tolling. And this includes a use of revenue section that directs that funds should be used within the corridor on which they're collected, and that requires ODOT to address impacts to neighborhood health and safety through mitigation efforts. It also sets out a hierarchy of toll revenue allocation. So first, we have to cover the cost of the tolling system. So that's generally that administrative costs. Second, it bifurcates this a bit between revenue-focused tolling, which in particular I-205 and IBR will be revenue-focused tolling, requires us to pay for the project, including mitigation and operations and maintenance. Now, for congestion-focused pricing, that's a little bit different, that we're to use tolling to manage congestion and make multimodal investments. I will note that RMPP is really going to be a mix of revenue and congestion-focused pricing. It is not all on the congestion management side, as we do expect we'll have revenue targets to meet in order to make the investments in the system. And then third, under the OHP, you've directed that we would meet any additional system performance metrics defined for the corridor using the toll revenue. So that is the legislative and legal and policy direction that has been set in place to date.
Okay. Questions, Vice Chair?
That third one is very vague. Is there any discussion when it was adopted, what that means?
Vice Chair Barr, I would have to defer to those who wrote this section, and particularly, I think Amanda Peets and her team were deeply involved in this. I think that this is something that allows you to have a little bit of, provide some direction about what metrics we should be focused on for the corridor, and then ensure that toll revenue, both the way we set the tolls helps us achieve those metrics, and then the investments you make from the net toll revenue ensure that we meet them.
But it still would be constrained by the constitutional limitation of within the right of way.
Yes, Mr. Vice Chair, there's
things
no getting
related
around the
to-
Constitution.
Yeah.
Yes, Director.
Yeah, I'll just offer by way of example, Washington has an express toll lane on 405, for example, in the Seattle Bellevue area. And one of their performance metrics associated with that I think would fall in line, while this should not be taken as the only performance target, by the way. But the type of example would be one of the targets for their toll program on the express lane. And again, knowing that there's free lanes next to it, but the express lane is a pay-to-play kind of service. It allows for or requires a certain performance target of speed. And if I remember correctly, and this is quite some time ago, but it was 45 miles an hour or better 90% of the time, right? So there was targets that were set to say, these are the performance targets that then dictate the rate setting mechanism. It's those kinds of performance criteria that can come forward. And again, I don't suggest that that's the one to use. I'm suggesting that it's those types of metrics that I think that bullet intended to represent.
And I'll ask you to go to the next slide, please. And I'll take it from here. To tee this, and we will see some of those performance metrics and how they relate to the scenarios that you'll be evaluating here shortly as well. To tee up this discussion, I guess I'll start out by saying House Bill 2017 and the direction for ODOT to implement a tolling program and how that was solidified in House Bill 3055 provided ODOT the challenge or the opportunity to really do what we said we were going to do when the Urban Mobility Office was created, to show up differently in the Portland metropolitan region in particular. The Regional Toll Advisory Committee was established by Director Strickler really in response to a lot of what we were hearing around the Portland metropolitan region, concerns, questions. Obviously, something of this scale has not been done in the state of Oregon before, so there was a lot of uncertainty in the air. I think Director Strickler, in his wisdom, brought together this group to really advise him so he could advise you. We support that effort in the Urban Mobility Office. But we also want to do what we can to elevate voices from the community when we can, as you know. So this group has met 12 times, as you can see on the schedule there over the past year and a half. I'll briefly, very briefly, go over some of the topics that they've dived really deep into. I actually saw one of the members of the committee recently outside of work, Mr. Paulson, and he said to me, Brendan, I feel like through this process, I've gotten either an associate's degree or maybe a bachelor's degree in transportation planning and tolling. And I said, yeah, it's probably a bachelor's. So they've put in a lot of time, effort, and work. We're incredibly appreciative of that, especially to our two guest speakers that will be here today. I will introduce them shortly and we'll bring them forward. But to talk a little bit, and Director Strickler, I might put you on the spot at the end to give any reflections that you might have as you have been chairing and leading this group. So really where we started off was with the low-income toll report. I know many of you are aware of what's, and you've been given briefings on where that is. And Commissioner Baker, as you mentioned, Goal 6 plan amendments, we really walked the committee through those. The value then moved on to the value pricing pilot program. This was set up by the federal government to use pricing as a new tool. It was really the recognition that ODOT has had, that the federal government has had, that we cannot build our way out of congestion. We must use this market-based approach or this tool to address congestion, but also use it, as Mr. Brower referred to balance that, to raise revenue as well. So we walked through that program with the group. We are one of the few applicants around the United States for this program. We talked about how that was going to be looped into the Regional Mobility Pricing Project, introduced that first concept in December of 22. And also accompanying that with a public transportation strategy. One thing we heard loud and clear is people are going to need options. And in places like Clackamas County, they don't feel like they have the transit service they need to deal with the issues that may come from tolling, especially on those who are experiencing low incomes. We then moved on to the rulemaking process and the cooperative agreement for the Regional Mobility Pricing Project, which sounds kind of complicated, but it's basically how we work with FHWA on implementing this program, dealing with some of the regulations that Mr. Brower talked about, but how they regulate us as a state DOT. We then went through what was the previous environmental assessment for I-205. That's where we heard a lot from communities like Westland and others, where they saw in that environmental assessment the mitigations that we were going to do based on the modeling that we've all agreed to. And they said that's not enough. That's not enough for our communities. We then came back with further study on the transportation strategy and a monitoring program, because one thing we know we can't do, and we'll talk more about the commission about the adaptive management framework, which Mr. Brower mentioned too, is we want to have an elaborate system for identifying what happens afterwards. We're going to use the best modeling that we all agree to understand what's happening, where this diversion is happening, but we need to know what happens after the system comes in place. So that's very important. There was an inflection point right there. I think there was a lot of folks who were on the committee and in the community that said, you're just talking to us. You're not listening. And at that point, Director Strickler led, I got to sit next to him and help out a little bit, having a reflecting and listening session with this group where we went around to everyone and said, what is most important to you? What are we not hearing from you? And we heard from every member of that group, which was great because in such a large group that we had there, of which I did not say from the outset, it's made up of elected officials from around the Portland region, community-based organizations, different business groups, and then representation from tribes. So it's a big group around the table and not everyone can get a word in, but we had some good facilitation that allowed us to do that. And the one thing we heard loud and clear from that group, and I think Director Strickler will agree with this, is that we need to lead with equity. So that happened to be the next agenda item that we had and how we could do that the right way. And also looking at nexus projects. What are the gaps that exist in the networks around the Portland metropolitan region that could benefit or that would need to be done to complement a tolling network? So we went through that and then looked more at the regional mobility pricing options. And then more recently, we looked at the scenarios that each of you looked at in your November meeting regarding some of those trade-offs that we're going to talk about a little bit more too, on what rates can do to diversion and what we need to do to keep the system running at a certain capacity or metric. But one of the things that the committee has wanted to address, and it's been on their minds for quite a long time, and we kept saying, wait, we'll get to that, wait, we'll get to that. And I think they said, no, we want to talk about it now, is net toll revenue allocation. So we did create the meeting on Monday to do that, to have this conversation be one that wasn't led by ODOT, but was led by the community. We asked very graciously for 2 members of this committee to solicit input outside of the meetings from some of their colleagues on the committee, come back and report that out, make sure that they were, all those voices were being heard, find a cogent set of themes, and then bring them forward to the council in their voice. So I'm very excited today, or thankful today, that 2 of those members are here. They've put in a lot of work. I'll let them introduce themselves, but I will mention who they are. But we do have Metro Councilor Christine Lewis here with us today, whose district resides there right in Clackamas County. I'll let her introduce herself, and Mr. John Isaacs, who is connecting with us virtually here. He's Vice President of Public Affairs for the Portland Metro Chamber, who this morning was testifying on behalf at the Portland City Council of the 10% gas tax. So I know that's one of the reasons that he couldn't be with us today. But before we ask Christine to come up and then John to present as well on what they're hearing from their committee colleagues on net toll revenue, Director Strickler, I wanted to make sure you had a moment to add anything.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair and members of the commission. I'll be very brief and start first with appreciation. Councilor Lewis has put a significant, amount of time into not just bringing forward constituent-based issues that might be part of the representation of where she serves, but really going out and reaching into some of the other partner agencies to really hear what their concerns are as well. And Mr. Isaacs has done the same. And so my appreciation to both of them. You can imagine just the difficulty in trying to coalesce 35 plus opinions, and you're soliciting even beyond those on the committee, and where they might differ as far as approach or depth of concern, especially as it relates to diversion and then what we're going to do about it, right? And a lot of this really comes back to that. So all fair questions, fair points, and I think they've done an admirable job. And so I'm looking forward to their comments so that you can ask them directly some of what they're hearing. And then the other is, I think Brendan described the pathway for the Regional Toll Advisory Committee pretty well. There's more work in front of us though, and I want to be really clear about that. There are hard decisions in front of us. There are tensions that exist, and the tensions are as much financial and physical as they are on I feel a certain commitment to what I'm trying to represent as far as impacts and needs. And I think all of those are very real. And candidly, even as I look at some of the elements around mitigation, there's probably some areas where I would go further as well. So as we think about hearing from those communities that will be impacted, know that that's not just a math problem or a modeling problem. It's also from people that walk out their front door and feel this every day. And so we've got to get that part right too. So with that, I just extend my appreciation to Councilor Lewis and Mr. Isaacs for dedicating the time and being willing to be in the firing line right now for the commission.
Thank you so much, Director, and thank you, Brendan. Again, my name is Christine Lewis. I serve on Metro Council. I represent District 2, the communities at the southern portion of the region. And I was honored to be asked to do extra work. Both Mr. Isaacs and I spent the week before the meeting with one-on-one outreach to our fellow RTAC members. John, I don't know if you want to say a little bit more about your outreach.
Sure. Thank you, Counselor. Thank you for allowing me to be here today. Again, my name is John Isaacs, Executive Vice President, Public Affairs for the Portland Metro Chamber. I was responsible for reaching out to the what I refer to as the external stakeholders, so those not representing government agencies on the RTAC, and that in this case also included TriMet and the Port of Portland. So that's how we divided up the kind of informal surveying we did ahead of our Monday meeting, and happy to be here to report out on the conversation.
Sure, absolutely. So I am going to begin just by a little bit of the case statement that I gathered and put together my thoughts after having had one-on-one conversations with folks from governments and the tribal members that were on my list. But in terms of making sure that I am cognizant of the Vice Chair's question earlier, yes, we have discussed mitigations that are defined as part of the project. And those are the NEPA required mitigations, but local governments are frustrated that we don't see them as enough. We look at NEPA as the floor of mitigation, and we would like to see more based on our real lived experience in these communities and the projected impacts. So this is the statement. Local governments must see a comprehensive and equitable approach realized through toll revenue sharing. Tolling will increase diversion onto local streets, increasing local congestion, decreasing safety on our streets, and causing greater wear and tear and strain on the local system. The tolling program must account for those impacts and provide solutions to mitigate or solve them. A revenue sharing agreement will ensure that tolling delivers on its goal to support multimodal transportation choices that provide travel options and manage congestion, support safety on our regional transportation system, and addresses the impact on all roads. If regional tolling is to move forward, cities and counties that operate facilities parallel and interacting with the corridor must see their local system be relieved of the stresses put on by diversion, both current and caused by tolling. When the highway fails, arterials fail, and as arterial routes grow increasingly popular, neighborhood streets fail. Cities along the 205 project have been pointing this out for over 2 years, but they have been joined by others in the I-5 and 205 corridors. Talked to City of Portland, talked to Multnomah County. They sounded very parallel to my Clackamas cities and Clackamas County. We would like to consider that the projects have 2 lives that we need to plan for. Right now, the startup time when the construction phase is upon us, and then also local needs for mitigation will be particularly acute here in the startup phase. But as the tolling project gets underway in 30 years, when bonds are paid off, mega projects are complete, that's when we're also interested in what the revenue allocation formula will be at that point. Wanted to stay high level. I wanted to make sure that we didn't get into the weeds of carving off a percentage here or there. We want to reckon to be flexible depending on where in the system we're talking about, 205 versus RMPP versus the interstate bridge. And Mayor Ann in Vancouver brought up some really sage questions about how it might work working across state boundaries. I was appreciative of the thoughtful responses that included consideration for transit, the obvious need for transit capital, as well as the trickier conversation around transit operation funding. Local governments have no shortage of examples of capital projects required for safety that touch all modalities. We need alternatives to some of these highway trips where currently none exist today. For me, the North Star is revenue that is a direct allocation on a periodic basis, that is stable and enduring, predictable, proportional to responsibility, and has a clear time or checkpoint to check our assumptions and true up the allocation relative to traffic and impact data. Eventually, we will have to get down to specific percentages, and we'll have to decide how far down the buckets we go before revenue is considered truly net from the original charge. We will have a lot of conversation at the table going forward and would hope that OTC would join us in pondering these questions. And lastly, came out of the conversations with local governments, realizing that no local government leader wants to raise the toll price just so local governments can collect a share. That's the report I read on Monday. And there was general consensus and agreement around the table that John will speak to. But there were a few notes that I took down that I wanted to make sure to read here today so that you have some of the texture as almost every member of that table spoke up. So first, there were concerns that the effects of and changes to traffic patterns after tolls go live are ubiquitous. And they underlie many of the comments related to revenue allocation. And many members said there need to be a clear definition of diversion and corridor. One of the big takeaways is we need to get on paper and a group process to make sure we all agree diversion means diversion and corridor means corridor. Since we need to nail those definitions down, particularly related to mitigation and funding of solutions. Members at the table highlighted a desire to fully understand federal and state laws and requirements related to tolling revenue and where there are real constraints and opportunities for creativity to find projects and potential for revenue exchanges. There was an encouragement for OTC to consider the entire regional transportation system and modes to provide mobility and real travel choice. Members at the table highlighted a historic underinvestment in the transportation system relative to the needs. John's going to speak more to that. Currently, there isn't enough information to know if revenue from tolling will be sufficient to improve local roads and public transit systems. Members need to know that the required mitigations and the overall cost to be able to understand how much revenue will be available to share after debt service and implementation. We are just hungry to actually understand those models. And then we need more conversation about prioritizing cost-effective public transit improvements. And we wanted to bring to light some conversation from C-Tran in particular, and Washington members echoed that if HOV lanes on the highway are converted to toll lanes, their system, they were loud and clear to remind you that they're the 4th largest transit in the state. I did it, check that box. C-Tran might lose federal funding based on some formula, did that. But also just wanted to amplify that Washington needs to be considered in a true partnership since that's what we're doing on the bridge. Oregon has a workforce shortage and we need to consider the costs to our workforce through this system. And those are my high level notes. I literally have 5 pages of handwritten notes because everybody said so much that was good and additive to the discussion. With that, John, over to you for your presentation.
Great, thank you, Counselor. I had some prepared remarks. I'm gonna sort of jump through them to ensure this is supplemental. I'm not repeating too much because one of the most positive outcomes of the conversation we had on Monday was that there was a lot of alignment across a very diverse stakeholder table. Real quickly, I want to make sure the commission knows who we are at the Portland Metro Chamber. We have over 2,300 members, making us the largest and most diverse business organization in the state of Oregon and Southwest Washington. We have hundreds of members in Clark County, and we are the leading voice of employers in the Portland region. Over 80% of our members are small businesses. Investing in and maintaining our core transportation infrastructure has been and continues to be one of our top priorities. And we've been transparent that we view our role in the RTAC and other advisory committees that we've participated in, such as the I-5 Bridge Replacement Project, as being a voice for progress and completion of these projects, because we view them as essential to our future sustainable economic competitiveness as a region. So with this in mind, I was very pleased to be asked by ODOT, by Brendan, to help survey the RTAC members. And I focused, as I said, on those who represent external stakeholders, including TriMet and Port of Portland, on their priorities for the use of net tolling revenue. Councilor Lewis and I collaborated on this. We compared notes as we went through the process of serving members, and this seeded what turned out to be a very positive, robust conversation this past Monday. And as you've heard from Commissioner Lewis, this highly valuable exercise surfaced that we have strong alignment on high-level priorities for the use of net revenue. We were also aligned that we need more information and we need to reach some common understandings before we can finalize any formal recommendations. And I want to be clear that my presentation today is, it's not a formal committee recommendation. It's my perspective, a report out as a facilitator of the conversation, to give you a flavor of what the outcomes were. So just a few bullets, and then I'll take questions. So first and foremost, there's no disagreement on RTAC that tolls are necessary to complete the projects and manage the system. And what our priority needs to be, as Councilor Lewis just said, is managing the impacts of tolling while ensuring the value proposition of building the projects and tolling the system is delivered for Oregonians. Managing these impacts are clearly top priorities of RTAC. RTAC members universally expressed a strong commitment to equity, placing a top priority on mitigating impacts on low-income workers and families, historically underserved communities, and people on fixed income, such as seniors and people with disabilities. And there's clearly alignment between RTAC and the criteria developed by the Equity and Mobility Advisory Committee. We also reached a common agreement, from my perspective, that there will be real impacts on local communities as tolling drives behavior change, which we refer to as diversion. And while we agree that diversion will occur, there will be impacts to cities and counties, there's also full agreement that we need more information so that we can reach a common understanding of how diversion, what those impacts will be and how it's being modeled. And without this deeper, more common understanding, we'll find it difficult to make any solid formal recommendations on the use of net revenue to mitigate those impacts. There's a real hunger on the committee to really dive deep on diversion that was expressed pretty much universally around the table on Monday. And there's a belief that once we reach that common understanding, that will then sort of allow the conversation to accelerate as, key partners, local governments, and in public transportation, TriMet, C-Trans, SMART, will be able to provide us a better understanding of the cost of offering those increased multimodal options that Councilor Lewis just mentioned. And I should mention that C-Trans and our representatives from across the river wanted to be sure we said that C-Trans and SMART today are the only two public transportation systems that offer transit on the freeway system. TriMet does not do that. So we were asked to make sure we say that to you directly. There was also a sense that the use of tolling to mitigate these impacts really maybe shouldn't be considered net, but should be built into the base overall cost, knowing that these impacts will occur. And so the term net revenue or excess revenue, there was, some people said, why would we consider this net revenue? This is going to happen. It should be part of the overall budget, even if that requires some additional funding. And again, we must ensure that the projects deliver the promised capacity to ensure the value proposition of the mega projects and tolling is delivered. And then I want to speak to the underinvestment because this was a major theme. So there was a strong recognition amongst RTAC that Oregon has underinvested in our core transportation system for decades. And that's why this conversation is so difficult, because now we're talking about a new source of pot of money for transportation, which is already underfunded, even without the impacts of tolling at the local level. And so, we need to change that moving forward, and we need to make investments in our transportation infrastructure a top priority for future generations. And we have to have the hard conversations so that in the future Oregon transportation commissions and advisory committees like ours aren't in this position, that we have a well-funded system that has predictable funding. And, in that regard, and I want to be clear right now, I'm only going to speak for the Portland Metro Chamber. We really urge the Transportation Commission and the legislature to really finally have the hard conversation about how we fund our transportation system. We all know that gas tax revenues are going to continue to decline, and we're going to need to transition to, and that decline is being driven by things we want, like transition to cleaner, more efficient vehicles. And so it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. And so we support a faster, diving into that robust conversation about a shift to a vehicle mile tax or another shared and sustainable revenue source, because we know the source we're using now isn't sustainable. So with that, that concludes my comments, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions from the commission? Yes, Vice Chair. Nope. There you go.
Councilor Lewis, one of the pieces that I'm trying to understand better is I'm under the impression that the identification of direct mitigation projects was done by a technical group composed of local transportation planners and ODOT staff. So there seems to be some dissonance between what perhaps the civic leadership feels are the impacts and what their professional staff sees as mitigation. I'm trying to figure that one out. And I guess it kind of begs the question that perhaps if we haven't identified all of the mitigation that needs to be dealt with, there's room, perhaps, I don't know this, but I'm saying there's room to address that. But the effect of that means it makes the project larger, and obviously makes the revenue need higher. Am I way off base on that?
So I don't want to speak for exactly who was able to influence the list of projects in the NEPA EA. The list of projects that local jurisdictions brought forward as part of the Nexus project, which was basically the open call for projects in the corridor that would, in the local government's minds, need to be improved, were far more extensive. So that's where I actually saw local governments getting to bring forward specific projects compared to the EA, where we were in a response mode. The EA identified certain areas and some potential projects that did not, as far as I know, include an open call for the remedies.
At the risk of coming off as skeptical, I mean, if you were to do it in my neighborhood, I don't know your area that well, but if you do it in my area and said, which projects do you think you'd like to have improved as part of this, you would get a much larger response than if you said, where is the direct impact that we need to address to mitigate?
I agree with you that you're pointing out the temptation to load on every single project we've ever wanted is there. But I also believe that the EA didn't take into account all of the current strains, and that's the literal job of the EA is to look at current condition, future condition. But it feels like we're getting punished for already shouldering the weight of many of our local trips being non-local based off of the bottleneck.
Well, and I guess the other one is the degree of additional impact. You obviously have a lot of diversion already. I mean, I've driven that enough. I know coming from the airport, going on there, I've diverted many times, so I didn't have to go through 205 and across to go around there when I was at drive time. So you have some of that. And I guess the difficulty is saying, what is the additional impact and how do you mitigate that? And I guess when you're talking about mitigation, you're talking about a compounding effect on the roadway. Just thinking, trying to think that through, you know?
Yeah, no, it's a lot. And you know, somebody at the table, and I wrote it down, it's something I've been thinking about, literally said getting on at one entrance and off at the next is an inappropriate use of the highway system. And she said that, I believe, just in reference to how locals sometimes use the Abernathy Bridge, because relative to the Arch Bridge, the Abernathy is a much more attractive way to cross between Oregon City and West Lynn. In particular, the Arch Bridge literally won't fit some vehicles. TriMet buses get off their local route and go on the highway there because they can't fit on the Arch Bridge. It's their only option. But in response to that, I think local governments would bring up that the inverse is also true, that somebody making a non-local trip who gets off at one exit and gets on one or two exits later means that that highway system is being used inappropriately. And we're just asking for a remedy, whether they're getting off to avoid a toll or because the third lane has literally disappeared is immaterial to us, I think.
Yeah, isn't part of it though that they're using other state highways, like 99 or 26 or a couple of the others in there?
That they're using other state highways to avoid 205?
Could be to avoid going on 205 because of congestion.
I think when we were talking about diversion, we're oftentimes thinking about a conglomerate of everything from neighborhood streets owned by cities to county roads, all the way up to, like you mentioned, 43 or 99E, which are ODOT facilities as well.
I appreciate
Yes.
that.
Yes.
Thank
Thank you.
Thanks for coming.
Commissioner Baker.
Hi, welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah, good to have you here, and thank you for rolling up your sleeves and diving in. You both mentioned hungry. Are we that late in the day? I'm hungry too, for more information, but I think I heard you say you're hungry to understand the model or the models.
Yes.
What have you been given, and what are you lacking? What can we do to put the models in front of you that we have? And again, I think that there's a collaboration between Metro and ODOT relative to the development of the models. So what is it that you need?
I think more specifically, the committee, and I believe hungry, I was reflecting back literal notes, that the committee's hungry for some of the economic models. And ODOT and Metro share a lot of modeling in terms of the road project itself and the pricing project itself, but the economic models are not driven at all by Metro. And I think the table, particularly not the January meeting, but after the November 27th meeting, the phrase that we all use is quote unquote, show your work, because that kept coming up in response to a lack of transparency that was perceived with the economic model, particularly around the share that was actually paying off bonds versus the share of the revenues collected that were standing up the back room, as the terminology that I think would be used in this room, of supporting basic tolling infrastructure. John, if you could help clarify from your angle.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of what I view as the, elephant in the room at RTAC. We're constantly get stuck on, because we don't have the detailed work on it, we get stuck where different voices are there. There are assumptions being made about what diversion will take place, right? What behavior change will happen is how I think about it. And so that can, they're just assumptions because we don't have that detailed work. And at the November meeting that Commissioner or Councilor Lewis mentioned, we did see a chart from ODOT. And I want to be clear, the staff's done a great job of walking us through all the things that Brendan showed you. So this was a response, but what we saw was different as they're modeling out, and each scenario is going through, moving to different levels of analysis. We just saw boxes that said diversion, low diversion, medium, high. That's what we saw. And so the reaction to that pretty universally across the committee is, well, what's high, what's medium, what's low? Like, what are the thresholds? How do you make that judgment? If you have the information to show us those three categories, we want to understand what's behind that. So that's what happened in November, and that's where the show your work sort of consensus was reached amongst the committee. And then it came up again as we had this very robust discussion on Monday, and to help us get prepared, Councilor Lewis and I to present to you today, that again, it came up, like, we don't really understand what diversion you are projecting will take place. And that drives disagreements because everyone has different assumptions, right? The diversion that we talk about isn't, again, I'm speaking from my perspective here. Diversion that we talk about is entirely based on who will avoid the freeway system, but we don't include who's currently avoiding it, who may then choose to be on it, pay a toll because that value proposition is met, and now they can travel in a more efficient manner. Is it freight? Are we talking about freight, or are we talking about single occupancy vehicles? All of those kinds of things we haven't had a chance to look at the details on yet. And I think it will help us do our job for you, the most effective, do our job that you've asked us to do for you. We feel we can't do that to the level you would expect without that information.
Chair Brown?
Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner
Question for Director Strickler. Seems like a reasonable request.
Yeah.
Now, I also can understand how, there would be reluctancy as models are being built, that you want to get it right, because I know you guys, want to be as accurate as you possibly can. But at this point in time, with as many asterisks as you want to put by it, is it appropriate just to open the books and let this group dive in and take a look?
Yeah, absolutely. So Madam Chair, Commissioner Baker, I think that's exactly what we've been working towards. So I don't want to speak entirely for the project team. So I might ask Brendan to come up and answer some of the questions. But as it relates to the quote unquote show your work, I think they both represented the when ODOT tries to summarize the work into something to make a presentation relatively seamless, sometimes that'll miss the key points of the intersection and the driveway that I'm concerned about, right? And I think some of those conversations we do have data for now. There's others where frankly we don't have the data yet. At least that's what I'm hearing. So there's no reluctance to open the book and have the conversation. I will admit there probably is reluctance to create space for an argument about that we've run the model, we know what the impacts are, the team is working towards that, and then somebody just says, well, that can't be right, right? That kind of thing makes it more difficult, I think, for the team to adjudicate. That said, I don't think there's any hesitation to bring what we do know, because what we see, and again, I don't want to speak for Mr. Fenn and the EA team, but I think what we see is there's a pretty big difference between the different scenarios in what those diversionary impacts might be. And I think that then feeds the question of, well, geez, can we see what the difference is at that intersection level or at that current impact level? I'll also underscore, I think the thing that's coming up, which is just this notion of what is already existing as far as congestion related impact. And then what does the toll do to that? I think that is part of the dynamic as well. I do think that there are some conversations around the table that really want to dive into the existing impact should be compensated also. And there are others that say, no, it should be the delta between the two. And I think there's still that conversation as well. But to get more specifically to your question, Commissioner, no hesitation whatsoever in showing what we do have and identifying when future information might be available.
What's the appropriate protocol for requesting that information and receiving the information? And what does timeliness feel like from your perspective? And Councilor Lewis, I'd appreciate your view of what timeliness also means. And you have a sense for what they're dealing with because it's your life as well. But what?
Yeah, Commissioner, candidly, what I would say is my threshold for timeliness is a preference to have it before the question's asked about where's your work, so that way you're out of the conversation. So my goal would be to say as soon as possible. And I think following on the November meeting, the team had sent out just an overwhelming amount of information, I think, to the committee. in response to it. That said, the sooner the better, because the part that I want to really emphasize is anything we miss in this phase, we'll have to adjudicate later. It's not going to be something that's going to go away. And so we do want to get it right now, which means opening the book to have that. But
Well,
Councilor Lewis?
I think too, we've got a small army of interested people,
Yeah.
smart people
Mhm.
that are out there that could, take a look at the work and, possibly improve upon it as well. So does this make sense?
This absolutely makes sense. And, we've got basically two months in between meetings. Because they're every other month on the schedule generally. And that gives us plenty of time between meetings to dive in. Many of us have staff who are willing to do that with us. And as John and I experienced last week, plenty of time for side conversations to dive in, to be prepared with more items for discussion.
Okay, I have a suggestion.
Mhm.
And it's just a suggestion, but it probably would be helpful to have, a couple of you taking a look at all the requests for information that are coming in and prioritizing them, because, Brendan's going to get absolutely overwhelmed, and he probably doesn't want to be the one that has to be the judge as to who's the most important. Would it be possible? And Brendan, would this be helpful to you if members of the group helped
Well,
tee up the priority list?
We have public records request laws that we need to make sure we're adhering
Of
to.
course,
So
yes,
I'll have to look at that. But to Director Strickler's point, we want to make all of that available. It is, I guess I'll just say and be very brief about it, is it's an enormous amount of information. The environmental assessment alone was over 150 pages. And I know there was frustration that we made the comment period, which was supposed to be 35 to 45, and then we made it 60 days because we knew there was so much information, which is really the science. And I think Councilor Lewis talked about, there is agreement on some of the traffic science. Yes, this toll, we used a base toll, will lead to this much diversion, excess diversion. Mr. Vice Chair, to your point, that will affect this intersection this much. And so there's kind of agreement on that type of data. But how you look at the metrics of the economics part about it, and I see Councilor nodding, is the part where we're actually going to talk about in the next agenda item based on these scenarios, which we're at a high level now, and we'll keep getting down and more granular. So people, as we move forward in the traffic track and revenue study analysis, which Travis's shop is overseeing, will understand more. And again, we just can't tell this group anymore, wait, we'll get that to you. But it is, and that's why we're daylighting this now, because we need to have this discussion in a public setting. That's where we are. So I think we're at a performing stage at this point. And there's more detail to come on traffic and revenue, which I think is the part where people are very hungry to get more data, and that's coming. And it's nothing that we have hidden in an area. It's all an open book, and we publish it all on our websites, and we want to make sure anything we get gets right out. But we can make sure we're being incredibly expeditious in doing that, Commissioner.
Vice Chair.
It may be Pollyannish of me to think this, but it seems to me that there's a level of distrust of our numbers, ODOT's numbers on this thing. But I mean, there must be a way to get together. There's the larger cities, I assume, and the counties all have professional transportation planners and engineers. I mean, it seems if we can get a meeting of that with the committee, and get that may be unrealistic to think that they would want to, the local people would want to get involved, not the leadership, but the staff to do that. But it seems like you have there is the professional expertise there that could help people understand the modeling better. And I think we're probably using Metro's traffic models to learn the thing.
Yes.
Yes, and that was the point I was going to make, is that we're going to talk about this in our next agenda item. But when we look at this chart, this is one snapshot of one piece. This is the I-205 Stafford Road OR 123. Like you said, how many data points are we talking about? We're talking about hundreds of data points. And how do we have this conversation so it makes sense? There has to be some trust in the modeling of Metro's model, transportation model that they're using. But I think that you're correct, where it says, for me, least diversion. What is least diversion? Don't know. And so I think maybe if we define some of this a little bit better and put some parameters around it so that people around the table that are on the advisory committee can make some good objective, I guess, comments to us. That's the word I was looking for, is comment, because this is difficult. I'm not traffic engineer. We have to make it work, and we aren't trying to hide anything. But I think that we also are on a timeline crunch in here. What do we do? I mean, how can we make this move and move forward quickly so that it isn't bogged down for months on end and just really puts us at a situation where we can't get to an answer. So I look to the director a little bit to give us some guidance to the commission, what you think our next step should be.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I would say next step for this discussion, I mean, obviously we have more conversation to have around the RTAC table. I do think we've reached a point in that discussion where not only the show your work request, but the value of the conversation, I think, is really showing itself. I do think that it's still going to be a conversation of difficult trade-offs, whether that's around the RTAC table or in front of you. And so I think ongoing updates from where we sit is probably the next target. I wouldn't suggest necessarily every meeting. I would have it be milestone driven. But the check-in points to say, how's the conversation going? Are we reaching a better definition and agreement on that definition for corridor and diversion and those kinds of things? I haven't seen the requests that rise up to the consensus level. I haven't seen any of those be something that I would categorize as unfair or something that's out of left field at all. In fact, I think they're all not only legitimate, necessary in order to make the decision, which is what I've heard from the summaries. I think for the commission's consideration, I'd ask for just the one element of the tension of how much is available, how much is there to share, what that means as far as scope for the projects. That's really the tension. And I think that's the same thing that's occurring around the RTAC table. Mr. Isaacs described it very well. In the absence of funding anywhere, this funding choice raises a level of desire to have this be something that solves a lot of problems. And this is one of those funding sources that can contribute to alternative consequences, and those have to be categorized as well. I will also say that as we think about ongoing traffic monitoring, I do believe that that's a must. And we see that in toll programs across the country. We all do our very best to try and get it right out of the gate. But if you make a minor tweak or what feels like a minor tweak in a moment on price, the effects of that could be significant, and it could push somewhere on the balloon to where those impacts are felt in an area that you hadn't planned for. And so we have to have that monitoring capacity to see how it's working as we're going and then do something about it.
Any additional questions?
I just have a comment. Thank you very much for being here and all the work both of you have done to help us get it better. I mean, I think one of the challenges that we all recognize is we can do all the best studies in the world, but you can't always predict human behavior. And so to your point, Director Strickler, you're helping us make it as good as it can be from the get-go, but we're going to have to make sure that if we missed something, that we can come back and address it. So just so that I understand your comment, your point about the modeling that's been done and mitigation that was modeled, and then you said there are other projects that didn't make it on the list. Help me understand where you came up with the other projects that didn't make it on the list and why you think they should be.
Sure. Well, thank you, Commissioner. The opportunity to bring forward projects from the jurisdictions came through a process called Nexus Project Development. And every local jurisdiction was given a certain length of time, I believe a month, in order to submit some very high level information about project description, potential project cost, and how it affected travel directly in the corridor. So that was separate from the EA process.
Right.
And that is the project list that I think cities and counties are interested in implementing with any share of the net toll revenue that they would have access to.
And help me understand when you say some share to the local governments, are you contemplating that there would be money that ODOT would then deliver those projects, or that the money would go to the local jurisdictions and they would do the projects?
I'm advocating for the local jurisdictions delivering those projects.
Is that something that can be done or not? Or just help me understand that, Brendan.
Well, does it fit under the statutes that
Yeah.
we currently have? I guess I'll turn to Travis, but I believe I'm not entirely sure. So I'm going back to what he said, and I don't want to make a declarative statement on something when I'm unsure at this time. And Director Strickland looks like
Yeah,
he's
feel free
ready
to
to
phone a
jump
friend, Brendan. Yes, it is something that can happen. We can enter into agreements where we're helping to administer funding for a contract, and then local jurisdictions can then complete those projects. I think the question will become, can tolling support the entire need? That's going to be the question. And I think that's the part that still has more work in front of us. The Nexus project list really came out of and was born out of around the RTAC table. There was pretty uniform consensus from all of the jurisdictions that the NEPA mitigations weren't sufficient. And many of the jurisdictions had made the argument that they knew what the impact was going to be, because the facilities they manage all the time and they already have an impact associated with those facilities. And so we had actually asked and said, can you bring those forward? Because as part of bringing those forward, we can have a better understanding of what you see an impact mitigation being versus what the NEPA analysis might have shown. All the while knowing that tolling may not be able to support all of that, right? So the idea was, if we had the perfect world scenario and what the impacts are and how we would then manage that impact for the traveling public, what's the suite of projects that can help do that? I think every jurisdiction understood that not all the money was going to be there for every Nexus project and the capital project for the toll project. That said, it created a space to have the conversation to say, we think with these improvements, we might be able to mitigate the impacts a little bit better. Is that a fair representation, Counselor?
Absolutely fair. And I think it's important to bring up that local jurisdictions have their data from what happens when there is an incident on 205 already. You know, the other night, there was a big problem. There was a lane closure yesterday, and we felt that. So we already know where the tension points are and have projects in the development pipeline for those exact intersections in the corridor.
Just a follow-up, I really appreciate that, helping me understand, you know, what your perspective is. And I also heard you say that, you know, there's a tension because to fund those Nexus projects, some of those Nexus projects means the toll goes up. And no, you know, I don't think you want that either. So it is I recognize a very delicate balance. And again, I don't think we're going to get it perfectly from the rollout, which is why it's really important that we continue our dialogue and monitor it so that, you know, if we end up saying, well, gee, we thought this could be a problem and now we know it really is a problem. So this project really rises to the level of needing to be addressed. So I think I'm asking that we have a continuous dialogue going forward, and that once tolling is implemented, we still keep talking.
I very much appreciate that, and I'm open for continued conversation. Some of you I know offline, and we'll look forward to further conversations. I should note Metro doesn't own or operate any of the highway corridor adjacent infrastructure. I do represent communities that, their mayors or county commissioners are going to have a very specific angle on how much is enough. And for
Yeah.
me, it's what makes sense and really is proportional to the responsibility that local communities are bearing and will bear.
Well, thank you both for coming and sharing with us. And in the future too, if you think that we need to have more conversations, please let the staff know, and we'll make sure that we find room on the agenda to have some more robust conversations on this. I don't think it's over with yet. So we'll see you here again. Thank you.
Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I know we're going to speed things up quite a bit. Mr. Brower and I, the only thing that I'll mention to close out this portion is, as Director Strickler mentioned, thanks again, Counselor and Mr. Isaacs, for having that. Obviously, this is a very transparent moment that we're having in the dialogue, and appreciate the Commission's indulgence of that. This group is scheduled to continue to work up until next September, so they have a work plan that's up until that point. We are going to be diving into what diversion means. Obviously, we have a modeling and scientific definition of that we've been working from, but we'll be bringing that back to that group as part of our next meeting. So thank you again with that. I'll turn it back over to Mr. Brower so we can move quickly through this item, Madam Chair.
Great. Thank you, Brendan. That was a great conversation, but we are quite a bit behind time. So we're going to try to speed through this. You have largely heard most of this in the past as we had this discussion back in November. And more than anything, we wanted to share what we have heard within the region. So we'll go through this pretty quickly and then ask for your review and direction on the scenarios to bring forward into the level 2 traffic and revenue analysis for this. So next slide, please. We've been working with you and the region on the trade-offs, things like peak versus off-peak rates, how much revenue is generated, congestion management, diversion. We've all been looking for that Goldilocks toll rate where, it's not too hot, it's not too cold, it's just right. Challenge is that doesn't exist. We're trying our best really to balance across all of the outcomes we're trying to achieve and try to avoid the worst of the impacts that we might see in some of these. So we developed, as we discussed back in November, 4 different scenarios for a level 1 traffic and revenue analysis, starting with a base scenario that eliminated tolls on the Tualatin River Bridge, looked only at tolling at the Abernathy Bridge, made a few tweaks. That's the reference point scenario. So then we developed a flatter toll scenario because we'd heard from some folks that the toll rates at peak were just a little too high. And it could have an impact. We had to offset that then to reach the same revenue impact or the revenue generation target of about $400 million with higher rates at the off-peak time. We also developed a congestion management scenario that looked to try to see, could we manage congestion in the entire corridor with peak toll rates? And we developed a revenue emphasis scenario that increased net revenue in case we either needed additional revenue to cover higher project costs or a larger share of the project coming from tolls, or the need to address additional mitigation, as we just talked about. And so we have these 4 scenarios. You can flip through the actual scenarios very quickly. In fact, why don't you just go on to slide 7 so that we can not really spend any time looking at those, but those are available online so you can see the different toll rates. So we did the analysis of what the gross toll revenue is and then took out those costs to get to a net toll revenue, which is shown here in millions of dollars in 2030. We then had our municipal advisor do an analysis of how much total funding, toll revenue bonds and a TIFIA loan would be available using some reasonable assumptions here. I will note that these numbers are a little bit higher than they were in November because our consultant found a small error in the spreadsheet that sort of cascaded throughout that reduced the administrative costs and therefore increased the net toll revenue and the total funding. So what you can see is that scenario 0 and 1 came pretty close to that range of about $400 million. So we think they could get there with a couple small tweaks. The other 2 scenarios actually produce much more revenue than we would need to hit the $400 million target. So in a sense, they passed on the revenue test, which is just the first of the tests. So I will turn this over to Mr. Finn, and he can talk a little bit about how the summary of findings on how it impacted the transportation system.
Yes, thank you, Travis. Next slide. Madam Chair, you just showed us this one. You've seen this before. It's your last meeting. This is a little bit at an incredibly high level because we're such at this early stage. I like to think, I mean, it's going to be summer of 25 when you'll be setting rates for that. We are still in the first couple miles of this marathon. Everyone wants to sprint at this point, including us and our partners, and understand all the different implications. But until we get this more better rigor of analysis that comes with the level 2 and level 3, we'll be looking at these things in these high scenarios where we'll be talking about things about limited, significant, moderate. We're trying to get your direction at a very high level at this point. We will be back and we'll be back at every step with you and working with our regional partners as well, and making sure we're answering all the questions and giving all the data at this at the moment's notice when we have it. So these are how these scenarios laid out. Again, were presented to you at your November meeting by Mr. Brower on how it affects traffic flow, how it affects hours of diversion, and then some of the impacts around diversion. So with that, go to the next slide. We've heard it before. There is no perfect toll rate structure that we'll be able to recommend to you or that we'll be able to find together. We're going to be juggling and trading off those benefits and how I think this commission completely understands around congestion relief, diversion, and revenue. There's already a sophistication amongst this group on that. And what can be achieved by different rate levels. Obviously, we have a funding target that we need to hit for the I-205 project. So it's a little bit different as far as how we're looking at managing congestion on the system. We will be managing congestion through variable rate tolling on I-205, but we can't get the same type of congestion management that we'll see throughout a corridor pricing program that we're looking at through the regional mobility pricing project. So that's just a piece of it, or the takeaways that we've gotten as we've been able to review this analysis as a team. And next slide, with our regional partners. We've obviously shared this all this information with them and heard back loud and clear some of the big concerns that are there around diversion. Overnight tolling is one that's been brought up in particular from Clackamas County, and how do you make that balance? I feel like that some of this is kind of repetitive based on our last discussion, and also the interest of having a simpler toll schedule. One of the things too that I think was big that we heard at the last meeting, not just that recognition of the systemic issue around transportation funding, but that you will know the toll rate before you go. This won't be a dynamically priced system, so there'll be a level of certainty for those in that will be traveling through this corridor. So I fired through that. Next slide, please. I'm going to turn it back over to Assistant Director Brower to finish this up on the recommendation.
Yep. Thank you, Brendan. So we had a great conversation within the region and received comments both at the RTAC meeting and afterwards. And I think this is a really great example of being able to go bring something at a fairly high level of analysis early on that admittedly is vastly simpler than what we'll get in the long term, get feedback, and then be able to listen to that. So based on those comments that Brendan just shared from the region, we would like to share this recommendation for what to move into the level 2. So first off, we believe that based on the comments we got and based on the analysis, that scenarios 0 and 1 should both be included, move forward as options within the level 2 with slightly higher rates that the consultant will look at to hit that net funding target of $400 million. We heard a lot of concern about diversion under scenario 2, including from TriMet, which was concerned about how buses would be able to operate if there were more diversion. So we recommend dropping this. That was our initial response too when we saw the size of the tolls And so it was essentially validated by the region that the toll rate and the diversion levels was so significant that that's not a viable option. And then we do recommend moving forward with scenario 3 as well, which is that higher revenue include to understand what the range of tolls could be, the trade-off of the higher rates, and the opportunity for greater revenue. One of the things that Clackamas County specifically asks us for is, could you look at what if you didn't toll overnight, what that would do for revenue and diversion? So we think that's a great opportunity to see what that would happen. So we're essentially going to do a scenario 3A, just very similar to what was done in the last analysis, and then a 3B that would just eliminate tolls in the overnight hours and see how much revenue do we lose, and then what is the impact on diversion. So that is our recommendation to you today.
Comments? Yes, Commissioner Chapman.
Thank you, Travis. I totally agree with the logic. Scenario 2 is a non-starter. I just want to clarify, the revenue projections are assuming that we're moving forward with the low-income toll program and the exemptions for tribes that we've talked about, correct?
Yes, Commissioner Chapman, thank you for mentioning that. We have built in a very basic assumption about the low-income toll program. It basically just takes a haircut off of revenue. In the level 2 analysis, we'll do a little bit more, building in more of what we have learned about what we think the revenue impacts will be and doing a finer grained analysis. And then in the level 3, it will really get down to brass tacks there. So yes, this already includes an assumption, not so much an analysis, but an assumption of the impact of the low-income toll program.
Commissioner Baker.
I'd like to come back to a comment I made earlier about expenses. And we're talking a lot about the top line and the bottom line, but I think we need to focus on that piece of the P&L where we're focused on expenses, because I still think that 30% for overhead and administration is a huge number, and I sense it's bloated. And again, just taking a look at the numbers, if we're really talking about a $400 million project to have 1.3 billion involved in the administration, there's got to be something that we can do. I've been reading lately about the use of AI to uncomplicate congestion in California. Maybe some of our partners in California that have done some work there could be of some assistance to us. I look back on reading through the work from 2019 that Streetlight did for us in terms of mapping out the routes within the area. They seem to have, some tools that, allowed them to take a look at, a lot of this modeling, and maybe there's something there that could really assist us. But I'd roll up your sleeves and dive in, and penny saved is penny earned here. And we're either, if we can save some money on the expenses, we're either going to be able to, invest it in the system or lower the tolls. So if you wouldn't mind, roll up your sleeves and get after that one.
Yeah, Commissioner Baker, that's a really great point. And we agree. I mean, the less money we need to spend on administration and the actual collection of the tolls, the more is available to invest in the system or to lower toll rates. So we'll be refining the O&M costs between the level 1 and the level 2. We expect, and one of the things we'll be bringing back to you in March, is we should have a consultant that we select within the next couple of months. We will not have a contract in place, but to operate that back office, and we'll get a better sense of pricing at that point. We'll also have a better sense of the ODOT costs to operate, and we'll be updating the road O&M costs that are included in that assumption as well. So that will all get finer grained in the level 2 TNR, and I think we can have a more of a conversation about how can we try to keep that number as small as possible to allow for either lower toll rates or more going into the system.
Yeah, great. Now, is that a competitive process with regard to that consultant?
Commissioner Baker, absolutely. There is a very competitive process. There are a number of firms that have proposed, and we'll give you an update on where we're at with that in March.
Great. Thank you very much.
Nothing, Commissioner Sway? Vice Chair? Thank you very much. I guess at this point, I'm going to entertain a motion to accept or someone to make the motion for us to approve the toll rate schedule scenarios included in the I-205 Level 2 traffic and revenue analysis. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, discussion? And I'm going to look to. Jeff, did you have something else? Okay. I'm gonna look to the rest of the commission. Would you like to do a roll call vote on this, or do you want to just go all in favor? Use Robert's rule. Does anybody care?
Up to you, Chair.
All right, and I'm gonna say all those in favor accepting motion as presented, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? You have your marching orders.
Can we have our break? Can we have our break?
Can you have your break now? Yeah, I think we deserve a break.
Right there.
So we are gonna take a really quick break. So let's make it.
I just have to go.
Yeah, let's just make it 10 minutes real quick. All right, thank you. We are going to change up the agenda just a little bit. Item L has been dropped and we're now going to limit some of our other informational presentations. But right now we are on item K, Interstate Bridge Replacement Program. Ray and Travis, thank you for stepping up.
Assistant Administrator for the Interstate Bridge Replacement Program. I'm here with Assistant Director Travis Brower. I'll give you a severely brief update on the program. We've got slides that you've had in the deck. I'll give you some context on those, and I think Assistant Director Brower will be talking about an interstate tolling agreement that describes how this body and the Washington State Transportation Commission will go about setting toll rates and policies for the Interstate Bridge Replacement Program. Next slide, please. This one is about funding. This slide talks about funding. We've heard all day that that's important and that matters. It matters on the Interstate Bridge Replacement Program as well. Director Strickler mentioned earlier that we received the total ask of the $600 million of the mega grant. Yes, something to celebrate for sure. Definitely shows support for the program and what we're trying to achieve. We're hoping that continues in the Federal Highway Bridge Investment Program grant. We're asking for $1.5 billion there. We hope to hear in the spring on the determination on that grant. And lastly, we are in program development. It's one of the many stages for the capital improvement grant from FTA. That's a pretty rigorous process, very different from the other federal grant processes, but we're in a very important stage there and moving forward. The rest of the presentation on this is really talking about our community engagement and how in what is typically a quiet time in the environmental process, we are having a robust engagement with the community to keep engaged, to share the information that we can share at the time, and get them ready for upcoming comment period on the draft. Next slide, please. So we continue to fill out our proposed funding sources and needs with those the $2 billion collectively from both states really set the stage to show that the local funds are in, letting the feds be last dollar in. So those are starting to come. We are targeting between the BIP grant and the mega grant, $1.5 billion. And as we saw, we just got $600 million of that. So in the $1.5 billion grant for the BIP, if we're awarded that total amount, it'll give us some capacity in how to look at this funding sources and uses with a little more flexibility. Next slide, please. A lot going on in the schedule, but the key things that I'll highlight for you here is that we will be coming to this body middle of 2025 around toll rate setting. So this work with this committee is going to be key, the joint committee. But the other thing to pay attention to in this chart is far off to the right and lower right, first in-water work window. That's when we want to have a contract award on the Main River Crossing project. That is key to maintaining schedule, avoiding further delay. If we don't make that window, we're delayed a year on likely $1 billion plus contract. So that's really what's driving our schedule besides NEPA. So that's a very important date to watch, and we'll be continuing to update on that in future meetings. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, we are in that draft supplemental environmental impact statement process. We hope to have the draft published in spring, targeting April at this point, after which there'll be a 60-day comment period. We're doing our best to get the word out about that comment period, what it entails, how best to comment to make sure that the comments are taken and received in a way we can address them. And then also offer ways for people to see the document in different languages and in different venues. So we're trying our best to make sure that we make the most out of that public comment period as we can. We're likely to receive over 10,000 comments minimum. So it'll be a lot of work between the draft and final to address each one of those comments and move forward. And with that, I'll turn over to Assistant Director Brower.
Thank you, Ray. Next slide, please. So because this is a bi-state facility, the OTC will be the tolling authority for Oregon, but we'll need to collaborate with the Washington State Transportation Commission, which is the tolling authority within the state of Washington. A little over a decade ago, when we had the Columbia River Crossing project, the two commissions approved an intergovernmental agreement to form a bi-state toll subcommittee for the CRC project. And so we have mined that and essentially taken that IGA and proposed it with some updates to be the draft foundation for moving forward between the two states. Next slide, please. So we have had a ongoing conversation over the last several months that Commissioner Chapman, Commissioner Beyer have been part of, where we had a meeting back in December between two WSTC members and the two commissioners from Oregon to talk about how to move forward, and basically came to an agreement on this IGA that would create a formal bi-state toll subcommittee that would have two members from Oregon, again, Commissioner Chapman and Commissioner Beyer, and two WSTC members that will recommend toll rates and policies to the full commissions so that each commission will act to approve the rate setting as well as the toll rates and policies. So they have to be adopted by a majority vote of each state's commissions. And then there is a dispute resolution process included within this as well. Both Chair or Vice Chair Beyer and Commissioner Chapman have reviewed the IGA, and they can make any additional comments upon it. I will note that the WSTC approved the IGA last week, and so it is awaiting your approval. Your approval today will then allow Chair Brown to sign that document and move forward. As Vice Chair Beyer mentioned earlier, we have our first meeting of that group scheduled for, I think it's February 23rd to 22nd. Second meeting. Well, the first meeting was not a formal meeting. It was a let's talk about talking. This will actually begin the talking process. So next slide, please. A number of topics that will be under the purview of this bi-state committee to recommend to both of you. So that will include the toll rate schedule by time of day and payment method, truck toll rates, hours of operation, toll escalation, discounts and exemptions. As Commissioner Chapman mentioned, we're going to have to work out what the low-income toll program looks like. We plan to have a low-income toll program. They do not. And so we'll be, I think, to a significant extent, recommending that whatever is applied on the interstate bridge looks very similar to what we're going to have in Oregon so that it maintains some consistency for customers. But that will be a discussion that will have to be had. So next slide, please. We expect these conversations with this bi-state toll subcommittee will go on, for a number of many months that will help this group set this framework for the level 3 traffic and revenue analysis that is going to begin later this year. We also expect that we will have you formally take action to designate the interstate bridge as a toll facility under ORS 383. And then we'll have ongoing discussions at this subcommittee on rate setting and on policy so that you can have a discussion and actually set the toll rates based on the outcome of the level 3 TNR analysis in mid to late 2025 and begin that pre-completion tolling in the spring of 2026. So with that, I will stop and request your approval of the bi-state IGA.
Sorry, I turned myself off. I do want to thank both of you for volunteering for this, and I know that the time that you did spend talking about this agreement, you also, it's well spent. I think that the one thing we want everyone to understand is that we have made a commitment with Washington. Our commissions have to work through this. And I wonder, and I hope that maybe our low-income toll program will resonate with them to actually adopt one in their own state. So we'll see where that goes. But with that said, and it doesn't look like anybody else has any comments, I'm looking for a motion to accept the IGA. Oh, what?
I move approval of the IGA.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? You have your agreement.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was quick. Okay, so I already announced, but I'll say it again, that we are going to table the item L, the ADA program update, and we'll probably do that in Medford next March. Is it March? Yes. I don't know what day, month it is anymore. Okay, on to item M, which is the Urban Mobility Office update.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for having me up here again. I'm Brendan Finn, Director of ODOT's Urban Mobility Office. I'm joined by Dellar Mosier, Deputy Director. We'll try to make this brief here to make up some time. Next slide, please. But as always, we start off with our urban mobility strategy map. Excuse me, just a couple things to point out that we'll be covering in our brief presentation today. And in addition, you'll see that what's been added on to this map, as it's constantly in an iterative process, is our passenger rail system. Oftenly overlooked, it has had some new enhancements on the Cascade line in particular. Some folks don't think about this as an urban mobility strategy, but I will tell you, I recently took passenger rail to Eugene on my way back. Coming through Oregon City, I wanted to see how long it was going to take me to get to Union Station, and it said 32 minutes. It took 18 minutes by passenger rail. So something to keep in mind, and they do have increased service that will be going from Portland to Seattle through Vancouver. So it also new lines and new opportunities there. Just wanted to mention that. PD, our new public transit division administrator, Suzanne Carlson, has been really engaged in this. And we're happy to have this on the map, as it is another component to the puzzle of urban mobility. But today we're going to be talking about, in particular, the West Side Multimodal Study. I mentioned in your November meeting that committee would be finishing up their work. Some of the results of that have made some headlines. So I'm going to talk a little bit about that. Then I'll turn it over to Deputy Director Mosier to talk heading south down to the Boone Bridge. That project has jumped off on some of its planning stages. I want to talk about some of the outreach and project components that are happening there. So next slide, please. So the West Side Multimodal Study, which was initiated by Governor Brown back in 2019, which was solicited by a number of businesses, large businesses that you all know the names of, some on the smaller size as well, in the biotech industry, that really felt that it was time for us to address some of the issues that are happening in that Sunset Corridor on the west side of the Portland metropolitan region. As we know, this is a growing area. Governor Kotek has focused a lot of housing efforts in that area, and employment there is supposed to jump through the roof as far as projections are concerned. Obviously, this is going to make mobility issues and congestion worse in that corridor. This is why this group was convened. ODOT convened this group, but also with our partnership with Metro. It seems to be a theme here today. This committee was made up of elected officials from Beaverton, from Hillsborough. It also had community-based organizations and the TriMet, and other municipal agencies at the table. And I co-chaired this committee along with Metro Councilor Juan Carlos Gonzalez. We had 8 meetings where we evaluated many different scenarios, 80 different projects and programs within the corridor to see what really moved the dial as far as relieving congestion. We've come up with a number of recommendations that come from that. You'll see there was, through this picture here, it was unanimous. We used green, yellow, red cards, but everyone got to green on a number of multimodal and travel demand management techniques, but also moving forward on evaluating how tolling can be used as a congestion management tool, but also to raise revenue for a couple of projects that were identified. One at the I-405 interchange as you come through the tunnel, and the other one to making improvements to Cornelius Pass, which connects Tualatin Valley and the 26 over to the Columbia River there on the 30, and a very important freight route. We looked a lot at what actual goods and services were moving through there. Some really good rigor to the analysis there. That report will be coming forthcoming. We'll forward that on to the commission. Next steps are that we came to an agreement amongst the agencies and the other partners at the table that we would jointly seek funding to further study these recommendations. So wanted to bring that to the commission's attention, as it's kind of a really it was a good process, really bringing up some ground up recommendations for dealing with congestion on the west side of the Portland metropolitan region. So I'm going to stop there. Happy to answer any questions or provide any clarifications on that.
Thank you. Commissioners, I've had a chance to review the videos of the work that Brendan led here on the WMIS, and it's significant. It has a great deal of substance. As he mentioned, the participation was from elected officials, Beaverton, Hillsborough, Clackamas County, Washington County, City of Portland was there, Metro was there, TriMet was at the table, 2 community groups, 2 business associations, and they're anxious to get going. When it takes a couple of hours to get from Hillsborough out to the airport, and there's businesses out there that are trying to get important material to the airport to get shipped out. It's a big thing. Also, the connection with the vastly fast-growing manufacturing industries out there, getting freight up north to the ports and down south into California ports is a big deal. And my sense, and I'd ask you this question too, Brendan, is that this group, in terms of the 2 years that they were together, are really hoping that this is going to be actionable soon. So when we get on to the subject of our strategic action plan, I've got a suggestion there, but just to make you aware, there is an expectation amongst the elected officials in the west side of town, plus the business communities, plus others, that this is going to be something that we need to address. So I don't think it's been positioned here to produce more money for a study, but I think it's to produce a study that's going to produce some action in a real timely way, because things are getting congested. And the conversation about tolling becomes important, because there's it's anticipated to have tolling on Highway 26, 217, and a couple of sizable construction projects. Also, a construction project down on 405, which is going to impact traffic flow as we work on the Rose Quarter and the Interstate Bridge. So there's a lot in this to unpack, and might be worth. These are pretty long meetings, but they have substance. But they're a couple hours a piece, and there's 6 of them that are on video right now. And if you've got time, I'd suggest you dig in. The first one was real important, I thought, just in terms of the way the steering committee was established and what the rules of engagement were. And the last 2, really good. Probably the second to last one, if you've got time for 2, I'd say number 1 and number 5. Would that be?
Yep.
Yeah. And then number 6, if you want to see who is unanimously voting alongside of Brendan there.
Where are the videos located?
Can you send the
On the website, where?
Yeah, send the link.
Okay.
Madam Chair, may I respond?
Yes,
Thank you. Commissioner Baker, you articulated very well thank you more about the population of the committee and their work, and really appreciate you taking the time to watch that, because I've been in government for a while, and it was a ground up process how we came to these conclusions. We're not driven by the agency. They were driven by data, and they were driven by the people in the community that know their communities. Obviously, we're dealing with another tolling conversation as we're hearing it right now, where we're dealing with it in kind of an opposite fashion, not the ground up fashion. So really appreciate your comments and taking the time to watch that, and your engagement. Obviously, don't have a lot of time today. We will come back. And we did make a commitment to make sure this wasn't a plan on the shelf. And I appreciate you recognizing its worthiness. And obviously, I think there'll be a lot of pressure based on the growth that we're going to be seeing in Washington County, both in employment and housing, that'll kind of force the issue. So thank you, Commissioner.
Vice Chair.
That's when you're done with the study, whatever it is, I think it would be worth some time for the commission to just maybe kind of walk through the issues around that and what the opportunities. I will note that the legislature in the 2000s spent a ton of money out there on 26 and some of the other things.
Yeah, I'd be more than happy to do that, Mr. Vice Chair.
They had a very effective senator out there at that time.
Mr. Starr.
Well, and I think that one of the things it's nice to see collaboration when it happens, and identifying the needs. Again, I hope that the partners coming to the table also are considering what their portion of this is and where they need to be working towards a broader way of addressing congestion. Because they do allow the build. And then, we're asked to manage it. So again, I feel like these are great opportunities, and thank you for sharing with us. But I would like to hear more in future.
Absolutely.
Yeah, when you make the presentation, go through the breakdown of which of the agencies accepted which responsibility. And again, I think you'll see this is quite novel and quite interesting, with a whole bunch of people raising their hand and saying, I own this, I own this, I own this. So
That's good.
Yeah.
That's rare.
yeah, it is
It
rare.
is.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah. Thank you. Della.
All right, if we could go to the next slide, please. For the record, Della Mosier, Deputy Director of the Urban Mobility Office. And I'll provide a brief update on the I-5 Boone Bridge Replacement Project. This project includes the replacement of Boone Bridge to make it earthquake ready, as well as contemplating a southbound auxiliary lane between the Wilsonville Road exit and the OR 551 exit. And for those of you who have been on this section of I-5 in the middle of the afternoon in Wilsonville, you can concur that that sort of operational improvement would be well received by travelers. We're also looking at widening the shoulders on the bridge, which will allow for access for emergency vehicles, as well as bus on shoulder opportunities. And then, of course, refuge for folks experiencing crashes in the section of the corridor. We're also looking at opportunities to provide a crossing over the Willamette River for those who are cycling or walking or rolling in this area as part of the project. The project is in the very early stages, the preliminary environmental linkage phase, which is ahead of the National Environmental Policy Act, or NEPA phase, so very early on. And right now we're working through a draft purpose and need, and working through that with collaboration with around, as noted on the slide here, 18 federal, state, regional, and local agencies, as well as tribes that have a vested interest in the project area. We were able to hold an open house in November that was attended by about 120 folks at the Wilsonville City Hall. And then we also have an online open house where we've received 202 comments. And we've been taking that feedback and so far have enhanced the draft purpose and need to include specifics such as transit system reliability, maritime transportation system reliability, and transportation demand management. So we'll be working through revising that purpose and need, or enhancing it through public input over this entire year. and look to conclude the planning and environmental linkage process by the end of 2024. And so I can stop there to answer any questions before I turn it to Brendan to close us out.
Vice Chair.
When you say replacing the bridges, is it totally eliminating and building a new bridge, or is it possible engineering wise to just strengthen those bridges like we're doing with Abernathy and widen them?
I think due to this particular structure, the initial planning document that was prepared suggested a replacement of this particular bridge. But as we continue to work through the Pell process and move into the NEPA process, we'll further refine that. But at this point, the initial planning work, which is maybe at 3%, would indicate that a replacement would be appropriate for the structure.
It's too bad.
Seems like our story over and over. It's like a bad nightmare. Okay.
So
Any other comments?
Can move to the next slide and turn it back to Brendan.
Yeah, Madam Chair, we hopefully met our timing mark there, and thank you for again having a little bit more time for that tooling discussion with our regional partners. Really appreciate the dialogue there.
Well, and I think we're going to be a little bit more thoughtful about our whole agenda process, because I really don't like rushing any of you, because I think this is really important information that we need, and that we need to spend some time really digging into it. And all of us feel that anxiety of trying to move things along on the agenda. So I apologize for having you sit all day long, Della, and because Brendan got to come up, but you sat there all day long, and then we give you this little short window. But thank you for your work on it, and we look forward to additional information.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. So we have one agenda item left. Our favorite agenda item. How's
Aw.
that?
Yay. You said something nice to me.
It's something that we own.
Great. Well, good afternoon. I am the one standing between you and the door.
right.
My name's Amanda Peets. I'm the Administrator for Policy, Data, and Analysis with the Oregon Department of Transportation, and here to talk about the Strategic Action Plan. So super important part of work that you help set the direction on, and that steers our agency for the next 5 years on what's important to us and what are some of the key things we're going to focus on. Next slide, please. So today we're in kind of part 2 of 3. The first part was reviewing the rough draft of the Strategic Action Plan in December. Now revisions have been made that we're sharing with you, and I'll walk through those today. And then part 3 is ideally March, looking at finalizing the Strategic Action Plan and having that be the kind of governing guiding document for the agency and commission from there on out. So what I'll do today is just kind of briefly run through what did we hear from the commission in terms of feedback, and how does that reflected in terms of the changes we made in the document. We welcome feedback on, did we hit the mark on the types of changes that we made? Or is there anything that we missed? Additionally, if you have any new thoughts or comments, happy to take those, make some adjustments for that final version. Also be sharing what we've heard in public comment. So the changes that we've made to date are really based on commission feedback. We kind of compiled all the public comments together so we could share those with you today and see how we want to approach those. So that's what I'll cover as well. Next slide, please. So I broke this into 3 slides that kind of cover the different sections. So one's talking about kind of the overall plan and some changes we made. Then each kind of breakdown of the different kind of action areas or priorities in the plan. So I won't go through these verbatim since they're on your slide. You've seen the revised version, but I'll just give kind of a high level flyover. If it's helpful, happy to pause so that we can focus on these topic areas and kind of chunk it out that way. Or if you'd prefer, I can go through the whole thing. So I'll ask you again once I go through this one to see what your preference is. So overall, we made some changes on strengthening some language. We did that in the funding section. For example, there's been several conversations on the shortage of funds for transportation. And it shouldn't be just a promote getting funding. We need to actually secure that funding for the future of our transportation system and for supporting Oregonians. So we strengthened language in that section and other sections. We clarified kind of the role that the Department of Transportation can play. There was a lot of discussion last time around safety in particular, and what is it ODOT can really do versus what's personal responsibility, other entities like law enforcement and some of their roles. So we put some clarification around that. We also discussed the roles of others in helping us to get to the success points of this plan. So the strategic action plan is ODOT and OTC, what our commitments are, and we're unwavering in those. And there are other contributors that helped to lead to the success of these actions. We need to acknowledge the roles that our partners play in working together to really get to the endpoint that we want to get to. We're also trying to be clear about what we're doing today. So a lot of the strategic action plan talked about, well, here's a need and here's what we need to do tomorrow. Kind of glossed over what is it that we're doing today. So safety added some information on, how we pursue our arts program, our other investments to really try to address these things. And there's more that we need to do, which is what the actions are of the strategic action plan. So that's what I have for these categories, but happy to pause if there's thoughts specific to these items.
I think you can continue.
All right. So in these items, we looked for opportunities to streamline, create efficiencies. So I think one of the specific comments that came up is we had under customer service, like 2 different systems. We consolidated that to one based on feedback here. And that's, true. We can create efficiency. So we try to do that and put that lens across all the actions here in the document. One of the things that's new under customer service is around what we call a state of the system dashboard. So this is trying to reflect back on the comments that we want to have more transparency as an agency, as a commission, into the work that we do and how that results in impacts Oregonians. And so the idea behind the state of the system dashboard is to share performance. What is it we're doing in terms of delivering on our scope, schedules, budgets? What our safety numbers look like? And what are the major issues where we see disparities in different issues. So that's what we plan to highlight through that. And I believe that's on the planning calendar that you saw and discussed earlier today. We also tried to embed stewardship more throughout. I think that's what I talked about last time I was up, but wasn't as explicit in the document. So added a little bit more reference there. We incorporated language into equity, like I discussed at the last meeting, in terms of how we look and listen and act. In addition to that, we added some more around workforce in particular, on engagement and belonging. And then we clarified how some of the actions, particular to climate, like vehicle miles reductions and cleaner vehicles and fuels, how they kind of interact and what they achieve or don't achieve in some regards based on some comments that we received. Any comments specific to these?
Yes.
I just wanted to comment that one of the CIAC topics for this year is going to be working to take a look at that dashboard and do a little beta testing to run it by like non-agency folks to say, is this the right way to send the message? How can we make the message better? And so I appreciate the opportunity to see if we can't make sure we do it right.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Smith. I think that's exactly the role of CIAC, is the accountability. And that's what we're trying to create here. And so we have to have messages that resonate or understandable, and that we're focusing on the right things that people care about. So look forward to the feedback that we get there. All right.
We're good.
So apologies for a little repetition on having climate on here twice. It's just, because I like climate so much, I put it on here twice. So for public and active transportation, we did rework the actions to try to be more strategic. We also created a better nexus to some of the safety actions, in particular, recognizing the vulnerabilities that we're seeing of our people that bike and walk in particular, and we're seeing those increased safety risks. So we're really highlighting that as a need in a focal area. We also added, and this why the left category is blank under congestion. It was less a comment from the commission. It was more comments that we heard as we were talking to our area commissions on transportation. In various parts of the state, some would question, like, why are you focusing just on Portland metropolitan congestion and not congestion as a whole? I'll say, and as you all know, there's projects that address congestion in the state. So the strategic action plan is the focal area. The focal area is the Portland area because of the influence in commerce movement. And that's felt across the state. We saw that in the One Oregon report that led to House Bill 2017 back in 2017. So we try to emphasize kind of that nexus and connection. Any thoughts or comments on these particular ones?
Make sure I look both ways. Go ahead.
All right, so to get to the point we're at, we've had a few rounds of targeted engagement. Those have included, as I mentioned, our area commissions on transportation, some of our modal advisory committees as well, the CIAC that Commissioner Smith chairs, our Equity Mobility Advisory Committee, our tribal nations, doing some consultation with them, working with our metropolitan planning organizations and our transit agencies as well. For written comments, we solicited, we got 5 back, a whopping 5. So I do want to couch that these themes are from 5 letters that we received. Nonetheless, people taking the time to provide those comments is extremely helpful to shaping the products that we have. So we want to meaningfully capture those themes despite the lower number of comments received. So what we heard, I think, across the board is kind of resounding support for how we've carried over the lenses of safety, equity, and climates from the Oregon Transportation Plan and really embedded it in this document. One entity had more interest in what's under these actions. So these actions are kind of things we're going to do, but how do you actually get there, and how you get there matters. So I will note that staff is working on milestones. The milestones are what we've traditionally tracked as we reported out progress. We can have those as early as likely March. So if it would be helpful, happy to share that with the commission, but we will certainly be sharing those in subsequent reports on accountability and on our website. A few comments on kind of multimodal around recognizing that that's been underinvested in biking, walking, public transportation, particularly Chair speaking to your heart here, a lot of comments on the importance of public transit and the transit network. And then one comment on the potential for electric mobility. So that's electric bikes, electric scooters, and how that can kind of change the paradigm of transportation choices. Funding was a big topic as a topic here. Again, big topic with 5 comments, where the geographic balance of funding, and that's what I call it. Some people call it geographic equity. It's not really social equity, so I like to call it balance. Really ensuring that we're understanding the rural needs and that we're making sure we're not just putting all our funding in urban areas, that we're addressing those rural needs as well and seeing benefits in those communities. There were some questions on what specific mechanisms fall within funding as we talk about securing that sustainable and reliable funding. I think as we've talked and you've heard many times from Travis and others, we're trying to diversify our funding portfolio, index our transportation fees. I think as we diversify on the table and list our road usage charges, registration fees, increased gas tax, and tolling. And that's the one that I think people have the most comments and questions on is tolling, as you've heard today. Climate had fairly minor comments in that I think some of the changes that we made relative to the commission comments probably address those, but certainly leave that to your discretion to see. Safety, we had some comments from the Oregon Transportation Safety Committee. They focused on rest areas and the importance for drivers to rest, particularly for trucks and truck parking in that nexus, as well as driver education. For equity, we had somebody that sits kind of in an equity position for Metro have some suggestions on how we might be able to embed that more thoroughly throughout, as well as kind of an emphasis on workforce, again, which is one area we made some edits in. And I also want to put in here, and I think it's really important that we hear that we should have probably gone out earlier, had some more extensive outreach, and that's something that I will personally commit we will be doing more in the future, not just with this, but with other efforts. So I want to make sure we're capturing that as well. So our next steps would be to see what opportunities we have to make additional edits based on some of that feedback that we heard from partners. If there's any additional comments that you'd like to share today in terms of direction you'd like to see changed here, bring that back, hopefully finalize this document, and then there'll be a number of accounting kind of long-term. I'll refer back to the planning calendar you reviewed earlier, where our intent is to bring and talk about a full subject. So instead of just saying, a report on like, hey, we did these things and have a checklist. We felt it would be more meaningful to come and have a full discussion on safety, a full discussion on climate, and be able to get into some of those issues, because that's really, I think, the intent of the action plan, more so than just the accountability pieces. So I think it's both. So with that, happy to take additional feedback, comments, and adjustments.
Commissioner Baker.
Thank you. Just one thought, and I'm getting back to the reduced congestion in the Portland region and the table implementing actions. And I would suggest if my fellow commissioners thinks it's appropriate, after you've had a chance to take a look at the West Side multimodal improvement study, that maybe we include the West Side project down in the second bullet area there. I'll read it to you now. It says, continue to advance tolling system design and toll operations for the I-205 toll project, the Interstate Bridge Replacement Program, the Regional Mobility Pricing Project to manage congestion. That may be the place to put it, but I think it's big enough and it's going to influence a lot of decisions that we make, that it probably needs a place somewhere in our strategic action plan. But just a suggestion, if you have a chance to review that, might be worthy in our final.
Commissioner Smith.
Yeah, I think that's something we should take a look at. I'd kind of like, excuse me, to hear from Brendan, his thoughts on, is that the right place for it? Is it too soon? Is it the right place to put it? Not necessarily today, and unless you're ready today, you come on up if you are. I'm just thinking, we need to give it some thought, read it, and I'd like to hear staff's thoughts.
Well, for the record, again, Madam Chair, Brendan Finn, Director of ODOT's Urban Mobility Office. I'll hearken back to two former commissioners, Commissioner Orlando Simpson and Commissioner Shauna Holloran, who chaired the Value Pricing Advisory Committee right after House Bill 2017. And they really thought there was a tremendous amount of importance around the Sunset Corridor and really looking at the 26. They also mentioned 84 as well, but there are some things happening there. So I do think it's been flagged before. Obviously, there was a conversation leading up to House Bill 2017, but just to reflect back on some of your former colleagues' comments on that and on the importance of it. Is it ripe? It's getting there. I think that's a great question, Commissioner Smith. More works to be done. We did 2 years, but to Commissioner Baker's point, there is an enormous amount of inertia here. And we want to keep it going. It's rare that this ground up process is such a success, and that there's this much consensus on a path forward on what needs to be studied. So, obviously, as the Urban Mobility Office, we would be excited to keep this work going and have it in your plan. But we can also take another look at that and come back in March on what that would look like, if that's the will of the commission.
So how do the other commissioners feel about that? Fine with that? Well, I think you have a consensus around the table to do that. So now you have a little bit more work to do, Brendan. See what happens when you share something.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that I was real clear that I'd like to hear your recommendation. And, I know that as part of your presentation, you said you're working on an implementation plan, and I think it was March of 24. So we just need to line things up right. That's all.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Smith, absolutely. And so that we should be having their final report done. I haven't seen the final yet. It's only been drafted. So the timing might be ripe for that. So I can come back in March and be able to either report on the next step and why it would be appropriate for it to be in your strategic plan, or come back and say why maybe it should wait for another stage, if that makes sense.
And it is a living document. So at any time, we can actually adopt it back into the strategic action plan. There's nothing that precludes us from being able to do that after the fact. So we will look to you to tell us what we need to do as far
Madam
as
Chair.
timing.
Will do. We'll take that.
Chris, did you have a comment?
Madam Chair, I was just going to offer that a few of those projects are named as part of the strategic action plan, but it occurs to me that each of them are at a different phase of completion. And so maybe part of the relevant update coming to March would be a timeline associated with each and what phase we're in and what the commission's efforts in this 5-year window can be to advance it to the next stage.
Well put, Director.
And obviously you didn't have anything to do, so we wanted to make sure that, because
Thank you.
you don't quite have that look on your face that I saw from some of your coworkers, so sorry.
Appreciate that, Madam Chair. I'll
Okay.
get to it.
My comment is that I'm sad that we only had 5 comments, but I did looking through the comments that we did receive from a lot of our colleagues. I mean, I'm thrilled with the comments. I think that it's great that we did get them. I don't know the timing, and I think you told us, but I think I spaced it. But we did have a pretty short window for comment period from the time, I think it was during the holidays. And so
Yeah.
I think that's where it drove
Yes, Madam
some of it.
Chair. It basically ranged from end of November through mid-January. So January 12th was cut off. So it was extended a little bit, but it is at a tough time for people to actually be able to comment. That said, I would also note, we certainly reflected back on the area commission on transportation conversations and try to integrate their feedback throughout in development of the document. And I had heard some great comments from folks who had come and testified at the commission before, worried about the strategic action plan, very pleased with its direction, in particular, the safety, equity, climate lenses. So I think you're not seeing some of the folks show up with concerns, which I think is a positive sign. And yet we still want to make sure we're getting more robust engagement and really connecting with communities in better ways.
And I agree with you. I know that we've all attended some of those ACT meetings, and the presentation was given during those meetings, and we were able to hear the feedback. And I think that really our tool of being able to look forward and see what we're doing in the next 6 months, this will alleviate some of that problem with timing. It's always really difficult when we're trying to adopt something or to, put out a solicitation even for funding and trying to align everything so that it works, so that we can get that public comment back, so we can match up what we're doing in our strategic plan. And it's a lot. And so thank you. I know that you guys worked hard on this during your time of holiday. And so thank you. Any other comments from the commission?
Thank you.
Anything else? Thank you. And so that brings us to the close of our meeting. I can't believe we made it 15 minutes early. We probably could have squeezed that ADA in there. But with that said, it was a lot of material. We covered a lot of things, and I want to thank the commissioners for not taking long breaks, working hard on all of this. I do have to say that our next meeting is going to be in my hometown. So we will be in Medford, Oregon. It will be hybrid. There'll be virtual along with in person. We look forward to it. I know that Commissioner Smith will not be able to be in attendance.
I will be there virtually.
Yes.
I'm sorry to miss your hometown.
I know. I think you did it on purpose, but that's all right. Because we are going to go to Bend at some point, and then maybe I'll snub you. So
It's in
Well-
September. Why would you not come to Bend in September?
I don't know, just because you
It's the
won't come to.
best time
Well,
of year.
March is the best time in Medford. So there we go. No, I'm just giving you a hard time. It's okay.
Best time in Medford.
Absolutely. Wow. Oh, boy, this took a bad turn. With that, I'm going to adjourn the meeting.